Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Became the Monster He Hated. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Some would say that everyone's beginning is normal, happy, or joyful like magical girls anime where there was nothing wrong in their life or anything bad. It's what made them think they are special. In some cases where they were a normal family and nothing would happen to them. Well, in my opinion, the following internet meme summarized my thoughts on this, so that was a freaking lie. Let me tell you, their lives haven't been realistic at all compared to what's happening in real life, where the villain doesn't target your family. Bullshit. If that did happen to them, then those villains would have been realistic, because targeting the families of their enemies is something that any sane villain would do to anger their enemies and lure them into traps using their anger. Nothing can be good in every life because it's basically two sides of one coin, where one can be a damn saint and the other can be downright abhorrent. This is my story of how I lived, how I became the most powerful man alive, and how I became a chaos god. Years ago. Let's start from the beginning. My name initially was Kaido Sullivan, before I changed it. My family, well, you could say that they had all been a bunch of normal people living their lives the only ways they saw fit. My father, Michael Sullivan, had been a businessman and my mother, Issei Sullivan, had been a housewife. Michael, my father, one could describe him as a simple man, where he had grown up in Greece and had been working as part of a company before he was assigned on a business trip to Japan, and where he met my mother Issei. It was magical, he had said, when they had met on a beach and eventually fell in love, and thanks to that first meeting he had spent a couple of days in Japan working on that business trip and hanging out with my mother. As such, thanks to these interactions they became friends, best friends, and soon lovers. It was around a few months when he asked my mother to marry him at the very beach they met, and since I was born between them one could pretty much figure out her response. My father had never been a happier man than when he heard his future wife agree to their marriage, save for perhaps the time when I was brought into existence. That had been how I got the name Kaido, meaning ocean, and from there on, they decided to live on an island where we could go to the beach and spend some time there. A constant reminder of how they met every time. Now then, since we have enough backstory out of the way for the time being, let's go to my perspective, shall we? In front of a large, lavish, and calm-looking beach sat a young boy, and by young that meant about 6 years of age. He had palish blonde-colored hair, blue eyes, and pale skin while playing at the beach. Currently, he wore some beach clothes consisting of a yellow shirt and blue denim shorts as well as white trainers, as he crouched in front of a bucket and spade. The boy grinned like an idiot as he used these tools to construct a sandcastle shaped like one which he had seen from a picture book his mother had gotten him. Wait until my sandcastle will be the tallest, he proclaimed to the heavens, beaming like there was nothing in the world which could take this happiness away from him. Unfortunately, fate decided to smack his confidence down a bit, as while he played with the sand in his attempt to make a big sandcastle, a surge in the ocean became his sole warning before the waves crashed right on top of the construct. The boy muttered, his happy grin replaced by an agape expression while his eyes showcased just how utterly devastated he felt inside at how instantly all his hard work had been for nothing. Nothing remained of his sandcastle, nothing but a bunch of ruins while the sand itself got swept back into the seas, leaving very little behind. That's why you shouldn't play near the ocean, Kaido. A soft, warm voice filled with love and maternal affection filled his ears from behind, prompting the boy to look to the left. This allowed him to spot his mother walking over to him, a slightly amused smile on her lips as she stood before her son. She had black hair with a Japanese face and was wearing a summer white dress and a hat which she placed a hand on top of in preparation for a light breeze to come by, which did in the next few seconds, ruffling her dress. If she hadn't put her hand on her hat beforehand, it likely would have been brought off her head, hence her foresight, which had been something of a quality of hers that his father had said he was attracted by. Right now though, the woman gazed down at her son in amusement, whereas said son simply pouted while he looked up at her, having lost the drive to make a sandcastle thanks to the ocean. But Mom, how can I make a sandcastle if they just keep falling? The boy asked, sighing as he looked down while trying not to cry. If there was one thing which the boy didn't like, it was whenever his happiness was interrupted by something out of his control, like when he had been building that sandcastle. He just didn't like how there were things which he couldn't predict that would just wipe away all his hard work, yet that hadn't stopped him from trying. Seeing how down her son had become, his mother smiled softly as she kneeled down on one leg before him, placing her hands atop his shoulders, which drew his attention back to her. He didn't have enough pride to hide the teardrops developing in the corners of his eyes from his mother, who wiped them away with her fingertips. This is only one time, son, but you mustn't be too discouraged. Maybe if you try hard enough and keep trying, you can eventually get the result that you're looking for, she told him. Hearing this caused the boy to look up with a spark of hope forming in his eyes. Really? He questioned softly. This earned him a nod as his mother placed a kiss on top of his forehead before rubbing his hair with her right hand. Yes, son, to keep striving forwards is one of the qualities your father possessed in droves even when he was your age. It's how your father became what he is, she explained to him. something which caused the boy to beam happily as his spirit got ignited at the thought of some guidance, both from his mother's words and from his father's actions. Cool, then I will be a hard-working man just like Dad, Kaido declared, loud enough for perhaps the majority of the ocean's residents to hear as he turned and pumped his fist in front of him before throwing it up into the air above his head, an action which drew a small giggle out of his mother, who found warm amusement at the young boy's antics. I'm sure you will, but for now let's go home. It's getting late, wouldn't want to keep your dad waiting, now would we? She questioned with a knowing smirk, already predicting how her son would react to this news. He had been looking forward to seeing his father for a while now, so any chance he got to see him was something which he would be on board with no matter what. Her prediction came true when, in the following seconds, the boy had excitedly gathered his tools and put them in his bucket before rushing right back to her side, holding out his hand. Nope, let's go, Mom, he proclaimed, his mother grinning. After taking his hand, the mother-son duo proceeded to head off the beach. It wasn't long before they had left the beach and had begun walking down a stone pathway next to a grave road. Along the way, the two passed some of the neighbors who waved at them as they waved back. Hey Kaido, one such neighbor called out to the young boy called Kaido. Said boy looked to the left and spotted the source, a young boy of similar age with white skin, black hair, blue eyes, and was wearing beach clothes similar to Kaido. The sight of this boy made Kaido perk up considerably. Hi Jack, how are you? He exclaimed after disengaging from his mother's hand, checked the road for any signs of vehicles passing by just like his mother had told him. She'd reasoned that he wouldn't want to make his family sad if he got hurt on the road, which had been truer than saying that one could see their reflection in a mirror. Once Kaido had stopped right before his friend, said friend called Jack grinned back at him as he put his hands on Kaido's shoulders. Not unlike how his mother had done so earlier today actually, not like Kaido minded though. Anything which reminded him of his mother would always bring a big grin on his face. Doing great. In fact, my cousin got a new movie and lent it to me. It's called Hercules in Disney. The mention of the word Hercules caused Kaido to gape in both shock and excitement, his eyes sparkling to match this, especially since he really liked those movies. Especially the ones with cool action heroes kicking booty with cool gear too. They were the best, nothing like those films about those princesses, things that girls in school liked. Phew, really? His friend nodded, grinning at him while behind them, Kaido's mother walked up to the two excitedly conversing children. An amused roll of the eyes got triggered from her when she heard about the movie, already having an idea as to where this conversation was going. Her predictions came true when Jack thought of something and a literal light bulb switched on his head before he aimed a toothy excited smile at Kaido. You want to watch it with me? My parents are fine with it, he suggested. Oh, can I watch the movie with him, Mom? Can I? Kaido questioned after turning to his mother behind him, his eyes big and wide. One could call him a bit of a puppy right now, and they wouldn't be wrong. Many say that girls were the mistresses of the universally powerful puppy dog eyes technique, but if that was really the case, then young boys were their disciples on its practice. Meanwhile, Issei O'Sullivan pretended to think about it for a moment. Since they had spent less time on the beach than she had predicted, they would definitely return faster than his father by a short while. That would mean that he would be distracting himself in his room playing video games instead of doing his homework, but since he had been a good boy last week, she didn't see much of a problem with it. She could get some alone time to prepare for her husband's arrival from work. All right you can, she eventually declared with a mischievous smirk. Well, you have to be back home soon. Your father is coming back from his work late because of a party he was invited to. All right, I will, Mom. With his mother's permission granted, Jack and Kaido rushed inside the former's house while Issei looked at them fondly until the door closed behind them. This resulted in her proceeding to turn on her heels and head on over to the Sullivan family house to start making preparations for when her husband would return home. After all, he had a lot of making up to do since his wife and son hadn't seen him for a while, of that she was certain. By the way, this house had been about 2 houses away anyways, since they kinda like to live close to their community. Later, oh man, did you see that, Kaido? I did. It was funny when Hercules thought he hit the target but instead hit that goat man, Both boys currently sat in Kaido's friend's bedroom, laughing at the Disney movie Hercules, the famous demigod who completed 12 labors. The room itself looked like a typical boy's room, messy with clothes everywhere, various blue colors for the carpet, walls, and ceiling, among others. The works essentially. The two boys sat atop Jack's bed while they sat in front of a medium-sized, box-shaped TV with an inbuilt DVD player. Beneath it lay a box which once had the disc currently being played before their eyes. While the movie played, Jack grinned broadly at it. Oh, look at him go, Kaido, Hercules is really strong, he proclaimed as they watched the heroics done by said person. As the movie played, however, a thought entered the boy's mind, one which made him begin to ponder for a moment before he glanced at Kaido. You know, it makes me wonder if we are born as demigods, he mused. This drew Kaido's attention away from the movie to his friend, having paused the DVD using the remote. After looking at him for a few seconds, Kaido gave a low sigh of disbelief at Jack's comment. That's impossible, Jack. If there were such things as demigods, even ones amazing as Hercules, then is there anyone who could lift a mountain or shot lightning? he questioned with a dull stare, a stare which Jack ignored as he hummed thoughtfully, focusing on Kaido's words instead. True, but it would be awesome to do that, imagine that. He pressed, images of himself picking up mountains and jumping high into the air running through his young mind. Something which could also be said for Kaido judging by the gaze in his eyes, a gaze which wasn't special since the two boys were like any other their age, dreaming of being superheroes who would fight crime and save people, being loved by everyone in return. It was pretty much a lot of boys' fantasies, especially at their ages, and Kaido had been no different. Though instead of picking up mountains or shooting lightning like Hercules' father Zeus, strangely enough he began to think of what it could be like to make water do his will instead. I know, then I would fight the evil guys and save people. Maybe come up with a hero name. Jack nodded his head in agreement with this. Every superhero needed a good superhero name since it'd be what they would go by whenever they were out being awesome. Thus, the two boys began to think of possible superhero names, the DVD now being forgotten by them. Let me see, how about Thunderman? Jack suggested, hopefully. Hopes which got dashed when Kaido voted against it almost immediately. Too bland, how about Electricity Guy? The said boy wondered, though his friend paid him back by shaking his head and refusing that name too. There are workers who are called Electricity Guys, you'd be stealing their name. He reasoned, causing Kaido to frown. Looked like coming up with a name wasn't going to be as easy as he had thought, it seemed. After about 10 minutes of trying to come up with a pair of names they could use only to get nothing, Kaido finally groaned in frustration as he scratched the top of his head with both hands. "Aw man, it's really hard to come up with something, Jack," he proclaimed out of frustration. "It is. Let's continue watching." All right. They continued to watch the movie as they saw scenes of Hercules training, going through adventures similar to his 12 labors. A while later, something came to Kaido's mind in a similar manner to what his friend had gone through, which had led to their previous conversation. You know the old saying about history repeating itself? That saying got applied here when Kaido tapped Jack's shoulder with his index finger. "Hey Jack, yeah, do you know why heroes go through these adventures and save people?" Now this took Jack by surprise, especially with the curiosity on Kaido's face, like he genuinely meant to ask that question. It'd be something worth bullying him over if it were anyone else. However, Jack had known Kaido for a while now, enough to know whenever he was being serious about something, and this just happened to be one of those times. I don't know actually, he replied after thinking about it for a short while. It's about their ideals, boys. Huh. They looked behind and saw a teenage boy with black hair, one who was wearing a shirt in Greek words and shorts. Jack immediately recognized him, however, his eyes perking up at the sight of him. "Oh big brother, what are you doing here?" he questioned. "I was just about to remind Kaido it's almost time for him to leave, but I heard you asking why these heroes go through those adventures," the teenage boy replied. Kaido hummed thoughtfully at this, since Jack's brother had more experience with hard stuff than they did. Something told him that it might help their problem if he asked him for more info. Hence, that became what Kaido did next. "I see. What do you mean, Joseph? What is this ideal thing about?" Jack's brother, Joseph, smirked in amusement at the two smaller boys. Having been told by his mother to keep an eye on the time so he could tell the kids that Kaido had to head back to his mother's house, he had been about to do so when he had heard their little talk. It had surprised him initially, since it wasn't often that boys their age talked about complicated stuff like this. He took a seat on the one next to Jack's desk, which stood next to his bed, one which was usually reserved for work stuff, as he put one foot atop his thigh, an arm resting on the chair's backrest. Well, in simple words, it's something that's pursued as a goal, something which a person like you and me holds above anything else. Like you see soldiers serving their country for their ideals. Oh, I get it. But, what do they gain out of this? Do they get rewards or something? For a moment, Joseph looked to the side with a bit of uncertainty to him, before he looked back at the two boys. "Well, no, not everyone can get a reward," he replied slowly. This threw Kaido for a loop, for sure. His eyes enlarged themselves in shock at the fact that there were heroes who didn't get rewarded for their feats. Why was that? Weren't they doing all of this stuff so they could get rewarded? Then what's the point of going through those goals if you get nothing out of it? Kaido questioned, pointing out his confusion. Something Joseph latched onto hook, line, and sinker. That's the point, Kaido. Heroes do gain nothing out of it. Like Hercules could get a god-tier weapon if he asked his father, but he doesn't. You know why? Why? Idly, Joseph noticed his brother paying attention as well, before continuing his explanation. He wants to do it with his own hands and go through those labors to redeem himself. Not only that, but also to save people. Ideals are not about gaining something out of a situation, but instead you gain satisfaction when you feel like you completed something. Especially if that something goes along with what you believe in. Completed something. How would I know I feel I completed something? That is something you would have to figure out, Kaido. If you want to take anything from this, then remember, ideals are incredibly powerful things. They can help one strive forwards when they're down. They provide directions to those who are lost. Those who have strong ideals can then live their lives the way they see fit. All right, Joseph. Their talk about ideals and how they define people's actions now over, Joseph stood up from his seat as he put his hands on his hips. Sort of like the typical big brother mode that most older male siblings could do, and since the two of them may as well be like that, even though Joseph already had a biological younger brother, it worked like a charm on Kaido. Now then, let's go, Kaido. Wouldn't want your mother to keep you waiting, would you? Nope, but we didn't finish the movie. Don't worry, there is always next time. You just have to be patient. Those words Joseph said, they strangely sounded to him like those that his mother had said to him back on the beach, which served to destroy whatever reservations Kaido had left about going home before finishing the movie. Okay, Joseph, let's go, he proclaimed as he began heading out the room. Smiling at his obedience, Joseph made to follow him. All right. By the time that Kaido reached the door, he turned and, without forgetting his manners, waved a hand towards his friend. Bye, Jack. Bye, Kaido. See you in school. I will. Once that had been done, Kaido and Joseph then proceeded to go downstairs, the older male shutting his little brother's door before Kaido promptly exited the house. Racing home only took Kaido about 5 minutes thanks to the house not being that far away, plus the knowledge of seeing his dad again provided more than a little boost to his energy even after a long day like the one which he had experienced. He quickly ran to his house before he knocked on the door. After waiting for a few minutes, the telltale sounds of a lock coming undone got heard from the other side, before his mother opened the door to see him standing there. Briefly surprised, Ushio gave a welcome home smile to her son. Looks like you've arrived sooner than I thought, Kaido, she remarked, something which Kaido agreed with and provided the reason with a big grin on his face. I know, but Dad is coming back home so I don't want to miss the chance to see him, Mom, he explained. At that point, Kaido briefly noticed his mother glance at something, but since she returned her gaze so fast to him he thought that he had imagined it. He definitely didn't imagine the big grin which she formed though. Well, then you're in for a treat, Kaido. She spoke with a devious tint to her voice. Kaido could only blink in confusion and a small tint of dread at those words. Huh, what do you mean I am? Before he could finish his sentence, however, Kaido suddenly wailed when he was picked up in emotion so fast he almost felt like he would grow dizzy before he was pulled into someone's shoulder. He couldn't even struggle to break free due to how the hold had kept him trapped within its embrace. Always know your surroundings, Kaido. Dad. Soon enough, Kaido lost all intentions of trying to break free, however, when he heard the holder's voice and instantly recognized it as his father, Michael Sullivan. Once the hold lightened a bit after a few seconds, Kaido got off of his father's shoulder before looking at the said man. He looked to be a middle-aged Greek man who wore a sharp-looking gray business suit, a white dress shirt and black tie underneath. His feet looked to be bare since he had apparently already taken off his dress shoes, exposing his white socks. He held a briefcase in his right hand, as well as possessed the blonde hair which Kaido had inherited from him alongside his blue eyes. Immediately, the young boy rushed into his father's arms once again, the man laughing as the boy jumped into his embrace after he dropped his suitcase. He dropped it like it was an uncomfortable weight on him, something which behind his son. Ushio noticed but chose not to comment in favor of seeing her husband and father of her child embracing said child like he's the most important thing in the world right now. Dad, it's good to see you after so long, Kaido cried, a few tears falling down his cheeks as he buried his face within his dad's chest like he may never see him again. An action which caused the older man to smile softly at him, a warmth spreading through his chest which could only come from a loving family that would wait for his return after a long time at work. If there was one thing which he regretted in this world, forming the family he had right now was not one of them. It has been, son, he replied softly, caressing the back of his head. From the side, Ushio giggled as she walked up and embraced the two most important people in her life, the two people who gave her the most joy out of everyone she knew. You always make surprises when you come home, Michael, she remarked, happy regardless. Who wouldn't be when their loving spouse returned after a while of being away? Looking down at his wife, Michael grinned like a loon as he got an arm free so he could embrace her too. Ushio, it's good to see you, he said warmly, leaning down and pecking her on the lips. This action earned a gagging reaction from Kaido who whined about cooties much to the amusement of the parents, as well as a warm grin from Ushio who nodded her head in agreement. You too, dear. After the commotion in front of the house's front door got settled, the family of three then proceeded to head inside of the house, closing the front door behind them as well as any thoughts about going into the outside world for the evening. They'd be spending their time together this evening, and nothing the outside world could throw at them would change that. Eventually, the trio entered a rather spacious-looking dining room, complete with a four-seated table in the middle that stood atop a white carpet. To the left was a TV the same size as the one at Jack's house, while on the wall perpendicular to it was a lit fireplace. Aside from these, there wasn't much else that could be seen as noteworthy, save for the stand above the fireplace which held a peculiar object, but aside from that nothing else was worth mentioning. The family proceeded towards the table before sitting around it, with Ushio and Michael sitting on one side and Kaido sitting on the other. Before she sat down though, Ushio brought the food that she had prepared for them, and once everything had been set the family began to eat. After a short amount of time had passed, a talk got started by Ushio who cut off a slice of the meat she had prepped, stuffing it into her mouth. How was work, dear? She asked after swallowing the piece. A similar set of actions occurred with Michael before he gave his response. It's doing great, Ushio. My boss wanted me to do a project for the company so it won't be easy to come home soon. He informed her, however there was just something about that tone he used which sounded sus to her. Kind of like that game which the teenagers these days were getting into. Among Us she remembered it being called by Jack's mother. She had only talked to Ushio about it after hearing her son Joseph talk about it with his online friends. Apparently it was this constant detective-style game that's currently all the rage, something which she decided to dig out of him. "How long is it, Michael?" she asked him. For a moment, Michael remained silent as Ushio aimed her mother glare at him, as if she were daring him to not tell her about this apparent project. Internally he cursed that she had the instincts to tell when something was up, instincts which only grew now that she had a family. "About 2 months, he finally admitted, caving into his wife's gaze. 2 months. But Dad, I won't get to see you that much." Apparently his wife wasn't the only one he had to worry about either, because aside from her silent gasp with wide eyes and a hand over her lips, Kaido made that startling exclamation which nearly made Michael jump in his seat. Regardless, he made sure to keep his composure before clearing his throat and addressing his family. "I know, but the place I work at is getting complicated since this company joined," he explained. Ushio frowned at this, sensing that there was more information to know. From what she could tell, it seemed like there were things going on behind the scenes that even her husband wasn't aware of. She guessed this to be the case since she had developed a knack for this stuff after years of knowing her husband. "Joined? What do you mean, dear?" she questioned, internally feeling like she would not like the answer he would give her. Once again, her internal predictions were proven correct when Michael responded while gazing down at his food. "Well, about 2 weeks ago my boss signed a contract in order to increase our income since we're a low-level company," he explained. "What is this company called?" "Sariti Labs." "Huh, you mean those hospitals I saw on TV?" Kaido questioned. Even though he was a kid, even Kaido knew about the company called Sariti Labs. He'd seen them in many adverts in between watching his programs on TV when he didn't have any homework. The frequency around them had been enough for even a kid like him to notice, though judging by the above-average grades he got in school he liked to brag that he was smarter than the average kid, something which was well known to his parents thanks to the report cards he'd bring back home. Michael nodded his head in response to Kaido's query, smiling a little while wishing he were next to him so he could ruffle the little lad's hair. "That's correct, Kaido." While Kaido beamed at his father's praise, Ushio held her chin in her right hand, the name sparking a few memories in the back of her mind. "I've heard about them. They are the ones who not only created many hospitals but also made many medicines," she mused, thoughtfully. Again, Michael nodded his head. The man then leaned sideways while putting a hand atop his forehead and pushed some of his bangs backwards. "It's them. It's kind of funny that they are named after the Lesser Keys of Solomon, though. No idea why they did that. Sounds a bit stupid actually." "Lesser Keys of Solomon?" Kaido questioned again, having never heard that term before. Though to his confusion, instead of elaborating on that, Michael simply waved the topic off. "You'll know soon enough, Kaido. But anyway, now it's getting harder these days since we joined them." "Will this happen very often, Michael?" "I don't know, Ushio. I wish I could find a job where I don't have to be overseas. I'd rather choose my family over my job." "It's all right, Michael. I don't blame you for this reason." "I know." Evidently, the longer this conversation dragged on, the more tired-looking the middle-aged man showed himself to be. The man sighed in exhaustion, the fatigue resting upon his shoulders like a multi-thousand-kilogram weight. That weight only evolved into a heavier form when he heard the saddened voice of his son who looked at his food while trying not to cry. "But Dad, that means I won't see you that much." Michael frowned, feeling his tired heart get split in half at this, and even though he was exhausted as all hell, he still pulled himself together enough to try and comfort his son. "I know, Kaido, but don't worry, I'll try to make some expectations. You have to be patient. Be patient and you'll get something good," he explained, smiling tiredly at the end. Turned out that it worked, as nearly instantly Kaido's mood switched from depressed to downright excited. "I will. Then I won't disappoint you, Dad," he proclaimed, throwing a fist up to the skies, something which caused the smile that Michael gave to look increasingly bright. "You never have, son." After a few more moments, the family then continued to eat their food despite the sad news Michael had dropped in. Kaido then looked at the stand above the fireplace, something which had always been there but he hadn't really taken much notice of it till now. The reason why he had been taking notice of it was to try and distract him from the sadness that he felt inside about seeing his dad, even less thanks to some stuff beyond his control. Thanks to him eyeing the stand, Kaido's eyes blinked when he noticed for the first time what lay within that stand. Average-looking katana with a rectangular cross-guard, smooth rounded edges, and a dark blue hilt that had been sitting on a stand opposite the dining table. "Hey Dad." "Yes, son," Michael replied, looking up from his food. Kaido then pointed at the katana above the fireplace. "Why do we have a sword over there?" he asked his father curiously. Looking over to it, Michael's eyes momentarily widened for a bit before they returned to normal. Oh, you mean that one?" he questioned, getting a nod from his son. "Well, it's actually a family heirloom, passed down by our family," he explained, remembering the first time he himself had laid eyes on it. Actually, now that he thought about it, the man remembered himself asking about it in a carbon copy of this very situation. "Huh, weird." Kaido didn't notice the surprised look his father gave to himself at that revelation, the boy too focused on the katana to really pay attention. What? He was a kid with a short attention span. A lot of kids had those. "Really?" Michael hummed in confirmation instead of nodding, since he'd been doing that a lot today. "Yes, my father gave me this sword as a wedding gift." "Oh, I remember that time when we got married, Michael. Turning to Ushio, he gave a warm, affectionate grin to his wife as he took his hand in hers. Since she had longer arms than her son, it had been easier for the man to reach her than Kaido. "Yeah, it was the most romantic day we've ever had," he remarked. Memories of that time filled her mind, and an equally warm, inviting smile formed over the middle-aged woman's face. "Indeed it was," she whispered, fondly as she closed her eyes to imagine it again, when she experienced one of the happiest moments of her life aside from giving birth to her son. "Dad," Kaido whined, seeing that the two were about to exchange cooties again. "Gross. Why did adults do that kind of thing?" He even once saw Jack's brother do that with a girl who looked a little older than him. Did they not believe in the thing called cooties? All girls were supposed to have them, after all. Remembering that they weren't alone, both parents hurriedly pulled away from one another, having been about to make out in front of their young son. "Oh, sorry. But anyway, my grandfather told me stories about how it came to our ancestor who had a connection to some kind of god of the sea." "Really?" A confirming hum escaped his father's lips. "Yup, but it wasn't even confirmed. It's not even sure if the story was correct. Heck, even my grandfather said he met with a deity. And where did that go? He was almost convicted as an insane man." "I see." Glancing over to the clock, Michael's eyes widened when he noticed the time. This prompted him to stand up from the table, having finished his food. "Welp, it's getting late now, Kaido. It's time to head for bed." Kaido, who had also finished his food, pouted at the thought of going to bed. "Oh, do I have to?" he whined, something which caused his father to grin like a monkey and ruffle his hair again, one of his favorite pastimes since even at his age, Kaido had some care for his appearance. Kind of reminded him of how Ushio liked to maintain her appearance whenever she went outside. Then if you don't sleep, we won't have time to prepare for an event that's happening in 2 days." Whoosh. "Okay, I'm off to sleep." After seeing how fast her husband managed to convince their son go to bed, a low whistle escaped Ushio's lips as she grinned at him. "Wow, you know how to get him, Michael," she remarked, grinning at him. Turning to look at his wife, Michael grinned in the same manner as her. "He loves to go to an event just like me, Ushio." "Indeed so. I honestly almost forgot about that, Michael." "No worries, Ushio, sometimes it happens. Let's go to bed now, dear. You don't want to keep me waiting, do you?" "Oh ho ho ho. No, I wouldn't, my lovely wife." Time skip. "Hey Kaido, what happened to you? You look like a zombie walking around in daylight, Kaido." In the following morning, Jack and Joseph were walking by Kaido's house when the door opened and the said boy came out to greet them. Although, to say that he was 100% healthy would be a bit of a stretch since the boy looked like he hadn't gotten an ounce of sleep. For not only did he look like he would collapse at any moment, but there were heavy bags under his eyes. Additionally, his eyes occasionally closed up as if he found his eyelids too heavy to keep lifted over his sockets. "Dad came home." He nonetheless got out. "Did you spent the whole night with him?" A confused Jack questioned, wondering what the two of them could have done to make it so that Kaido would be this tired. He remembered playing games all night with his dad on a few occasions, but nothing had made him look this bad. "No." They both were screaming, so loud, as if they were happy. Kaido replied like a robot, head swaying from side to side. "Wait, what do you?" "Oh my god." Turned out that his brother had figured out what was going on, judging by the words that he had used. Turning to look up at him, Jack wondered why he looked like he had gone pale and a bit red as well, like there was something going on that he didn't want to think about it. What is it, Joseph? Do you know why Kaido's parents do that?" Jack queried. Seemingly forgetting that the two boys were there, Joseph looked down at them in a moment of temporary panic, before he hurriedly tried to think of an excuse while using his words to buy his brain time to come up with something. He had to hurry though, because from past experiences Joseph knew that these two lads wouldn't stop at anything to sate their curiosity just like what normal kids their age did. But if he told them what was really going on, then both their parents will likely knock him a new one. Especially his and Kaido's mother. "That is something which parents do at night time," he eventually said, although it proved to be too vague for the two inquisitive boys. "Well, one inquisitive boy and one sleepy boy." "Really?" "Yup. Why do I have the feeling that you're lying, big brother?" "No, I'm not lying, Jack. It's the truth." "Okay, but if you're lying." "I'm not. You can ask Mom and Dad about it." "I will." "Oh man, look at the time." Jack took out his water bottle as his parents gave it to him because sometimes the weather would be too hot, so just in case he got 30. He scooped up water from the fountain before splashes it at Kaido's face. "Why? What the heck was that for?" the said boy cried as he covered his face, wiping it clear of the water that had been used on him. That didn't register as important for Jack though, based from the urgent stare that he had on him currently. "We have a test today for writing, Kaido, remember." Oh crap. Ms. Karen will get mad at us if we show up late." "Thanks, Jack. Thank me later and let's focus on getting to class." "Got it." After quickly bidding farewell to Joseph, both boys pretty much hightailed it on over to the school, Greek Heart Elementary School. As fast as their little legs could carry them, they passed some kids as they looked for a classroom before they found one. 3 degrees Celsius, they opened the door and quickly got into their chartered seat. "Phew, we made it, Kaido." "Yeah, imagine if Miss Karen had noticed that we were almost late." "I don't want to think about it, Kaido." "Me neither." Soon the teacher came as she entered the room. She was wearing glasses, had black skin and was wearing a teacher outfit. "Good morning, students." "Good morning, Miss Karen." "Now then, roll call." "Kaido Sullivan." "Here." "Jack Peterson." Here, as she was doing the roll call preparing for class and taking out the copies of the tests the students hoped they had studied and prepared for, each of them prayed for good results, whatever they may be. When Kaito was at school, Ushio sat in the household's living room reading a book, while Michael sat beside her drinking some morning coffee as he read the newspaper. A short moment of tranquil peace came about between them, that is until the latter of the two parents lowered his newspaper and looked over towards the former, a mildly concerned look on his face. "You know, were we too loud last night?" he questioned. His question served to bring Ushio's attention away from her book and over to her husband, a brow arched in his direction. "What makes you say that, Michael?" Kaito looked like he didn't sleep all night yesterday, Ushio. "Was he playing video games all night again?" "No, you know how much he loves to go to an event, don't you, Ushio?" "Well, yes." "Then is it possible that, in his excitement, he would have been finding it hard to sleep so he stayed awake longer, and thus he might have hurt us?" "Oh dear, I guess we might have to give him the talk. Damn it, I knew I should have let him sleep over Jack's house, Michio. It's not our fault we hadn't had sex for many months." "True, but you're going to explain all of that." "What? Oh hell no, I'm not doing that, Ushio. Do it or else you're sleeping on the couch tonight." Ushio, his reaction would be the same as mine when my father gave me all the description of birds and bees. I had nightmares of that until I was 18. "Michael." "Oh goddammit, fine, I'll do." "Huh, were you expecting anyone?" "No, I haven't planned anything when you arrived." "Then maybe it must be the mailman, you ordered something." "I think I did, go see if it's the mailman." "All right, I will." And Mikhail got up from his chair before he put his newspaper down and walked to the door. Back on the sofa, Ushio pondered if Kaito really heard all of their sex time last night, an uncomfortable feeling of her husband being right in her mind. If it had really happened, then they would have been a whole heap of trouble for the both of them. "Honey." "Yes, Michael, it looks like you really ordered something." "I see, can you bring it?" "Sure, just don't be surprised." What do you?" Michael soon came to the living room as he had a big smile on his face. Upon seeing what he held in his hands, Ushio gaped in surprise as it was not a package, but instead was a stunningly attractive woman with sexy hip-length black hair that has bangs hanging on the right side with two ahojas, green eyes, a mole under her left eye, red round glasses, one earring on her left ear and a voluptuous figure. She looked to be wearing a long white coat with a mutton scarf, a green-colored sweater underneath with a pair of nylon stockings attached to garters which slid up into a dark miniskirt, and a set of heels. From the moment she saw her, Ushio's eyes practically turned into stars as she shot up from her position on the sofa. "Chisato!" She screamed like a giddy schoolgirl while pretty much shooting through the air like a bullet. A low grunt escaped her when the woman, Chisato, smiled happily when the mother embraced her, promptly embracing her back. "It's been a long time, Ushio. How are you doing?" she questioned warmly, her voice as soft and smooth as velvet. "I'm doing fine now, Chisato," Ushio responded after they separated again. Good. Still, as happy as she felt at seeing a longtime family friend, Ushio still wondered why she had come so unexpectedly. "Why did you come here?" "Well, were you not expecting me to be here?" "Yes, I did because of your work." "How was your family?" Hearing the word family caused Chisato to narrow her eyes, an irritated scowl on her features. "How terrible. Ornies wouldn't leave me alone for the past week," she explained, her scowl deepening. Michael raised a brow at the mention of that particular cousin, whose name made him remember a few certain details. "Your cousin who would try to protect you from anything, like he almost got mad at me for just touching you?" he questioned. Turned out that he was right when Chisato glanced over at him, nodding her head with a slight smirk. "Yep, that's him, Michael," she said, and while she was smirking the two parents could see the fatigue in her eyes. "What's wrong with that guy? He's like he is obsessed with you, like a brother protecting his little sister, but an extreme." "I know, you really need to get him to therapy, Chisato," Michael stated dryly, not at all happy with how persistent this guy was. Although as a fellow man he could see why, but still this was going way too far for his liking. Something which he bet his wife would agree with him on. "You think I haven't?" "Almost every time I did, he managed to make them go mad, which I had to pay a lot." Ushio narrowed her eyes in annoyance, crossing her arms under her chest and turning her head to the side. "Seriously, what's with his mind? Can he not get the hint you don't want to be with him?" she muttered in annoyance. Chisato grunted, her face set in an expression similar to the one her fellow woman wore as irritation-inducing memories returned to the forefront of her mind. "Several times, but he never leaves me alone. It's a miracle I managed to get a job far away from him," she explained in exasperation. Just then, a thought which sent no small amount of chills down her spine erupted into existence, its presence making Ushio go slightly pale with revulsion at it. Nonetheless, she just had to ask if not so she could get this thing out of her head. "Is he in love with you?" she questioned barely above a whisper. For a moment, Chisato remained silent as her brain processed that question, taking a moment longer than her normal processing time due to the absurdity the question had. Though the more she thought about it, the more repulsed she became to the point of paling just like the middle-aged mother. "I hope not. That would be disgusting. No offense, but your family is weird and creepy at the same time, Chisato," Michael admitted, shuddering at the thought while his wife had a similar reaction. "None taken, and you're right about that. I could almost feel like he's watching me every time. Oh, Euphoria, your beauty shines like the magnificent sun, only even more so." Don't worry, I'll find you, and when I do, we will make lots of love. Orinus. Gah. What is it, Reginleif? I'm in the middle of something right now. Stop with your creepy speech about a Furia and get to work. Get the Vatican to do it. You do it or else I swear I'll burn every photo and book about a Furia, even your secret stash. You wouldn't? Try me, bastard. Grrrrrrhhh, fine. Don't worry, a Furia. I swear when I'm done I'll find you and together we will be a happy family. Shut up already, Ornas, you're giving me a fucking headache already. Anyways, back with some of the more sane people in the world, Michael then decided to ask the following question and unknowingly mirror what his wife had done previously. But anyway, what are you doing here, Chisato? At this, Chisato arched a brow before a small smile formed on her lips, her face returning to its original color, which she felt thankful for. She didn't want to think about that stalker any longer than necessary, if she were honest. Oh, I thought I'd come by to visit you and your family before I leave tomorrow, she replied. This wound up confusing the parents, while Ushio tilted her head with a worried yet slightly saddened frown on her lips. Tomorrow? Aren't you going to stay until the festival comes? She asked, more than a little downtrodden that a friend she had known since before she had met her husband wouldn't be partaking in this event with her and her family. Something which Chisato had definitely noticed, due to the apologetic smile she formed. I really wish I could, but I can't. My work demands me to go to another place tomorrow. I'm sorry, I wish I could have stayed by to spend more time with you, she explained sadly, her eyes showcasing just how much she meant those words. She hadn't seen her friend in such a long time now, but because of what she did for a living, she had to cut her visit short instead of spending the day with her. Seeing the displeased look on Chisato's face, Ushio hurriedly got rid of the sadness on her face and hurriedly went to comfort the other woman, placing a hand on her shoulders to draw her gaze back to her. Oh, no worries, Chisato, I understand with work. Michael here has to do a big-time part because his company joined Satiri Labs, she explained with a supportive, comforting grin. Upon hearing that, Chisato's eyes perked up at the name. Oh, I heard of them. Their employees rarely have any time of vacation because of their high demands. They pay well, but you can't see your family very often, she remarked. Oh fuck, now this got more complicated. Rare vacations. I wouldn't be able to see my son's birthday or graduation. I'm starting to think I should quit that job, Michael muttered in dismay, not having heard that little tidbit of information before now. Thoughts and ideas about quitting the job had already begun circulating throughout his mind, because for him his family was more important than something he could get at some other place. He wasn't someone with a too specific skill set after all. Before he could continue that train of thought, however, Ushio placed a hand on his shoulder and got her husband's attention, offering him a kind and supporting expression which sent Michael's heart into a warm haze. Michael, you don't have to quit that job. If what she says is true, then we won't have to worry about Kaito's future, she told him. Michael wasn't as convinced, however, his worried frown persisting on his lips. His future, huh? How can I see it when I'm working away, Ushio? He would think I abandoned him and our family for work. I don't want to be that type of father, he protested. In between his breaks at work, Michael had read up on some articles detailing how there were growing numbers of kids growing resentful of their parents for not being present in their lives, with their situations easily being solved, yet those parents didn't solve those problems until it was already too late. It was like they didn't realize just how important they were to their children, or perhaps it was the other way around for them. No matter the case, he hated those kinds of people with a passion, as in Michael's eyes his family was his #1 priority. He may want a good job so he could provide for his family, but how could his family be healthy if he was working away all the damn time? He'd lost count of how many nights he spent dreaming of being back in his wife's arms in their bed, of seeing their son in the morning. You're not, dear. Kaito will understand when he grows older, Ushio simply replied, having the utmost faith in her son. With the way she looked at him, and knowing that she likely wouldn't budge on this situation, Michael felt like he had no choice but to relent, and thus relent he did. They say that women don't have as much power as men do, but in all honesty, when in relationships there were women who had more of a domineering presence to them. Ushio had been one of those women. I hate this job sometimes. On her side of things, Chisato saw how much the father worried for his son and family, thus promptly gave a small apologetic frown while she glanced at the ground. A pang of guilt erupted in her chest knowing that she had been the one who brought this subject up and saddened these two people who had become quite important to her in more ways than one. Sorry for bringing the bad news, Michael, she said apologetically. After raising his head and looking up at her, Michael waved an arm dismissively. No, it's fine, Chisato, I'm not blaming you. Anyway, you want to stay for a bit when Kaito comes from school, he offered, knowing just how much Chisato and Kaito enjoyed one another's presence. One could say that he took to her like water to a sponge. The feelings were mutual too, if the way her eyes brightened at the mention of their son were any indication. Sure, haven't seen the kid for a while. Wonder how he is doing now. And then Hercules was killed by a man who tricked him into wearing a poisoned shirt. Meanwhile, at school things were proceeding normally, with the class that Kaito was currently in being Greek history class, one which students found to be the most boring as well as tedious of them all. Nobody liked school, not even Kaito himself, but in all honesty he found Greek history to be one of the few upsides to going for some reason. He didn't get why himself, but it just felt that way to him. Right now, they were just finishing up the tale of Hercules and his labors. Initially, Kaido had thought that things would have happened like they had in the movie. But not only were there things which he remembered didn't happen, at least happened differently in the movie he had watched, but nothing in that movie showed anything about Hercules being killed in such a way. It had reached a point where he just couldn't contain it anymore and thus sought clarification. "Oh, teacher," he asked, raising a hand before doing so. "Yes, Kaido. Why did all that bad stuff happen to him when in a movie I watched yesterday I saw nothing happen to him?" For a moment, the teacher's eyes flashed with interest at Kaido's words before she began to explain to him. "Ah, good question, Kaido. You see, not all heroes have a good ending. Rarely, only some of them manage to achieve it. There is a difference between the real story and the ones people make a movie about it in their image. There is the realistic type, where some things were real, and then there's the fictional type, where it's completely made up," she explained. "Then, is there such a thing as a happy ending? Sometimes there is, sometimes it isn't. You just have to wait and see until it happens. Okay, Mrs. Johnson." The sound of the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson, as well as the end of the school day. Yet, as the students began to pack their things up, their teacher had one last thing to say to them. "Now, before all of you leave, remember tomorrow is the big day. Be sure to get ready for it, and for the homework, list all of the labors which Hercules participated in. Is that understood?" "Yes, Mrs. Johnson." "Good, now off you go." Kaido packed his stuff before rubbing his face as he tried to wipe the drowsiness from it. Unfortunately, it did little success since his eyelids still felt like they were made from something heavy or something. It had been like this ever since the day started, and thanks to the boring lessons he had throughout the day, keeping awake had only gotten harder to accomplish. Fortunately, before he could completely succumb to his desire for sleep throughout the class, he had gotten some help from Jack, who kept him awake by pinching him every time he had been on the verge of falling into slumber. Speaking of his friend, as he began to walk out of class, the sound of footsteps reached his ears as Kaido glanced to their source, seeing Jack jogging up to him with the kind of energy he wished he had right now. Note to self, make sure to get good sleep hours, so this never happened again. Unaware of what Kaido thought in his mind, Jack grinned as the two proceeded to walk together along the corridor, their destination being the school's main entrance. "Man, history is so boring, isn't it, Kaido?" he remarked, yawning. Kaido nodded, yawning as well, although his own fatigue mixed in. But since he had his friend to keep him distracted from his weariness, it wasn't all bad. "It is, but I can't help but to wonder which story is real, the movie or the lesson Mrs. Karen told us," he replied. What was the lesson again?" Hearing that made Kaido give his friend the stink eye. "You weren't paying attention, were you, Jack?" he questioned blankly. Jack had the decency to look affronted when interrogated by the weary policeman that was his best friend. "Boy, I'll have you know I have listened to Mrs. Karen's talk." "Then what was the lesson she told us about in homework?" "Idiots." "Ooh, what was it, Kaido?" "The labors of Hercules." The look which the blonde boy had on him right now could be best summarized as that of a disappointed parent. Something which went completely over Jack's head as his eyes lit up in remembrance. "Oh, that one. It should be easy since I watched the movie about it," he proclaimed happily, a broad grin on his face, though that soon got dashed moments later by Kaido. "I'm pretty sure Mrs. Karen told us to not use the movie details or else it's detention for you," he stated, remembering their teacher specifically mentioned close to the end of the lesson. At this point, the two boys stared at one another in silence, before Jack caved in and broke into a pleading posture. "All right, you got me? Can you help, please?" Seeing the way he was pleading and hearing the franticness in his tone, it caused Kaido to sigh in resignation. He just couldn't help himself when it came to his bro. One of the things which his father had said to him was that bros would always have one another's backs through thick and thin. That bros would be there for one another and wouldn't betray them by. Ooh, what was it that he said? Something about pulling a garden tool before a bro. Kaido couldn't recall completely due to his weary mind, but he did distinctly remember his mother not being too happy with his father for some reason. "Fine, come over to my house at 5 o'clock. "That's great. Thanks, man." "You're welcome, Jack." "All right, I have to go. My mom's cooking something special and I don't want to miss it." "Okay, bye, Jack." "Bye." Jack quickly ran out the school and along the direction towards his house before Kaido walked to where his house was. Moments later, Cairo arrived at home, raising his hand and knocking on the door. Afterwards, Kaido lowered his hand and waited for a while before Michael opened it. "Hey son, how was your day?" "Tired. Didn't have a good night's sleep because you and Mom were screaming so loud while being happy, Dad." Kaido wearily replied, yawning a bit. His words momentarily caused his father to freeze, his face briefly paling for a moment before he brushed it off with a bout of nervous laughter. "Ha ha. Yeah, it's kinda our fault. If it makes you feel better, you can play games for 2 hours," he offered with a small smile. Now this ignited the flames of activity within the small boy whose eyes lit up at the thought of being able to play video games for such a long time. Normally that wasn't allowed for him, so the fact that he would be allowed to go on games for so long really got him going. "Really?" Kaido exclaimed in excitement. Michael nodded, internally relieved at having distracted his son from something adult-like. It was only delaying the inevitable, of course, but still he wanted to mentally prepare himself for what would be one of the most awkward conversations he would ever have as a parent. "Consider this an apology from me and your mom for keeping you up all night." At this, Kaido became a blur of motion as he buried his face into his father's stomach, embracing the older man by his waist with a loud excited exclamation. "Thanks, Dad." "You're welcome, son. Oh, by the way, we have a special guest today." Momentarily leaning back with his arms still around his father, Kaido looked up to him with wide, curious eyes. "Really, who?" he questioned. "Hey, kid." Before his answer came, however, the sound of a familiar woman's voice reached him from within the house's dining room. "Aunt Chisato," Kaido exclaimed as he barreled inside, locating the said woman who sat cross-legged on the living room's sofa. Instantly he was in front of her, barreling into her with the woman letting out a small grunt and a giggle as the two embraced. Looking down at the bundle of life in her arms, Chisato couldn't help but bury her face into his shoulder, knowing just how well he enjoyed her hugs. He had once commented about it and it had warmed her heart like no other. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" she questioned, pulling back from him while smirking. An action which Kaido responded with a wide grin of happiness at seeing the woman. She may not be blood related to him, but Kaido saw her as an aunt all the same. "It's been forever," he exclaimed. Wait, why do your eyes have dark circles under them?" Just after she laughed, Chisato's eyes widened when she cupped his cheeks so she could look at the dark circles under Kaido's eyes, a concerned frown forming on her lips that seemed more motherly, and that of a medical professional. Considering what she worked as, that only made sense. Unaware of the rapidly growing awkwardness from his parents, Kaido shamelessly responded truthfully to the older woman. "Oh, it happened last night when Dad came home and I tried to sleep, but they were screaming so loud. It sounded like they were happy as if playing a game," he explained, with Michael sweating bullets while his wife looked to the side. "Playing a game, huh? Oh, I see. Very happy, huh?" Chisato remarked, giggling as she glanced at the two with a knowing look in her eyes. A look which promised that she would not be letting the two parents live this down. Just then, Kaido gave a loud yawn as he rubbed his eyes. Afterwards, he looked up apologetically at Chisato, a bit sad that his tiredness prevented him from wanting to spend more time with her. "Can I sleep for a bit?" "Sorry I can't hang around with you, Auntie," he questioned. Chisato didn't mind though as she let him hop off her lap and onto the ground. "No worries, just take a nap," she said with a warm smile. With another yawn escaping his lips, Kaido walked out of the room and sleepily walked up the staircase to leave the three adults in the living room. Once he was out of sight and they heard him entering his bedroom, Chisato turned to the nervous parents with an arched brow as she crossed her arms under her sizable bust. "Suo playing a game, huh?" Michael blushed awkwardly, looking away from the judging gaze which the woman was giving towards the two of them. She knew as a medical professional, not to mention as his wife's friend, that he and her had a bit more than average levels of hormones when each other were concerned. "It's not our fault we were horny," he tried to say, but it sounded far too much like a pathetic, weakling excuse. An excuse which got broken down by the other woman in the following seconds. "And you didn't think about that when Kaido was around." Point taken. "You really need to keep it in your pants, you two, or else Kaido will become exactly like all those horny teens desperate to get laid," Chisato stated bluntly, giving them the disappointed mom look which she had perfected over the years despite not having children of her own. Even as he was being lectured to like he was a brat before his father, Michael still tried to defend his dignity while his wife looked to the side in shame. "Oi," Chisato, however, didn't let up. This wasn't the first time she had to lecture the two of them. In her eyes she sometimes saw them less like adults and more like horny teenagers. It probably didn't help that they hardly saw one another either. "It's true and you know it. What happens when kids learn about birds and bees?" she questioned, getting up from the sofa and poking the man on the shoulder. "Crap." Looking over to Ushio, who had been staying quiet, Chisato walked to her and flicked her on the forehead, earning a yelp from the woman. While she pouted like a teenage girl as she rubbed the spot on her forehead that had been flicked, Chisato lectured her as well. "I know you are always horny for your husband, but you two need to learn some restraint. One of these days those hormones of yours will undoubtedly make you do something you'll regret but never be able to take back. Keep that in mind," she stated, before stepping back and addressing the parents directly. This was their usual dynamic, as while the three of them were indeed adults, Chisato sometimes had to take on the mother-sister role for them since they liked to engage in intercourse. "Maybe a little too much. You two need to keep it in your pants whenever Kaido is around at the house, maybe sending him to sleep over at his friend's house." "I was thinking the same." Nodding her head at the suggestion made by Ushio, Chisato huffed. Before she let out a small smirk which the two parents dreaded seeing, chills of fear traveling down their spines. "Well, this could be something really interesting when Kaido finds out when he gets older," she remarked teasingly. "Oh dear God," Ushio muttered in horror, her face becoming white with terror at what humiliations she would suffer at that point. Humiliation she would have brought upon herself too. It wasn't enough for Chisato though, as she then gazed at Michael with her smirk turning into a downright evil grin. "This can be perfect from the expression he makes. Come on, woman." Later, Kaido had a good rest as he slept for about 2 hours, give or take, before he went back down and talked with Chisato for a while. At one point, he asked about Hercules, which she suddenly got uncomfortable about. Before he asked what labors he had to do, as she asked about why he wanted to know about them, and he responded for his homework. Kaido could have sworn he heard Chisato muttering about erasing his history before she answered his question about the 12 labors. Slay the Nemean lion, slay the 9-headed Lernean hydra, capture the Cyrenian hind, Capture the Erymanthian boar. Clean the Augean stables in a single day. Slay the Stymphalian birds. Capture the Cretan bull. Steal the mares of Diomes. Obtain the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. Obtain the cattle of the three-bodied giant Geron. Steal 3 of the golden apples of the Hesperides. Capture and bring back Cerberus. He got all that written down on his paper so he wouldn't miss the assignment. Chisato was glad to help him anytime soon if she ever comes by or visits her. Unfortunately, she had to leave as Kaido was sad that she had to leave soon, but she reassured him that next week she promised to visit them, which ignited Kaido's spirit as he was looking forward to it. Jack arrived at their house for some help with his homework with Kaido before he was in his room as they discussed. So that's all the labors Hercules participated in, huh? Kaido nodded after another quick countdown, checking to see if he had them all. He did. Yep, that's all of them, he confirmed with a nod. His eyes gazing down the list, Jack stared at it with a look of amazement, awe and wonder. He hadn't thought that there had been so many labors initially, so this kind of blew his mind a little. Wow, that many, huh? Wonder why he had to do 2 extra labors. My father told me it was supposed to be 10 labors, not 12. He wondered, starting down in confusion. At that, Kaido also began to wonder. Part of him had been surprised at that admission his friend gave, whilst another part of him wanted to call Jack out for thinking that his aunt would lie to him, but he suppressed that. After all, Jack didn't know his aunt as well as he himself did, though to be fair, his figurative Aunt Chisato didn't show up all that often due to various reasons according to his parents. So Jack's befuddlement proved understandable. Maybe he was punished or something. Jack shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, but I'm betting $5 that he wanted to be more famous, he remarked, a slight grin on his lips, a grin which Kaido mirrored as he accepted the bet with his friend. Let's check the internet, pretty much everything we need to know is on there anyways, Kaido remarked as he went to his computer, clicked on the web browser before typing Hercules' labors. Let me see you. This person who gave him 2 more, claiming that slaying the Hydra did not count because Iolaus helped Heracles, neither did cleaning the Augean stables either because he was paid for the job or because the rivers did the work. Beat that. Aw dang it, Jack cursed, grumbling as he handed a smug-looking Kaido $5 from his shorts pocket. Even so, that did little to curb the confusion he felt towards this new information. But why does he need to do all of them? Couldn't he finish only 10 and be done with it? While he pocketed his newly earned funds, Kaido tried to think of an answer but came up with nothing. I don't know, maybe it's because he wanted to go with his ideals, maybe. Could be. The black-haired boy mused, before a frown formed on his lips as his mood soured. You know, I'm starting to think that heroes don't get a happy ending, he remarked. Glancing towards him, Kaido raised a worried brow, wondering why Jack had thought that just now. What makes you say that? I know I didn't hear the rest of the lesson, but I heard he got killed in the end. Oh, but the point is, will something happen to us if we are heroes? If I'm a hero, then who cares? I'll become strong and mighty so that I will protect anyone and hurt those who threaten my friends. Me too, man. After they talked for a bit, the 2 boys focused on the labors which they had to write in. The Nemean lion. What's so special about this lion? It says here that the lion's fur is invincible. Ah, cool. Imagine us having the fur of the lion, we would be invincible. If we could find and kill it. I'm putting that on my bucket list. Jack wrote on his notebook before putting it in his backpack again. Ugh, clean the Augean stables. That's disgusting. Imagine all the poop we had to scoop up. Kaido made a notion of being about to vomit at the images in his mind. Worse still, one time he and his family had visited a set of stables for a holiday of sorts, so Kaido could actually imagine it. I can already imagine it, Jack. Before the 2 could ponder on it further, they quickly moved on so they didn't have to go to the bathroom. Oh, the Cretan bull. Do you know about that bull competition where those guys ride on a bull and fall down? Yeah, my mother and I watched that show and it's funny seeing the bull doing that. That's one of my things to do in my bucket list. If that is, you can go to Italy. Man, guess I have to wait until we can go to Italy. Good luck, Jack. Hey, that's not fair. Why did Hera do that? Hercules won that girdle fair and square. I don't know, Jack, maybe it's because she hates him or something. I think that I read somewhere that Hercules came from someone other than Hera, right? He was called a demigod, and they're half human, half god things, I think. But isn't that cruel for him? He was just a normal person before he had to go through all those labors just so he can be free. I don't know, Jack, even I don't have an answer for that. Sometimes, I wish I could be there and help Hercules, maybe be his friend. That sounds like a good idea. While the 2 boys kept discussing back and forth about the various labors and their impacts on Hercules, Jack suddenly glanced at the clock in his friend's room. The moment that he did so, his eyes filled with shock and a little panic with alarm bells ringing in his head. Ah crap, I have to go, my mom gave me a curfew to follow tonight, he stated while getting to his feet. Looking back down at Kaido, Jack then made the following request while rubbing the back of his head. Hey, can I use your paper for the night? Kaido nodded, pulling out from his backpack a second copy of the sheet while waving it about. Sure, I made an extra so that in case I lost one of them, he replied. This caused Jack to beam brightly while he grinned, his eyes shining with joy. Aw, that's great. Thanks, Kaido, he exclaimed, bumping fists with his fellow lad. You're welcome, Jack. This exchange complete, Jack quickly got his stuff and put it in his backpack before he left the bedroom and later the house, leaving Kaido alone. Now that he got his alone time at last, the blonde boy finally got his chance to cash in on what his father had promised him, grabbing his controller before he turned on his console and started to play video games. Meanwhile, are the preparations ready? All of the magic circle has been placed, sir. Good. In an unknown location, several figures of darkness stood within an area devoid of light, resulting in complete lack of visibility so that no one could see their faces. However, judging from some of the voices that had been heard, it could be stated that 2 of them belonged to a bunch of males. Sir, I have a question. What is it? What are these circles we have placed in Santoroni? Ah, the new lackey I see. Yes, well it's rather simple. Those circles allow us to summon demons. Demons? You mean devils? No, not those wimps. I mean demons from hell itself. Isn't that the underworld, which is the same? HMPH, let me explain so your pea-sized brain can understand. The underworld is where those pompous devils relax in their luxurious lifestyles, just like any city on earth, and it's the more prevalent side of things. Meanwhile, hell is the place that sinners go to, be punished or turn into demons if their souls are black enough. Think of it like 2 sides of a coin, one side being hell and the other the underworld. That makes sense, but why are we summoning them, sir? Simple. We will bind them, take control of them and slaughter the residents here. They'll grow more powerful that way, enough to destroy those pieces of shit who threw us out. They will regret making us stray magicians. I'll use this chance to even finally get back at that asshole Jason. We will all have our revenge soon. Tomorrow will be the perfect chance to unleash our forces. Ha ha ha. A mad bout of laughter erupted from the figures, the many voices implying that there were far more within the darkness. Like the laughs of the beings they intended to summon, the clear intent to cause mass genocide much like the likes of the most tyrannical of human leaders in history could be felt from them, clear as day, which made the events to come all the more unavoidable. Yeah, me here. As you might have guessed, I know those fuckers real well. You see, those guys had been stray magicians, and those crackheads who were laughing their asses off just then thought they could control something black and demonic. Something said to be so chaotic that anything to do with the concept of order wouldn't work on them. More on that later. They thought they could have their chance in revenge against whoever wronged them. They thought they could have become rulers of some of the most violent and chaotic creatures in the world, more so than even devils with their stupidity. They all thought fucking wrong. They too will know what happens if you try to control real fucking demons. That was before the events that changed me from what I could have been to what I am now came to be, where I became the monster that everyone fears. They wanted monsters. Just like what people say, careful what you wish for, you just might get it. Wow, look at that arcade mom. Oh, and that Ferris wheel. These things look so cool. Indeed they do, son. Joyous laughter could be heard all around them, them being Kaido, Ushio, and Michael as they wandered through a small field packed to the brim with the majority of the town's residents. This would be one of the few times where everyone had the day off, so all of them gathering together in one place like this would be something to remember as a golden opportunity for any potential businesses who invest in attractions. The town itself wasn't that far away either, with there being a minority of residents who aren't interested in things like this, but still. The parents wore casual clothes, with Ushio wearing a tan-colored skirt which reached her ankles, underneath a pink sweater and a brownish-colored coat that reached her knees. She wasn't barefooted though, since she wore a pair of platform heels. Meanwhile, Michael fit the whole dad aesthetic quite a bit with his black shoes, dark blue jeans strapped to his waist by a black leather belt, a dark blue short-sleeved V-neck shirt and a striped open shirt on top of it. On top of it he wore a blackish blue coat, with a light blue cap on top of his head. As for Kaido himself, the boy looked to be wearing a pair of small black military boots tucked into some dark green camo pants. They were strapped to his waist by a matching camouflage belt with his upper body being covered by a dark blue hoodie with 2 hamstrings going down the center of his torso, a pair of fingerless black gloves on his hands. The hoodie remained lowered to expose his blonde hair though, for anyone who was wondering what the heck was going on. This was an amusement park, something which would awe pretty much any young child with their lively atmospheres, copious amounts of rides and other attractions including the food stalls which would sell things like candy. This had to be something that Kaido would love to go to whenever it came around once a year, and right now felt even better than normal for several reasons. Reason number 1, Kaido had missed the last one when he had fallen ill for some strange reason, and by the time that he had recovered the event had already ended. The second reason was that his dad was here, unlike before when his work usually made it so that he could never join him and his mom Ushio out here. Having his whole family with him right now more than made up for last year's disappointments. Oh, I just don't know what to choose. It's very hard. I want to do all of them combined, Kaido proclaimed as he looked to and fro between the various attractions, his eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. The amount of joy, energy, and excitement flowing through him right now could equal the flames generated by the sun itself, which would be a complete contrast to not too long ago when he had been like a zombie. Haha, I thought the same thing too, Kaido. HMMMM. I know. Hearing his dad's words caused the small boy to look back at his father who started rummaging through his coat. This not only caused him to try and put a lid on his excitement for the moment, but it also caused him to tilt his head in a curious manner with his eyes enlarging into a stare that looked absolutely adorable. "What is it, Dad?" he questioned, unaware of how many eyes got turned in his direction that were of the female gender. That wasn't to say that his father didn't notice though, and it sent a wave of pride through him. "That's my boy, charming the ladies already. Ah, to be young. Wonder if the kid will end up trying to complete every man's dream and have a harem. They'd have to pass my inspection first, if that's going to happen," the man thought to himself, although another thought dampened his mood slightly. "Right, still haven't worked up the courage to give him that talk yet," he thought grimly, before he suppressed that in favor of kneeling before his son and explaining the following to him. "You see, there is a game called Flip the Coin. If it lands on one side you can do what you like, such as play in the arcade or go to the Ferris wheel." This drew Kaido's attention, the thought of something being able to help him make the hard decisions in life all too appealing at the moment. "Really?" Michael grinned as he ruffled the lad's blonde hair. "Yup, when's your old man lied to you before?" he questioned, with his wide grin becoming almost like that of a certain blonde Hawkage right now. "See, heads is where you can go and play the arcade. If it's tails, then you go to the Ferris wheel," he explained. Beside them, Ushio smiled happily at the compromise her husband had come up with. "That sounds like a reasonable plan, Michael," she remarked, enjoying seeing her happy husband and son. In fact, if it weren't for them being in public right now, she would have started tearing up a bit at seeing one of her many dreams coming true, since she too had been aware of how important something like this was to the two of them. In life, many women dream of having a happy family with adorable children and a loving, supportive husband. It was one of their many pleasures, although she knew for a fact that there were exceptions to this, but in her eyes this was a dream she liked to have. Yet, it had been made a reality by meeting Michael and testing him to see if he was genuine in his interest in her. The fact that they were married with a child of their own spoke everything about the answer she got, as she rubbed her stomach fondly. "That's a great idea, Dad." Unaware of his wife's thoughts and instead focusing on his son, Michael's grin remained its usual chipper self. This opportunity was something he could have only imagined would happen in previous years, so he would not be wasting it and thus intended to make it as memorable as possible for the lot of them. "Yup, it is my boy. My father taught me this when I had a difficult time choosing one thing or another," he explained, chuckling as he remembered how much of a serious man his own father had been. He had been of the generation who had fought in the Second World War after all. Heck, he had been born during the end stages of the first one too, thinking about it. "Let's do it, Dad." "All right, hold on a second." With this set, Michael fully focused on rummaging through his pockets before pulling out a coin. Once he pulled it out, the man then put it on his thumb before he flicked it up into the air, watching it spin for a bit before he grabbed it when it started its descent and put it over the back of his hand. At first it had been covered by him intentionally, almost as if to tease his son further by prolonging the suspense, before he finally pulled the hand away, revealing the coin to be on the tail side. "The Ferris wheel it is then. Awesome. Let's go." "Wait a minute. Aw dang it." Pocketing the coin into his coat, Michael rummaged through it again before a look of realization came across his face, a look of mild annoyance forming as he went and face-palmed himself, something which drew his wife's attention. "What is it, dear?" she asked with a frown. After glancing at his wife, he simply stated with a dull tone, "I forgot my wallet back home." Seriously, things had been going so well right now and here he was, ruining it for his family. Determined to not let this stand, Michael made to head off, smirking down at his son all the while. "Don't worry, Kaido, I'll go back home and get it, it's not that far," he said, before he felt his hand get grasped and looked behind him, finding it to be Ushio who had done so. A look of comfort formed on her face as she made the following suggestion. "Why not you let me go get it? I already know where it should be. You and Kaido go and have fun together, you've been working hard already, Michael." For a moment, a look of comprehension formed on his face as he pondered on his wife's words, before a quick glance at young Kaido provided his answer for him. "All right, but be safe," he explained, sighing reluctantly. "I will, Michael. The preparation is complete. Are there any problems?" "No, sir, we have the magic circle ready for summoning, and binding spells secured." "Good. Now let's begin. O demonum qui sunt ab inferno, et exaudi nos laquamur vobis. Nostri respondendum vocationi ut te ab inferno puros in cisternam veterum, dismus, exaudi nos pro nobis et vocaviti. ROLOAARRR. It works. Now bind it." "Yes, sir." "Gah. What is taking so long?" "Sir, they managed to resist our binding spells." "It's not working." "What? No, it can't be. Please spare me." No. It hadn't been long since his mother had left to go back to their house to get his dad's wallet, so while she had been gone the two had been left alone to go and view the sights. As such, Kaido and Michael journeyed throughout the amusement park, talking in the sights and talking to people, family, friends, neighbors like Jack and his family who were also present, the works. Socializing was something which happened a lot in this time of year, hence why Kaido and Michael did it as much as possible, especially with the ease of the majority of their friends being here providing them this chance. Neither of them would let this go to waste. For Kaido, since his dad didn't have his wallet at the time, he couldn't go on many rides yet, so he had to make do with talking to the kids he had met and befriended at school about what they had gone on and how they had taken them. Some of his friends had consisted of a few girls in his class though, yet he talked to them as easily as he would any of his guy friends, like there wasn't anything different about them. From what he had heard, many of the kids couldn't go on some of the rides the older kids and adults did because of some rules, like they were too small or young, something which annoyed the heck out of them, so they used Kaido as a means to vent their annoyance since they couldn't around their parents. Not something which the boy minded, as he simply listened and nodded his head, probably not thinking too much about it since all he had wanted from this place was a chance to spend more time with his dad, something he saw as more significant than any of the appeal the other attractions had. On Michael's side, whenever he wasn't watching Kaido play with his friends, he chatted with the other dads and moms, while some of them were gracious enough to buy him a drink from nearby stalls. Those who did had been some of his closer friends whom he had made lasting relations with, either in the world of business or the world of parenthood, yet regardless he joked and laughed with them all the same, especially when they saw how well their children got along with one another. Heck, some of them even placed bets about who Kaido might end up with, like those kids who call themselves Otakus and do that thing called Waifu Wars or something like that. Just more tame, and without the whole merch toxicity involved. Not to say that their wives approved of this behavior, though, with a small few giving them looks which would send chills down any man's spine. All of that remained virtually unnoticed by the rest of the children though, so lost in their own little worlds. A while later, Kaido and Michael sat on a stone bench, having opted to take a small break from walking and talking so much. The bench itself was located in the middle of one of the amusement park's walkways, with a few others being placed there for people like them to take a break from the activities. Right now, though, Michael and Kaido heaved heavy sighs together, looking mildly winded from their experiences so far. Yet, the former still had the strength to chuckle in good amusement. Sheesh, it's not even halfway through the day yet and I'm almost pooped. So, this was what I always missed back then, huh? The man mused to himself, a forlorn expression soon forming on his face when he thought of how sad his family must have been back then, especially his son. While she would have understood his situation, Michael had no doubts that Ashio would have felt the same. Shaking his head to get rid of those thoughts, Michael then looked around to see where his wife was. Ashio isn't back yet, he muttered with a frown. It's only been half an hour, Dad, Kaido remarked upon hearing his dad's words. Mom once told me it's about an hour's walk to the house from here at my pace, but she makes it in, Pausing, he held his hands out to help him count, before looking back at his dad. 45 minutes tops. Hearing that caused the middle-aged man to sigh as he leaned backwards on the bench, looking up at the skies in remembrance. Yeah, I can imagine. Your mother was always quite athletic back when we first met. She wanted to compete in the Olympics, did you know that? Things didn't work out for her though, but hey, if she had, then she wouldn't have met me and you wouldn't have come around. He mused, chuckling in amusement. Ooh, what do you mean, Dad? What do you mean when you say that I wouldn't have come around? The moment that he asked that, Michael stiffened, with his face losing a bit of color. That question asked by his ever-so-innocent son, a question he saw as completely harmless, sent no small amount of chills down Michael's spine. It reminded him of how he needed to give his son the talk that all parents dread to give their children. He wasn't kidding when he had said he had nightmares about the stuff till he had been 18 either. His own father gave it to him when he had been about 8 or something, maybe younger, he couldn't remember exactly when, but it had been around that time. Since the apple never really fell that far from the tree, he felt certain that the same would befall his son too, even if he seemed to be able to talk to the ladies decently enough. That would change when he got older, the man bet, especially with the way females seem to be these days. He browsed the internet in his past from time to time. He knew some of the trends going on, like these memes and 4chan. Ugh, kids these days. And his son was going to grow up in their generation. Knowing that this place wasn't the best setting for such a talk, Michael opted to deviate from the subject and onto another one. Nah, not important, he stated, causing Kaido to pout at him, though no amount of it would sway the man's mind, for his pride was at stake. Anyways, son, you've been getting along quite well with everyone. How'd you manage that? Almost nobody seems to try and bully you or something from what you've told me and your mother. At the topic that his father hastily brought up, Kaido's eyes brightened considerably. That's because of Mom, he replied cheerily, swaying from side to side on his seat for a moment. He then stopped on his father's action of putting his hand on his shoulder, before continuing his explanation. I mean, Mom always told me to be all observant or something, and when I asked what she meant, she told me. And I noticed things I didn't notice before, like the intent people have behind their words and stuff. I don't know why, but after that I just started being nice to people and the kids kept being nice to me back. Well, that's a good thing for you then, son, Michael said, a wide and proud grin on his face as he looked ahead. Kindness can get you really far in life, and if there's something hard you need to obtain, then it can go a long way in helping you get it. Remember, son, hard work is pretty much the best way to pave ahead through life, because when you finally reach your destination it feels like you've properly earned it. He explained, thinking about the things he had to go through before he ended up where he was currently, a married man with a loving wife and a healthy family. To him, the best thing to do was work hard, and eventually things will just fall into place. He did that for the majority of his life, and that's how he ended up with the life he had now. He believed that nothing couldn't be obtained if one put the effort into acquiring it, and there was nothing that beat the satisfaction and pleasure one felt when they finally acquired what they had been working towards, especially if they had worked for it for so long. This was something he wanted to pass along to his son in his current stages of development. He wanted to install within him the drive to work hard and put effort into everything he did, to give it his all and to be satisfied when he finally obtained it. Okay, I'll do that then. I'll make you proud of me one day, Dad. Count on it, Kaido explained with a bright grin and a sparkling-eyed stare, one which almost melted the businessman's heart as the kid offered a fist, one which he took in the form of bumping his fist with his own. You already have, son, you already have. He mused, although Kaido had lost himself in his thoughts so he didn't hear that part, something which would become much more important later on. For that one moment, the two of them enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere they had generated, Michael with his inspirational talk to his son and Kaido with his resolve to make his father proud of the life he had lived. The atmosphere remained as such for a long while, with the two enjoying the rambunctious chatter of the citizens who walked to and from around them, the laughter that escaped the small children as they played at the stalls, the adults who watched over the next generation, the merriness, the screams. Wait, screams. KYA. Run. Fucking run. God, what are those things? Quick, grab the children and GYA. In one moment, everything had been peaceful, then in the next, wasn't. Cries of joy turned into ones of terror, whereas merry laughter turned into shrieks of fear as well as screams of pure agony. All around them, everything just fell off into the deep end, starting from when the skies turned a literal crimson color with the clouds becoming thick like that of blood. Additionally, various shapes came out from what looked like black rips that formed in the skies, on the ground, pretty much anywhere, these shapes becoming more pronounced as the seconds ticked by. The two saw this due to the ones forming in the air. However, they couldn't focus on them for long as, well, the entire amusement park grounds became a festival of fear and panic when all of a sudden these huge, bug-like monstrosities shaped out of one's worst nightmare burst out into the scene and surrounded the place. They were huge too, like the size of a bus or something with these small tubes that dangled out from their lower bodies. Not to mention that they had many long, sharpened legs and large pincers. Each of them flew through the skies above, encircling the ground while driving the people into a panicked frenzy, especially when some of the small children got scooped up by a few of them then taken to the skies. The sounds of crunching and pain screams being all too clear what their fates were in the end. Now one could see why that last person screamed to protect the children, only for what looked like a massive worm-like creature to burst out from the ground and eat that person alive in one big gulp. One could still hear his screams alongside the sounds of sizzling, the screams soon turning into frantic, dying and fearful gargles that soon got drowned out and vanished into nothingness. Fuck, Michael screamed, pale with horror at the sight, especially when he saw a young girl of no less than 14 being grabbed by one of the monstrous bugs, then get taken into the skies before his eyes became dots, thanks to the sight of it inserting the tube dangling from its lower region into the girl's middle. He knew exactly what that was, judging from how she screamed in pure pain only for a leg to go into her mouth to be used like a gag to shut her up, as well as the thrusting motions. Utterly sick at what he saw, Michael grabbed onto his son's hand and began to run. Let's go, son. We gotta get out of here. A panicked cry escaped Kaido's lips as he had to duck, just barely avoiding a smaller version of a white worm-like beast that tried to take him into the earth. He had heard the cries of that person earlier, and he did not want to experience whatever had happened there. But Dad, what about? He tried to say, images of his friends filling his mind. There's no time. Michael called back in anger, not at his son but more of the fact that this day that he'd been waiting for had been ruined by something he had never seen before. Quickly, he pulled his son into his arms so he could speed up his run. He gritted his teeth and did his best to barge through the fleeing civilians, many of them being friends whom he had shared a drink with and laughed alongside. He did his best to pointedly ignore everything around him, not the screams of his friends as monsters of all kinds burst out from behind corners, tackled them to the ground and either feasted on them while they were still alive or worse. He didn't want to check which. He ignored the cries of screaming children who had lost their families to previous attacks as the bugs circling above scooped them up and had their ways with them. The bugs seemingly doing what many predators in the world did and going for the smaller, weaker prey first. It was always apparent, yet he never thought about it much since he had his own life to live. Also, only some twisted fucks would want to think of such things in his mind. We gotta get out of here. We'll go find your mother and make sure she's alright. The thought of his mom being in danger suddenly registered within Kaido's mind, prompting him to scream and then bury his head inside his father's chest, crying hot tears that fell down his cheeks like waterfalls, especially when he constantly tried to do the same as his father and block out the death and destruction that kept going on around them. He even put his hands over his ears to help, but it did little to detract from the smell of metal in the air. Iron, he soon realized, no matter how hard he tried not to, and from his biology class he knew exactly why he smelled so much iron. If the screams around them didn't make that clear enough already. Then, things went to even worse shit when all of a sudden a large, black skeletal-looking creature with a long tail and a dome-like head burst out from one of the stalls, having seemingly hidden within it. With a screech that sounded way worse than anything they had ever heard, the beast tackled both Michael and his precious cargo, who screamed in horror and fear. Worse still, was that during Michael's descent he dropped Kaido out of his grasp thanks to the shock and unexpected nature of the attack, causing the small blonde boy to fall to the ground, rolling across it a couple times before he stopped. although he soon wished he hadn't when, upon looking up, Kaido's teary eyes momentarily cleared when he rubbed them, becoming a witness to the sight of his father being pinned down by the massive long black creature with its clawed legs on his thighs and its arms on his forearms. This locked in place, rendering him helpless as it sprouted what looked like an inner tongue to which it began to eat away at his father, causing Kaido to pale with fear and anguish. "Stop, stop, you're hurting him. Stop hurting Dad," Kaido screamed as he tried to rush over and pull his father's enemy off him, only for its tail to literally bitch slap him away and knock him to the ground. Thankfully none of the circling bugs above had seen him yet, so none of them got involved with this scene. "Go, son, go. Find your mother. Be with Dad. Do it." Even as his face turned bloody with portions of his cheeks being bitten off, blood splattering across his form while the beast tore away at his flesh, Michael still thought of his family first and quickly gave his son his last request. Soon he wouldn't be able to do even that anymore, when the beast hissed before it leaned down and ripped out his vocals as if it were annoyed by his screaming, rendering Michael speechless so it could have its meal in peace. Over with Kaido, the sobbing boy hiccuped a little as he saw this and, after a second's worth of hesitating, felt teardrops fall from the corners of his eyes when he turned and started fleeing with sobs escaping his lips. The tears fell constantly despite his attempts to clear his eyes while he heard the sounds of flesh being torn behind him, mixed in with the many voices of the dying. Heck, he heard some grunts and moans from certain areas, and sneaked glances while running to see these huge monsters from various fantasy novels his friends had showed him, inserting some kind of tube thing into their victims through either their mouths or their middles. Most of them were female and as young as 12, but there were few boys who had experienced similar things up their backsides and were screaming just as loudly while their tormentors grunted as they constantly rutted their hips in violent, disgusting ways. That sight would stay within his mind for the rest of his days as he ran, desperately trying to escape the fate that his dad and many others had faced around him. His frantic running led him through the many stalls which Kaido used as cover. After having seen multiple kids his age and older get scooped up by bugs who had their ways with them regardless of gender, he had figured using cover would help him move unnoticed even in this state of mind he had been in. Not only that, but thanks to coming here a few times in the past, Kaido remembered the layout of the place and quickly got moving towards the direction where the entrance lay after sneaking into a stall and getting some much-needed time to force air into his burning lungs. Thus, that became the start of his desperate struggle to escape the now bloody amusement park, with countless corpses being feasted upon by giant crows which looked to have lost the majority of their feathers. All kinds of monsters of varying appearances, all of them sharing the same grotesque and utterly revolting describing words that were capable of being used on them. Many times, Kaido had to avoid the more sparse areas so that he didn't get targeted by the bugs, as he had noticed that those areas had been the ones where they had hunted their prey the most for some reason. Not to mention those horrific worms kept surfacing there too, with creatures like the one which had taken his father from him going for the narrower walkways where people had thought themselves able to escape from. One time, Kaido had to take a momentary break to catch his breath, though he made sure to stay inside a stall while doing so and keep himself hidden from the many monsters lurking about. His dad, through his brief time in the military, had learned how important survival was and had thus dove into learning how to survive in the wilds, skills which he had then passed down to his son during their brief moments of time together last year. In his sorrow-ridden mind, Kaido couldn't recall them all, but he desperately used what he could to get through this nightmare alive. The same couldn't be said for many of his friends and a lot of the adults in his life though. After managing to get his breath back for a bit, the boy prepared to sprint again, especially after having a quick snack since he had found himself at a store which sold sweets. Kaido glanced to the walkways to see if the coast was clear, and saw a corpse. Not just any normal corpse though, but the corpse of someone who he knew all too well, though it wasn't his mom, but Jack, alongside the rest of his family. Though he could hardly recognize them due to the horrifically mangled states their corpses had been reduced to, with only their heads, a bit of their necks and torsos remaining, Kaido nonetheless realized their identities. It nearly brought him a new wave of tears, especially since he had spent a lot of time with Jack in particular, and now here he lay, a forgotten meal for some horrific monster. From what little he could see of them, Jack's corpse implied that he had died screaming in agony with redness around his remaining eyeball, the other having vanished to leave the socket behind. Similar states had befallen Joseph and their parents. Although their mother and father looked to be covered in some strange white stuff he definitely didn't want to know the name of, in addition to it smelling terrible with the iron smell in the air. Joseph. Muffled sobs escaped him thanks to Kaido covering his mouth with his hands, suddenly finding that he had lost what little appetite he had gained through hiding in these food stalls. He didn't think about why there weren't any monsters in these food stalls, and if he did then he would have assumed they preferred something more raw, organic, even in some twisted sense of logic. Still, he didn't dare slow down, because even with all the despair he felt inside while running about like he were trying to avoid all the BGMI around, Kaido still had one thing driving him into action, one thing he struggled to keep his focus on above everything else: finding his mom. By the time Kaido found the entrance, he had managed to slip through these two humanoid scorpions by using his small size to his advantage alongside his rapidly growing stealth and hiding capabilities. Yet, when he finally managed to escape the amusement park and went out to the town, he hoped beyond all hope that the town would have some kind of safe haven for him that he could rest and grieve properly. Sadly, he found himself proven wrong. Why is this? Choked sobs once again escaped him as Kaido managed to arrive at his hometown again, only to find it suffering just like what he had seen from the amusement park. However, the town looked to have it even worse than there. All over the place he could see massive smoke trails rising from sections of buildings that blazed brightly with orange flames. Huge-ass big monsters in the air alongside what looked like serpentine, skeletal dragons, and other bulbous monstrosities filling the skies with their ilk. Some spewed these big balls of blood which fell to the ground, and in the following seconds Kaido's ears rang wild with the roars of creatures he did not want to see anytime soon. If ever, the ground situation didn't look any better, either. Across the street, he could see countless things like skeletons, monsters without any abdomen skin which exposed their intestines, canine Dobermans which prowled the streets with their rib cages exposed thanks to their flesh having seemingly been melted away or something. Spikes made from some kind of chitinous material had erupted out from seemingly nowhere while dismembered body parts littered the roads, paths, and some of the buildings. All kinds of grunts, moans, shrieks, cries, and screams filled the town as the residents fled for their lives, he bet, though Kaido also knew from what he'd seen in the amusement park that they likely wouldn't make it. Mom, please be alright. I need you, Mom. I lost Dad and my friends, but you'll be okay, right? At this point, all this desperation he felt inside almost started making him want to laugh all maniacally like he'd seen some guys in movies his parents watched do. Because despite everything that had happened, Kaido still clung to the hope that this was nothing but a dream. A falsehood born from him having fallen asleep during his and his dad's rest on the bench despite the growing sense that the opposite had been ringing true this whole time. With a sense of desperation in his stride, Kaido proceeded to make his way into the city, using his small frame to his advantage to try and sneak past the monsters to where his mother's house was, hoping against all odds that his mother would be alright, that he would come home and find her intact, with a smile on her face, and things would then be okay. For the first time since this whole nightmarish ordeal began, Kaido felt a flower of hope bloom inside his chest as he neared his house. Having survived some pretty close calls to get to this place and having used some of his gaming knowledge to ascertain some of the weaknesses the monsters he encountered had to get past them, the thought of fighting them never crossed his mind even once, despite his dream of becoming a hero which he had celebrated with Jack during a time when everything was simple and great. The lights are on. That must mean Mom's home. She did it. She got here after all. The sight that he had just commented on intensified the blossoming feelings within his torso as Kaido, in a burst of adrenaline brought about from his excited nature, quickened his pace while ignoring how his clothes had been shredded and torn from all the stuff he had to do to sneak past the monsters. Not only that, but he didn't notice the smell of iron in the air being particularly thick, with small corpses hidden behind things like trash bins or upturned vehicles. All Kaido focused on right now was his almost insanity-driven ideal that his mother was alright, that she was unharmed, and once he got inside his house they could wait till help came and they would be able to live happily together. Once he got inside the house, opening the door and closing it behind him, Kaido saw something which replaced everything he felt inside. Happiness turned into horror, hope turned into despair and grief. His ideal turned into dust in an instant. Everything within him broke. What was the sight that did this to him, that awaited him after everything he had done to get her, you may ask? G-A-G-H. G-U-H. Well, the sight of his mother being handled in a way similar to some of the females he'd seen would have done that to him. Her form had been stripped bare, with various scratches and bruises covering her completely naked body, which almost made her look crimson instead of her normal fair skin tone. Some areas like her chest, mouth, and middle area looked to be covered with some kind of white stuff, some of it being thick like a sludge while others ran down her legs like some kind of juice. Her eyes, once happy, loving towards him and his dad while being full of life, now looked nothing like that. They now held nothing in them, no focus, no life, just this blank gaze of someone who had completely broken, with her mouth hanging open and various liquids dripping out onto the floor of the dining room. The table had been tossed aside, letting the one responsible for this pretty much have its way with his mother without issue. As for the one responsible, that turned out to be a muscular-looking beast with the body of a human, but the head of a horse. It also had a long serpentine-like tube thing growing from where he thought his own tube protruded from, in between its legs, that it had inserted into his mother from behind, loud grunts escaping its snout while its hips moved in rapid motions. Its hands gripped his mother by her shoulders, keeping her from moving too much while the sounds of wet slapping filled the room like some kind of death toll for the one who had just come home hoping for salvation. Instead, all he found was nothing but tragedy. Why was this happening? Where did everything go wrong? Kaido had to wonder this to himself as he fell onto his backside, looking utterly drained of everything now. His strength, his will to continue, everything. Why did this have to happen? Not to mention on the very day in which he could spend time with both his parents at once. Where he could laugh and talk with his friends without a care in the world. Where he could do homework in peace and celebrate life with the hard work he would swear to do so he could make another situation where this could happen again. His father had told him that hard work was the most important thing in the world. Well, right now, at this moment, Kaido began to doubt those words for the first time ever. Nothing seemed to make him want to do anything anymore, for he felt like he had lost everything at this point as he leaned against a wall and watched the beast have its way with his mother. Ushio not responding, which told him everything he needed to know about how long this had been going on for. It had taken him an hour to get here with his short, stubby legs after all. He muttered, wondering if his voice could make her respond to him. It didn't. At this point, Kaido felt like he shouldn't care anymore, that he should just give up and not do anything now. Hard work, PFT, what was that? He had thought that with his effort he would have been able to finally reach his mother and everything would be sorted, that things would go back to some degree of normalcy even if they would grieve his dad and friends' deaths forever. Didn't Dad say that hard work was the key to success? Well, he worked harder than he had ever done before just to get back home and find his mother. Yet here she was, broken, looking like she had been defiled beyond repair, and now Kaido had nothing. Why? What happened to make things end up like this? He didn't know. Kaido didn't know what anything was anymore. As he sat there, watching the beast do what it wished to his precious mother, the boy's eyes then randomly gazed about, an action he did totally out of random choice really. However, that random action led to something which grabbed his attention. The katana which lay on the fireplace's stand. It looked to have been knocked down during some kind of struggle, though Kaido didn't focus on that right now. Instead, he briefly caught a glimpse of the blade within, and momentarily marveled at its sharpness. In that moment, the glinting sharpness that the katana held gave birth to an idea inside Kaido's mind, an idea which he had never considered before. It had been so small, so feeble, and yet so simple, that he didn't know why he hadn't thought of it earlier. It reminded him of a spark of something which got ignited inside of him. At first, that spark remained as such while he stumbled to his feet, a new surge of energy rumbling within him, Kaido slowly walking towards the katana. All the while, the beast hurting his mother kept on going, a tongue hanging out of its snout as it turned his mother's head around and began its way of kissing her, shoving its tongue down her throat while its thrusts increased in both their speed as well as their volume. Kaido didn't register this anymore, his broken mind only focusing on the katana as he strode towards it. Strange. His dad never said anything about weapons being beautiful, yet for some reason that katana's blade mesmerized him more than anything had ever in his life. Images of him wielding it to slay monsters appeared in his mind, and that resulted in several sparks being lit inside of him till he stood before the katana on the ground. Slowly, he kneeled down and grasped onto its sheath, picking it up and feeling its texture while he pulled the katana's blade completely out of its hilt. As he gazed into that blade, seeing his reflection for the first time in a long while, the sparks ignited within him into a bonfire, then two before they appeared in his reflection's eyes. His own as well. What was this feeling? This feeling within him which felt warm, no boiling hot sounded like a better description. It did wipe away the feeling of coldness which had assaulted him since he saw his hope get crushed before his eyes, so he wasn't against the feeling. Seconds later, as he gazed at the beast shoving its tongue down his mother's throat, turning her around so it could do it easier, Kaido instantly understood what it was he felt inside. Anger. No, rage. Utter fury exploded within him and became a raging firestorm within his being. And GGARRGH. Explosions of emotion erupted inside of his being, like a dam finally bursting as Kaido howled like an insane madman possessed by a demonic spirit. He did this while lunging at the horseman thing. He didn't care at the moment, with the katana held up high like he had seen in some of his movies, intending on bringing it down on the beast so it would stop hurting his mother. THWAP. Instead, however, it simply threw an arm out and backhanded the boy in the face, knocking him down to the ground beside the broken-looking woman. Angered at its fun being interrupted, the horseman slowly stood up while taking its strange tube out of Ushio's form, looking completely white, which implied how much it had been using said tube. That didn't faze it though, as instead it turned towards the boy himself, who struggled to get back to his feet, using the blade as a crutch. Bump. On his end, Kaido stumbled a little as he raised his head, watching with a gaze filled with absolute disgust with the thing before him. He no longer felt any of the fear. Well, no, he still felt it to some extent, but right now Kaido felt the anger inside having completely dominated it, taking over his being. That hit had temporarily made Kaido feel dizzy and made his world spin, but with his rage he forced himself to focus back on it, even as its heavy footsteps filled the room while it prepared to deliver another punch to his face, knock him down and likely do the same to him as what it had done to his mother. Bump. The very thought of that only fanned Kaido's fury further as he held the katana in a rather amateurish stance, the weapon being surprisingly heavy to him, which he only noticed now, but that didn't matter to him. Nor did the feeling of his heartbeat thumping so wildly within his chest like something was trying to break free. For this wouldn't be enough. Not by a long shot. Bump. He wanted to make this thing hurt. He wanted to make it scream in the same pain voice that his father had when he got eaten. The same as his friends had when their lives had been cruelly taken from them without any rhyme or reason. The same as how his mother likely would have felt before all of this. At this moment, Kaido initially remembered Jack and his conversation about Hercules and heroes. But he quashed that. Now wasn't the time. Nor did he want to be a hero right now, or ever. Nobody had come to help them when they had begged for it. No hero had magically appeared to save the day. If there were no such things as heroes in this world, then he didn't need them. Kaido no longer wanted to be a hero. He just wanted to do one thing, and one thing only. Rip this fucker apart. Goong. Finally, the sound of something exploding inside of him got felt by the male, and Kaido stumbled as a response. This not only wound up helping him avoid the attack aimed at him, but also made Kaido fall onto his side before he rolled over till he could get back to his feet again. Slowly the horseman turned to face him. Wasn't it called a minotaur? No, there was half man and half bull. Thinking about it, this was a half man half horse thing, so he'll stick with the horseman thing, before proceeding to stalk at him, still thinking that he was weaker than it. When it instantly stopped. The reason? Kaido's body started glowing a really light green color, one which reminded it of pestilence and disease. Initially it had felt like something else, like the sea for some reason, but it had changed into this form now. Not only that, but his whole form ignited with this aura which gradually took over his person, his head which had been hanging low until now, rising up so it could see his glowing green eyes. His teeth were gnashed together even despite the blood from his mouth thanks to the backhand earlier, while Kaido gripped the katana's hilt tightly. That is until it too began to glow a green color. When the glow vanished from the weapon, it now looked completely different. Now, unlike before, it lacked any form resembling that of a katana. Instead, it looked to be a cross between a trident, a Bishaman Yari, and a jai with a crystalline appearance. Like the jai, it bore a horsehair tassel, although it was blue instead of the traditional red. Similarly, the two side blades looked to be straight with concave edges as opposed to the usual crescent blades of the Bishaman Yari. Its rear end also became a corkscrew, drill shape, with what looked like slimy green water flowing freely from both the weapon's ends. In addition to this, Kaido's form crackled with dangerous-looking electrical energy, winds whipping forth from his being into the surroundings. These winds weren't any ordinary ones though, for they seemed so sharp that they may as well have been like blades, forming gashes along the ground, walls, and ceiling whilst they chopped through anything they touched, left nothing remaining, like something had finally gotten loose after years of being chained down against its will. Yet, Kaido noticed none of this, too focused in his rage to see anything but his opponent, until he let out a loud roar and this new power exploded. Diie. Kaido, now utterly enraged on a level he had never gotten before in his young life, pointed his new weapon at the monster, unaware of anything else but the desire to make it pay for what it had done to his life, as well as his mother. The spear's tip briefly pulsed with the same slimy green power which followed up with the trident letting out a large volley of lightning bolts that struck the monster dead in the chest. The lightning's effectiveness as a killing tool shone through as the bolts charred the creature's flesh and caused its internal organs to explode after seizing up, resulting in the creature giving a dying scream before falling onto its side. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy the feelings inside of his heart, not one bit. This thing needed to suffer some more, and he knew just how to do that. By the time that Kaido stopped his attack, the trident's tip stopped spewing water and electricity before he walked on over to its fallen form. The young lad looked down at it before placing both hands on his new weapon's shaft, raising it up to the space above his head. Stab, stab, stab. Yeah, he began stabbing into it like a psychotic madman who had just escaped the insane asylum to take revenge on the one who had wronged him. Give me back my mother. Give me back my Muwather. Screams like this ripped through his voice during his little, or rather not so little stab-a-thon with blood and guts splattering all over, drenching not only the floor but also Kaido himself. He ignored it all though, his eyes shining with nothing but hatred and wrath as they glowed like eerie green searchlights. By the time his voice had grown hoarse and he had pretty much destroyed all his furious emotions for the time being, his sadness finally reared its ugly head. Pulling the trident out for the last time, Kaido took a step backwards, panting heavily as he regarded the absolute mess that he had made, before he finally broke down. Tears flooded down his cheeks as he fell to his knees, dropping the trident with a cluttering sound to place his hands over his face, sobs escaping him without any attempt to stop them from the lad. He didn't even notice the glow his body and eyes once possessed had vanished due to there being no need for them. Yet, why is this happening? He questioned in despair, glancing up to the ceiling as if he had wanted an answer from it. Well, the only thing it gave was cruel silence, a culmination of what he had been dealt the entire day which had supposed to have been one of joy. Instead, he could only see it as an absolute tragedy, the day when he lost everything that he had ever held dear. Breaking his gaze from the merciless ceiling, Kaido looked down at his mother's corpse, having finally realized that she had passed away long before he'd gotten here, before he reached forwards with trembling hands and grabbing it by the head. He then proceeded to pull her head to his chest and hug it, almost as if desperately searching for the warmth that she used to have only to feel the cold sting of reality from her. I am so sorry, Mommy. Please, don't leave me alone. His mother didn't answer him, only prompting Kaido to weep further. He did this for a seemingly endless cycle of time, before he finally put her down on the floor, his tears all dried up, yet if he had more, then he would have spent them. Standing up, Kaido looked down at the trident laying beside his feet, the instrument of his vengeance against the horror that took his lovely mother from him. For a moment, he considered just leaving it there since he felt like it represented the change that had befallen him today, but Kaido decided against it. In that moment of retribution, this trident had served as the means to the power he had sought, and thus he sort of felt grateful to it, and since it was still somewhat of a family heirloom, it would be all he had left of his parents. No way could he leave it behind, not after realizing this. Thus, Kaido grabbed the trident and held it in his right hand. After looking down at the white and red-stained woman who had raised him for so many years, Kaido turned on his heels and started to walk outside with his hair covering his eyes. Exiting outside, the boy bore witness to a bunch of monsters feasting on some helpless children corpses who looked to have reached their preteens, with a couple doing the same things which that horseman had been doing to his mother. As such, Kaido raised his head and showed an utterly 553 expression on his face, the green aura and glowing eyes he sported before returning with a vengeance. All before he proceeded to let out a loud war cry. RRRRAHHH. Just outside, black clouds gathered around as the monsters ignored it, but a lightning bolt hit one that had been flying around searching for victims to violate then devour, the color being a stormy gray. Not a second afterwards, a massive storm suddenly gathered from out of nowhere, forming over the skies above the city as tornadoes appeared throughout the streets, sucking all the monsters inside of them. Each monster shrieked, howled, and roared whilst they tried to get away from their pull, but the winds would not be denied. Not only that, but upon being sucked into the tornadoes, their bodies got violently shocked to death by the lightning that formed within them. The source of all this, Kaido, who stood outside his home with his body covered in the same aura from before, his trident almost reflecting that of its wielder. All the while, the conjured storm acted as an instrument of his will and responded to his desire to eliminate all the monsters that had ruined his. Additionally, the storm wasn't like any normal storms either, with the water's color from the rain and stuff slowly changing to that of blood, tornades with powerful winds that sliced through brick, concrete, pretty much anything, like unimaginably sharp blades combined with spear-like piercing lightning bolts that descended from the skies above, resulted in the monsters sensing something having gone horribly wrong. However, none of them would be able to formulate a solution to this problem before it became too late, for a god had seemingly descended and rained retribution upon them for their actions here. Time skip 2 days. If you look at the island just by a helicopter, you would see it's beautiful, but if you look closer, there is nothing but destruction, and the whole town is in ruin as people around them was dead, bodies were everywhere as it was eaten, scarred, or something would make even the devil look sick at it when it sees a woman. There were some survivors, but a few. Please, Kaido, kill me. The boy Kaido was filled with blood on his body as he had his trident in his right hand, though one wouldn't have been able to recognize him with how he looked right now. In fact, the boy looked to be completely emotionless as he gazed down at his school's principal, Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason had been a man who'd been good friends with his father in the past, being a stout-looking man in a business suit which looked to have been heavily shredded with various white stains near the rear. Kaido had seen what those meant, and thus knew what kind of fate had befallen the man. He partially felt anger at him for surviving while his mother hadn't, yet he couldn't help but pity him since it looked like his family hadn't been so fortunate. So there was a sense of kinship there, too. The man currently held the mangled, violated corpses of both his wife and daughter in his arms, both of them having been used as playthings by the monsters, including the man himself. That is, until Kaido's little spiel killed them all. Afterwards, Mason had crawled over to them from across the ground, his own anal violation rendering his legs completely numb, and hugged the two of them, all the while he let out his sorrow in one big wail. By the time he had finished, the principal had a look akin to what Kaido once had before he got his revenge, a look signaling that he had lost everything. Mr. Mason, Kaido mumbled under his breath while standing beside him, holding his trident. So many innocents had died today, and soon another would be added to that extensive list. Looking up at his former student, since the elementary school that he had once ran had been pretty much a monster breeding ground, the principal gave a mirthless chuckle. You were the brightest student at the school, Kaido, and could have achieved something great. But no, nothing can be the same anymore, he muttered, glancing down at his family. Before you do, there is a jet boat at the beach where you always spend time at. Here, take the keys. He put his hand in his pocket before taking out a key which Kaido looked over before he took it. I was planning to give your father a ride out to the beach where we could have gone fishing. Please leave this island. You are the only person left alive. Start a new life with a new name. There is enough money I've been saving for about 3 years. Anywhere is better than this hell. Let me join my family. Kaido raised his trident before he stabbed his heart, to which the man smiled. Thank you, Kaido. Remember this, there are no such things as true heroes, only the monsters that we keep inside. He drew his last breath as his head went down before he took his trident out from his chest before looking at the key. After he mulled over the principal's words a bit, Kaido finally mumbled the following before his principal's now lifeless corpse with his blood on his trident. You're right, sir. There truly are no heroes out here. Whoever did this, they did so without a care for how it would affect us. Dad was wrong. Hard work may get you somewhere, but in the end the slightest injustice can pull everything away from you, leaving you with nothing. This isn't a world of heroes, just one where villains who commit countless sins go on unpunished. Kaido mumbled, his voice growing angrier and angrier the more seconds passed him by, to the point where his lips started quivering, and not just from the storm that loomed overhead. I swear, I'll kill them all, every one last of them, until all of them are gone. From that moment, Kaido changed from a cheerful boy who had a happy family, a normal life, into the most dangerous man alive. He no longer goes by Kaido, instead he would now be Theseus, the same Theseus who had descended to the underworld. Now that he had his new designation for the rest of his life, the newly christened Theseus prepared for his journey out into the world, something which he had never done before. Though he didn't feel any fear at the moment, for he had little energy left to feel anything anymore. He prepared some stuff like the money he got from Mr. Mason, a backpack which has some of his spare clothes that had miraculously survived this nightmare. And finally, once all this was done, Kaido proceeded to head out to find what remained of his parents. There was hardly anything left of his father, just a head filled with holes and a torso with a single large gaping hole, showing that his innards had been forcibly ripped out. It took him a while before he found himself at the beach, the same beach which his parents had told him they had first met at. The boy stared at the waves, whereas once he would have felt happiness at seeing them, now all he felt was nothing but cold emptiness. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to protect you. I promise you too, I will become strong, and when I do, I'll make sure no one will get in my way, and I'll kill every one of those villains who went unpunished. He then walks to where the boats are before testing every last one of them, as neither could work before he found one which was at the last. He didn't know how to drive one, but he saw sometimes with his father on how to drive one. It was slow, but it's getting there before the boat leaves the island. For the last time, if Theseus had chosen to stay behind the island, then he would have encountered someone who arrived just moments after the whole disaster had passed. Walking around and looking absolutely horrified at all the devastation and expressive of sadness could be seen amidst the pained look on the person's face. No, why, please, no, the person mumbled, gripping her hands together into fists to stop herself from the emotional outburst she felt she would definitely exude if she lost what shred of self-control she had left. Walking along the desolate streets in the same outfit she had worn when she had last visited this place was Chisato herself, and right now she looked to be utterly devastated at what had happened while she had been away for her work in another town. Her work meant that she couldn't stay for too long at one place, especially a remote island like this one out of the way of all major conflicts that happened in the world. As such, she had always liked this island as well as its friendly inhabitants, so when she had heard that her friends had moved here to settle down and start a family, Chisato had been thrilled. She had thought that with them here, they wouldn't ever have to worry about the vast dangers out there, that they would be able to enjoy the peaceful lives they deserved with their son, someone whom she'd grown more fond of than she had thought she could for a mortal. However, something had happened this time, something which promptly alarmed her worse than being found by that stalker she had complained to Michael and Ushio about, prompting her to stop what she had been doing and immediately rush right back to stop whatever was going to happen to this island from happening. However, by the time she had arrived in a hurry, it had been too late. During her journey here, Chisato had become pale as a ghost when she felt a massive dark energy erupt around this peaceful slice of heaven amidst all the chaos and hell that polluted the world. There were few reasons why she would have sensed something like this, and most of them had been dealt with via process of elimination, which meant that someone had been summoning demons from that place. Not only that, but amidst all the darkness the woman had felt something she had not expected at all. She had felt divinity within this swirling vortex of negative energy, something which wasn't good for more than one reason. One of which was due to how divinity worked, for just like purity, the nature of the wielder determined what that divinity would be like. For example, a friend of hers was truly pure soul, so her energy always felt like it reflected that, warm, soft, and comforting, yet when her inner warrior came out, it would turn sharp, cold, and with a bite to it that could make even the hardest of souls quiver a bit in concern. In this case, this divinity she had sensed had felt worryingly twisted, like an evil god but one who had a speck of light in them. A bit of a paradox really, and one which made her both confused and very weary. She didn't know whether the divinity's owner was a god or an evil god, which was never a good thing, especially when it concerned those of divine origins. Various pantheons have shown how much of a bad idea a deity with unknown motives and sketchy intentions were, some more than others. Looking at you damn Greeks. By the time she got to the island, she was horrified at the state Santorini had been reduced to. Corpses were everywhere, and she sees the cause of this amongst them. Demons, which obviously meant that a god had gotten angry that it slaughtered these people. If I didn't leave, then this wouldn't have happened. She had a secret that she didn't tell to everyone, but that's a story for another time. When she was at the island, she felt a tiny bit of magic in it which she ignored, since magic is not common for the supernatural, and this was the result. In a fit of desperation, Chisato tried to find some survivors left and right but couldn't find anyone alive. Not even demons were spared, as she saw they were already dead. Alex, Sally, Michael, Ushio, Kaido, please be alive. Unfortunately, no one answered her prayers as she found most of them dead. She was devastated before she went to Michael's house and found no one was there, which means they must have escaped. She felt hope that Ushio's family might have escaped the destruction and headed for the beach, something she would be convinced of if a boat was missing. Thus, to confirm this, Chisato hurried to the beach so she could see if it was. But all that hope disappeared into the void when she saw them. No, please let this not be true. Her legs no longer able to provide her with the strength to keep standing due to the shock, Chisato fell to her knees when she saw her friends dead as they lay on the beach. I'm sorry. So sorry. If I stayed longer, then this whole thing wouldn't have happened, she whispered in between choked sobs while tears ran down her cheeks. As she wept over the loss of her friends she had lost for over 10 minutes, she then looked up and noticed something odd. It was strange to her on how their corpses had been found here on the beach, and judging from their states it looked like they had been killed shortly after the demons had appeared, judging by the ages of their injuries. Unless someone brought them here. Could it be? Chisato mumbled, a spark of light erupting inside her chest while she got to her feet and looked out into the beach, ironically standing in the exact same place that a certain boy had beforehand with her coat fluttering behind her. She hoped that Michael and Ushio's son was still alive, because if so, then he must have escaped this place with someone. With renewed resolve, the woman then got up with a determined gaze behind her glasses. Don't worry, Kaido. I promise I'll find you. With that she made her goal to see if their son was still alive. Or not, but she hoped he still lived. The now-named Theseus has been at the boat for a while before he finally arrived at an island, one a fair distance away from his hometown. He got off the boat as he stared at it before he left the key at the boat and left for the forest. As he began to walk he then mentally scanned his surroundings. Looks like I finally arrived at the main place. And first time here, he mused mentally. Though initially a wave of intimidation swept over him since this was his first time being away from his home, Theseus dispelled it just as quickly. It didn't matter anymore, for he was now an orphan and thus it would be tough as heck for him to survive without parents to guide him. So he settles to walk forward to see if he can find food or something. Time skip 4 years. A 10-year-old Theseus lay atop a pile of wooden, desecrated-looking crates as he began to think of the times he had been living in the city. Just like he had been expecting, Theseus had found it difficult to adapt to life outside his home on the island. It made him feel bitter inside that he still considered that ruined town as his home even after all this time. Still, regarding his new life thanks to how this city worked, something he bet was due to how society worked in general from what he could tell from what he remembered from his elementary school days. Theseus couldn't find a good, proper place like a house or to settle into since they required things that he didn't understand before he could be counted as a resident. Not to mention that many of the adults didn't take too kindly to his presence and often bullied him into making the boy leave their residence. His father hadn't told him that people were so mean, but he guessed that since horrors like what had befallen his home were allowed to happen, then stuff like this shouldn't be too surprising. Still soured his opinion of people even further, though. As such, Theseus had to spend a good few weeks living on the streets, using his funds provided by the school principal to secure food during that time. Eventually, he had decided that this city wasn't enough of a place to live in and had decided that leaving was his best option. With other reasons also contributing to him leaving, but more on that later. Right now, he lay in an abandoned warehouse like the one he had first taken residence in, which had explained why he had chosen to live in it for a while. He still had enough money since he had been cautious about spending it. He was no longer a child and had matured very early thanks to his solo lifestyle, forcing him to mature quicker than the average child. He quickly grasped things like money and how to spend it, as well as how to read people, so his initial discrimination by the populace happened as little as he could make it. Thanks to these factors, he had gotten only food and clothes. If anyone were to ask him where he was right now, Theseus would have said that he was in a city called London in the country called England. The reason being that he had traveled through the country for the last 10 years since his arrival, avoiding the police when they tried to ask him where his parents were or why he was carrying a weapon. In each case where he failed and got caught by them, Theseus had to use his power to quickly get away from them, which usually worked due to the versatility this power had offered him. Speaking of powers, time to address the elephant in the room. He thought that saying sounded appropriate right now. Shortly after his escaping his home island, Theseus had found out that he could control water, lighting, earth, fire, and any other elements he could think of. Not only that, but he had been feeling something inside of him, as if it was connected to him all in his life. So far, he had nothing on what this power was or why he had it in the first place, but when he thought back to when he had seen his mother's corpse, despite the fogginess surrounding that experience, Theseus Cloud still remembered the rush of power he had felt back then. How could he have forgotten? It had been his first ever taste of this power, not to mention he suspected that this trident thing he had was connected to it in some way. But like the majority of the mysteries surrounding his powers, the boy had nothing on this weapon either. If this wasn't enough, then what he had seen alongside this weirdness made his life all the weirder, but unlike his powers, Theseus wished he could have done without this one. Whenever he would go outside, the boy would see these strange creatures, not unlike the monsters that had ransacked his home but possessing a different feel to them, making him realize the differences between them. Nearly every time he saw them a fight would follow, and as a result the surroundings would get destroyed and attract a lot of attention, which resulted in him normally leaving the city with the monsters hot on his heels, almost like they were tracking him down or something. Which was fine by him since he easily dealt with them with his powers or his trident, while he constantly tried to figure out the answers surrounding his circumstances. On occasions, some of the defeated monsters would sometimes say demigod, magician, or a godling before they died, which confused the head out of him. Were they telling him that he was some kind of demigod and everything in the movie and history existed? If that was true, then how could they have hidden in the world for so many years? Because every time he saw them, people didn't even recognize them, and they even left them alone. Not only that, but after so many years of seeing them alongside what he'd seen back then, Theseus believed in the supernatural all too much now, so he didn't find it as shocking as he would have under normal circumstances. Despite all this confusion, however, Theseus remained undaunted in his quest for vengeance and answers. He intended to find out as he made plans before he got up from his makeshift perch and jumped down to the ground below where his trident lay diagonally on the bottom beside another crate. After he stood up tall and grasped his weapon, strapping it to his back, his hand froze in mid-motion when Theseus sensed something odd nearby, something which caused him to narrow into slits. At first, he wondered if it were more monsters like the ones who took everything from him, and if that were the case, then he'd be going berserk and destroying every single remnant of them so this earth would be a little bit cleaner. However, it didn't take long for Theseus to notice the difference between the energies he sensed now compared to what he felt back then. Yeah, 4 years of being on the run had taught him a multitude of things, one of them being how to sense and differentiate between energies. There wasn't much in normal humans, but there was much more energy within monsters, and they felt different too. In this case, an answer came to his mind that caused Theseus to grit his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing green in irritation while he gripped his trident tightly. Devils, he mumbled under his breath. Those beings. It had been about 3 years ago when he had his first encounter with them within a small forest-like area. He hadn't known what they had been doing back there, and he didn't have the chance to ask. Though not because they had attacked him first or anything. Beforehand, Theseus had found out that they had the same kind of energy as that which the demons had on the island, which of course led to the expected outcome, him slaughtering them before they even had the chance to speak. It was tough, but he managed to kill 7 of those buggers, him having briefly heard them referring to themselves as devils when he had been butchering them. It seems they just don't know when to give up, the blond boy muttered under his breath, a fury which he had long since grown used to filling his body. Rage was something of a constant companion to him at this point. Rage, resentment, these emotions among others associated with violence had been all he had grown up with ever since his home's destruction. It had gotten to a point where even the most normal of acts in everyone else's minds would just piss him off. For example, one time he had seen someone toss their garbage onto the sidewalk like it had been no big deal, and Theseus had to restrain himself from drawing his trident and punishing that person. Though the only reason why he showed restraint at all had been due to him at the time needing to remain concealed so his monstrous enemies didn't track him down so soon after a previous encounter. He likely would have sliced that person's unmentionables off as punishment for their conduct. As he prepared to go and deal with those scums of the earth, something caused Theseus's ears to twitch. The sound of a thud echoed nearby and temporarily halted his growing fury to replace it with confusion and a mild sense of curiosity. Strange, why did I hear a thud just now? Sounded like it was coming from outside, too. The boy thought before he proceeded to stride towards one of the warehouse's windows atop a small pile of crates before hopping up on top of it. He had ascended higher than a normal person by creating a cushion of air in front of him that he had planted his foot on, then pushed off, detonating it to create an upwards thrust that propelled him higher. After he landed atop the pile of created and looked out his window, Theseus's eyes grew sharp upon discovering a boy about his age on the ground in front of his temporary residence. Aside from looking to be the same age as him, the boy also sported some tattered clothes of his own, not to mention that he seemed to be the source of the demonic energy Theseus had sensed. His hair looked to be stained slightly with blood, though the faint silver color persisted across it, which made him believe the red had come from blood. Either the boy's own or someone else's. Theseus believed it to be the former, though judging from what he had seen from the boy's injuries. Soon, however, Theseus's earlier rage made a return with a furious vengeance, images of the demons that took everything from him filling his mind, which prompted the blond boy to scowl dangerously. His form briefly glowed green as he jumped through the window and landed outside his lodging. Once he had gotten to his feet, Theseus proceeded to skulk on over to the fallen devil's prone position with his trident starting to glisten from the water droplets forming on its tip, ready to form into any water form that its owner desired. Now standing right beside the unconscious devil, Theseus reared his weapon back with a look of primal savagery on his face, twisted malice written all over his body language. This thing, this scumbag, this rotten being that doesn't have the right to exist. It must be purged from this world forever. I'll make sure that it does before it brings harm to any more people. His rage-filled mind believed, whilst the water droplets on his trident quickly formed into a bigger version of its tip. Made from water, morphed into a solid form, not to mention sharper. It would definitely be able to complete the task that its master wanted of it, his form looming over the unconscious devil while being shadowed by the sun above save for a single, glowing green eye. Just when he had prepared to properly end this stain upon the earth, as if the demon beneath him were wearing a human child as a skin, the tip of his trident rapidly descended towards the back of the kid's head, stopping at the last second. Eyeing the bruises, Theseus narrowed his glowing eyes at them when he felt something akin to demonic energy from a few of them. Energy which had stark differences from the boy's own. Hold on, this is, Theseus thought when he glanced throughout the body beneath his trident's tip, said tip only inches away from impaling its target. Now that he had noticed this, Theseus also noticed that the other injuries he had came from similar sources, which brought a question into his mind that halted his fury. For the time being, why did this demon have such injuries? Was it attacked by its own kind, and if so, why? These questions filled the boy's mind with their presence, temporarily halting his murderous bloodlust for the time being. As much as his inner frustration demanded him that he end this beast now, Theseus had realized that he regretfully couldn't complete his strike now because of these questions. As if he did kill the damn devil, then he likely wouldn't get these questions answered. He couldn't sense any other demonic energy signatures around him anymore, which meant that this boy had been the source from the start, too. In addition, alongside his brutal bloodthirsty nature, something else had grown alongside it, his ability to both survive and think of the bigger picture. He had to get good at that if he wanted to stay ahead of the monsters, lure them into areas where his powers were highly effective, and plan his moves in battle. The monsters had limited intelligence, but they were never completely foolish, so he had to get creative in fighting them. As a result, seeing the devil before him like this made Theseus believe that something major was going on here, something much bigger than what he was currently seeing. "You owe me, this time." With a grunt of reluctance, Theseus grabbed the kid in one hand by the scruff of his tattered shirt, holding him like he was holding something stinky before he entered back inside his warehouse. Ugh, where? A while later, the kid slowly woke back up, his eyes opening to reveal sky-blue orbs within them. A low groan escaped him as his head throbbed, electing a pained hiss from him. Slowly, the boy got to his feet, which elected another hiss from him, but he ignored it in favor of analyzing his surroundings. As a result of his confusion, he found himself to be in what looked like some kind of warehouse. He knew what one was thanks to his mother telling him about that one time. Back when things were different. Oh good, you're awake, that saves all the trouble. His depressing thought got doused like lamplight seconds after they formed when he heard another voice that was not his own or his partner's, prompting the boy to tense up. Especially with the tones, he could sense from the voice's owner caution with an underlying sense of danger. In an effort to determine the source, the silver-haired boy turned around and saw someone in similarly ragged clothes as himself, being his age too, which surprised him since one wouldn't think he would run into someone similar looking to himself out here. The boy opposite him couldn't have been completely the same though, as unlike the silver-haired boy, this boy had blonde hair, as well as holding a large, crystalline-looking trident that looked like it came from the ocean depths, not to mention that in front of him a fire blazed brightly. The boy had identified him without even looking, his slouched shoulders suggesting that he wasn't even on guard at the moment, though the silver-haired boy's personal experience told him not to judge a book by its cover, especially when they still radiated a sense of danger that made him want to just book it if it weren't for his injuries. "Be careful, Volley." All of a sudden, the silver-haired boy, whose name was apparently Volley, had his eyes widened when he heard a familiar, ancient feeling, masculine yet booming voice in the back of his mind. Unlike the boy before him, this voice had no hostility directed at him, but much like the boy, it possessed no small amount of caution. "What do you mean, Albion?" Volley questioned slowly, not liking this tone. In the short time they had been together, he had come to learn that whenever that tone had been used, it was best to listen to the voice known as Albion, as otherwise they would soon find themselves in peril. Something which had been all too repetitive recently. "This kid, he has divinity in him." Hearing that sent waves of dread down Volley's spine as he eyed the blonde boy before him who just stared at the fire without so much as blinking. "Divinity? Is he a god?" Volley exclaimed, also sensing something supernatural about the flames before him too. Made Albion's statement all the more believable in his mind. No, at least not completely. For one, he doesn't have any domains and his power hasn't fully matured. "You feel it, don't you?" Upon Albion mentioning it, Volley did sense something off inside this other guy. Within him, he could definitely feel some kind of light to him. But that wasn't all, and that alone caused numerous alarm bells to ring inside of him. "Yeah, he has both light and darkness in him," he answered the voice, who hummed in agreement. "I don't know what it is, but be wary, Volley. He is strong, much stronger than you. Are you done spacing out already?" Momentarily, Volley had spaced out, and it seemed that the blonde boy had grown tired of the silence considering how he now had one eye looking straight at him. "Didn't think you'd be hard at hearing, too," he muttered under his breath, which slightly irked the half-devil, but he kept Albion's words in mind to stem his instinctive desire to retort. Those who had strength played all the cards, something he one day hoped to have the ability to own as well. "All right, now that we're on talking levels, let's get one thing straight. Raise your head to the ceiling." Volley did so, and instantly he realized how right he had been to heed Albion's advice. Not too high above them looked to be a whole sheet of these long, almost spear-like spikes made entirely from water. They each pointed directly at him too, and if the look in the blonde boy's eyes were any indication, he had every intention of using them at the slightest provocation. "Since we're in my turf, I'll be the one in control, and if you make even the slightest hint of hostility towards me," he began, before clicking his fingers, and, in the next second, one of the spikes instantly shot down into the ground beside them, impaling a cockroach passing by. Volley internally dreaded what that would mean for him, too. "Cabbage. All right then, let's start at the beginning. What's your name, kid?" Deciding that he had no choice but to play along with this person, for now, Volley slowly calmed his nerves and spoke evenly, hiding how he felt inside like he usually did. It's Vali, he stated. For a moment, the blonde boy seemed surprised at something, but before Vali could tell for sure the look vanished and got replaced with his original blank monotone. Vali, didn't think that a demon like you had a name, he remarked, and upon the word demon Vali sensed a spike in something very familiar to him. Hatred. Still, why did he think that he was a demon anyways? He needed to rectify that as soon as possible since he didn't like to be compared to something that he wasn't. Demon. I'm not a demon, I'm a half-devil, he responded. Half-devil? You half something and half monster? The boy once again questioned with an arching brow, now completely standing up but not facing him as he dusted his hands down. Now that irked the boy enough so that some of his self-control slipped. Just a little though. No, I'm half human, you idiot. Vali roared, furious at being compared to a lowly monster. Now, this caused the boy to fully face him after a moment of silence, the blonde boy seemingly comprehending what he had just said. Didn't know those kinds of beings were able to make a kid like you. I guess that since demigods exist in the history books, half-devils can somewhat, too, he admitted thoughtfully, seeming to believe him for the time being. Vali didn't get why himself, at least not completely, but he felt like a lot less hostility was aimed at him for some reason. Still, he did want to say something about that statement which had been made and say so he did with a blank monotone like the one the blonde boy used prior. You wouldn't be surprised at how many half-devils like me there are. I see. What are you doing out here? I'm trying to get those devils off my back, Vali admitted, grimacing to himself while the blonde boy frowned. Devils? Why are they chasing you? Because he's there. Finally, Theseus's perspective. Before they could continue their conversation, Theseus sensed a bunch of devils rapidly advancing on their position seconds before multiple holes got blown open across one of his temporary home's walls. Ugh, more pests, the boy internally raged, gritting his teeth. Well, it's a good thing that I have more than these spikes to play with. It'd be foolish of me to not set up more precautionary measures when interrogating an enemy. Afterward, a bunch of blurs passed on through and landed on the ground opposite them with two blurs rapidly advancing towards Vali himself. Said boy gritted his teeth and jumped backward, avoiding two nasty-looking kicks which could have sliced his head clean off if they had connected. After he landed, he expected the devils to continue attacking him and prepared to fight himself, something he had been used to doing at this point, only for something to happen that took his breath away. The moment that the intruding devils, consisting of 12 in number as well as sporting hooded cloaks with completely black bodysuits that covered them from the neck down, made to strike, about half of them instantly got impaled by a bunch of descending water spikes, each one impaling them in their vital areas. Additionally, those water spikes promptly detonated like bombs, creating huge-ass explosions which enveloped their targets, leaving their fates unknown to the attackers, save for the fact that the said targets were, well, dead. Very much dead, in fact. TCH, you devil scum never cease to amaze me with how scummy you are. Theseus's words brought their attention to him, with the leader looking like he wanted to rage until he spotted the trident which the boy held. A furious snarl escaped his lips afterward. So, it was you, then? He yelled, identifying himself as the leader of this posse of now 6, which prompted the rest of the group to look at Theseus like he had slapped them in the face. Something which confused the observing half-devil, though he didn't comment in favor of witnessing the other boy's powers for himself. Meanwhile, Theseus pointed to himself wordlessly, to which the devil got the hint and snarled like a beast. Yeah, I remember you. You're the one who butchered some of my men a couple of years ago. I've been meaning to find you so I can make you pay for that. Maybe I'll make you part of my peerage and have my fun with you there, he explained, before he grinned in a sinister manner, his eyes alight with sadistic malice. Now that I think about it, when I first encountered some devils back then they did wear outfits similar to these guys, Theseus thought, although that thought soon vanished when he flicked his free arm forwards and a bunch of serpents made from water shot out from within the tattered sleeve of his coat. The serpents' eyes glowed a beastly green while they hissed, lunging at the devil faster than he could react and puncturing him in the neck, forearms, and thighs. He did launch about 6 of these water serpents after all. Didn't think it was possible, but all that arrogance has clouded your brain it seems, he remarked, before an explosion of bloodlust erupted from Theseus's form while his eyes became bloodshot. In an instant, each of the devils tensed up from the massive amounts of bloodlust in the air, even the observing half-devil. Each of them panted heavily with their skin paling and their foreheads brimming with sweat, their eyes now dot-sized as Theseus's bloodlust had its intended effect on them. The men began to hallucinate as a side effect of his bloodlust, which clouded their minds due to its sheer intensity with almost breath-stealing darkness, their fears being amplified by this hallucination so much that they became paralyzed, unable to move, which would be their undoing. Not only this, but Theseus's immense bloodlust also had enough of a beastly atmosphere to it that the men saw themselves within some kind of watery depths of numbing cold and writhing pelagic shapes. My ability, where I project my bloodlust onto my enemy so much that they hallucinate, based on how when someone senses an urge to kill with great enough intensity, they see their own deaths. Got the idea from an anime I watched a while back, and whilst it took me a while to do this, it looks like the results are worth it. Theseus thought with a pleased, bloodthirsty grin forming on his lips akin to that of a shark about to go on a wild rampage. Though depending on the will of the enemy this technique's effectiveness varied, not to mention that it didn't last very long either. It wasn't meant to, its core purpose was to keep the enemy still after taking them by surprise, so that he could launch the finishing blow as a follow-up. Training in his power wasn't the only thing he did in those last 4 years after all, and right now he would show it to these foolish fuckers who dared think they could enslave him like some common street animal. Now then, time for my second technique, he thought, pointing his trident's tip at them. Thou, taste my... In the following instance the water surrounding the devils, formed from Theseus's previous attacks amidst the blood of his fallen enemies, instantly began to shift. It formed a circle beneath the remaining devil's feet, reforming itself into a set of large shark jaws made from water which chomped down on their asses, completely decapitating them with their heads being impaled by a bunch of water spikes Theseus had generated and launched for good measure. What was that, Albion? That was bloodlust, volley. Intense bloodlust as well reminds me of when a shark goes on a blood rage when it's surrounded by the life liquid. This boy managed to bring out bloodlust, which means he must have killed many creatures despite his age. In his power, I dare say he must be a demigod of Poseidon. Well shit, my luck just plummeted way down. Volley thought back, cursing at how powerless he truly was against this person. Just hearing that alone proved to him just how outclassed he was in comparison, like the demonstration of his prowess wasn't enough of an indication. Heck, Volley wasn't foolish enough to think that this was all he had either, and already he had presented himself as someone who Volley couldn't beat. For the moment, hold on. Of course. What is it? Albion didn't answer as he appeared on Volley's back, or rather, he appeared in the form of a pair of mechanical wings with 4 blue-colored energy feathers which also looked mechanical in design. For a moment, the boy before him made an attack when this happened, assuming that Volley would be attacking him even after this previous battle. However, when he heard a loud voice boom from the wings whilst noticing the feathers flash between every word, the boy paused his strike. Zendi Tempest. Who are you? The boy questioned slowly, blinking a few times in surprise at what he had just seen before he shook his head, narrowing his eyes with a wave of caution coming from him now. Unfazed by this, Albion continued by introducing himself. My name is Albion, the White Dragon Emperor. That power you have is a sacred gear called Zenith Tempest. Zenith Tempest. Sacred gear. Those terms confused the heck out of him, but from what this thing was saying, it sounded like it believed this to be true. Looking down at his hands which soon formed balls of water alongside multiple different other elements like earth, fire and wind etc., Theseus looked back to the silver-haired boy. Or rather, the wings which are apparently named something super edgy sounding. Then again, the edgier something or someone was the more people would want to stay clear of them, so it worked out in his mind. Zenith Tempest? I thought this was from some kind of secret heritage that I apparently possessed. What's your name? Theseus. Theseus. I understand now. You are the descendant of Theseus, the Greek demigod of Poseidon. I'm a descendant instead of a demigod. How? Your divinity could almost be mistaken for that of a demigod, but I sense you have human blood in you as well. That means you are not only a descendant of the original Theseus, but also a wielder of Zenith Tempest, the second most dangerous Longinus. From that expression, you must have not known this until now. For a moment, Theseus took a small bit of time to process this information, dismissing the elements he had conjured while he muttered the following words under his breath as part of his contemplation. Though thanks to him being a half-devil and Albion being a dragon with superhuman hearing, both of them heard it as loud as day. It helped that this warehouse only housed the two of them too, so there wasn't anything to drown the words out. These monsters keep coming back and forth for the last 4 years. Some of them kept saying I'm some kind of demigod or whatever, but they'd then vanished before I could get any answers. Not even books could help me. An understanding hum came from Albion's physical form for a moment, before he provided an answer to this whilst Volley realized that the two of them had something in common, being chased by enemies without end, albeit for different reasons. Indeed, history is true, but some have been left behind in the annals so as to keep the humans from discovering the secret part of the world. I see. Then explain this, Theseus declared while flinging his free arm to the side, shooting out a gray lightning bolt from the center of his palm. That wasn't all though, for the mentally exerted his will upon the lightning bolt and reshaped it into a killer whale made from the stuff, something which took a few seconds longer than the things which he'd made from his water element. From the moment he saw it circle around its maker, Volley got chills colder than that of anything he felt before. What the hell? Why do I feel like I'm seeing pure evil when I look at this lightning? No, it's not pure evil. There's no direction to the malice I'm feeling. It'd be better to describe this feeling as chaos in its purest form. Volley thought to himself, repressing the urge to shudder. Not even that person could incite this level of dread compared to this lightning. Oh my, this hasn't happened before. From the looks of things, your sacred gear has somehow mutated. Even Albion sounded like he hadn't expected this phenomenon before him, judging by the befuddled tone of voice he expressed while the whale made from lightning then vanished via erupting into an explosion above Theseus's head similar to the water spikes earlier. At this point, Volley couldn't contain his curiosity anymore and interjected into this conversation. Mutated. he questioned, voicing his confusion. Zenith Tempest has the ability to control the weather and elemental attributes that exist in nature. Elements such as fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, ice, the works. It's even possible to create artificial clouds in places where there is no sky. It seems that you have substantial control over these aspects of your powers from not only being a descendant of Theseus, but also you being able to make those things, to the point you can even control the weather inside buildings. At this point, some things which had been unexplainable to him before became clear inside Theseus's mind while he cupped his chin and thought, now no longer showing off any of the malice he had been expressing in the beginning. Heck, his trident had been flipped into the air and onto his back with practiced ease, too. I made the house warmer and colder whenever it got hot or cold. He mused to himself, though like before the two guests heard him loud and clear. I see, then you are a force of reckoning. Many people would want you for your powers, the awakened divinity of Poseidon, and a mutated sacred gear that could possibly go over its limit. So I'm strong then? Maybe, but you must be cautious. Despite all of that power, there are enemies like gods, devils, yakais, or any of those who would want your abnormal power. You're not even strong enough yet. Then what should I do then, dragon? First, either join a powerful organization like the church, a faction. Alternatively, join a peerage or train to get strong enough to where you can control your sacred gear more effectively, but the risk of that route is being detected by other pantheons. After getting those answers, Theseus began to ponder them while immediately isolating the more problematic and distasteful ones, that one being the possibility of him joining a peerage. The becoming a devil option is a major no-no. There's no way I'll join them, but you do make a point, he remarked, visibly revolted at the thought of being someone else's toy for amusement, especially the devils. They were like demons, so to him, it would be the same as joining the species which took his life from him. Still, there was one thing which became apparent to him, prompting Theseus to arch a brow in Volley's direction. Or rather, the wings on his back. For the first time today, he didn't feel disgusted when looking at some non-human appendages, something he definitely didn't expect to have happened to him. Why help me, Albion? Because you saved my wielder from being captured by those devils who serve the old Satan faction. I have one request if you can listen. What is it? Let Volley join you. What? Even Volley had something to say to that, the said boy looking at his wings like he had never seen them before. What did you say, Albion? I know what I said, boys. Why would I even take a person I just met? Theseus questioned blankly. It's just a request, that's all. I'm not demanding. Volley had more of a vocal response to that as well, with his eyes flashing with anger that burned brightly. Eyes which slightly surprised Theseus since looking at them. Felt like he was looking into a mirror. One could say he wasn't sure how to feel about a devil having the same eyes as him. Well, I don't need anyone's help. I'll get stronger to kill that piece of shit grandfather. From the moment he heard the last part though, Theseus's eyes glinted as he picked up on that word at the end. Grandfather, you say? He mused. Volley then glared at him, forgetting about what he had seen earlier of Theseus's power to end him whenever he felt it. It's none of your business. Is that why there are whip marks on your back? How did you? I was inspecting your wounds when I was healing you with my water, something it's apparently capable of doing. Probably due to my sacred gear's apparent mutation. It took a while, but the marks are still there. He did something to you, didn't he? For a moment, Volley growled and looked like he was about to erupt like a volcano, his fury at having something personal of his being discovered without his knowledge or permission. After a while, though, he forced himself to calm down since this demigod apparently knew too much already, so he might as well explain the story to him. He was the reason why my father bullied me when I have more mana than him and possessed a powerful sacred gear. I was weak, too weak, so I couldn't protect my mother, as such I was forced to endure the hardship I had to deal with. I managed to kill him when I awakened my sacred gear, but as a side result grandfather got interested in me. As such he's been having as many devil subordinates chasing me. So, an avenger, huh? Yeah, you can say that. Theseus was silent before he got up and got his bag before he started to leave, though not before glancing behind him out the corner of his glowing green right eye and saying the following. If you really want to come with me and get stronger, then try to keep up if you're slow. After saying this, Theseus left the warehouse. Inside, Volley remained silent while he looked down at his right hand before he clenched it, then he hurried to the door and followed Theseus. Don't think you're stronger than me, bastard. When I reach your level or higher, I'll make sure I'll kick your ass, he bellowed, to which, while he couldn't see it due to Theseus facing away from him, a small competitive smirk had started to form on his lips. I'll be looking forward to that. Time skip 2 weeks. After Theseus had met with Volley and Albion, they had discovered the reason for his power. There were 2 reasons. One, it came both from the heritage of being Theseus, the demigod of Poseidon, the god of water, storms, earthshaker, and horses. The second was that he also possessed the sacred gear Zenith Tempest, also known as the prison of bright heavenly thunder, the apparently second strongest Longinus. Not to mention a dangerous sacred gear which could attract any of the supernatural if he was not careful. The only Longinus said to be stronger than it would be the spear that stabbed Jesus Christ, the true Longinus. He also discovered from talking to Albion that apparently every legend from all over the world existed, which meant that even the Hindu and Greek gods exist. The stories about his grandfather meeting with a sea deity must have been true in that case, which also meant that this trident he possessed must have been a gift from the gods to them. Yeah, if Jack was alive he would be absolutely faint from the happiness that Theseus now had powers related to a god. But back to the current topic. Albion had, upon Theseus asking him, told him where these so-called sacred gears came from, since they had to originate from somewhere, and Theseus theorized that they came from supernatural origins. His theory turned out to be true when the dragon told him how the Christian Bible God made them so humans could protect themselves from the dangers of the supernatural world. There were apparently various types of sacred gears in existence. Longinus, the tools that can kill gods, named after the man who pierced Jesus Christ, numbering at 13. While some were low on the tiering system but powerful in their rights, there had been one that had caught Theseus's attention more than even the true Longinus. Called the Sephiroth Grail, the Holy Grail from the Last Supper that Christ used in the Grail of Arthurian legend, it's also one of the 3 holy relics. It had the ability to make contact with the principle of life. Not only that, but also its power to control the principle of life. The Sephiroth Grail could bring the dead back to life. Maybe if he could find that possessor, then he could revive everyone who died at the island. However, Albion had shut that option down when he told him that souls were very difficult to even revive. And if demonic taint was there like the demons, then the subjects would be revived as demons themselves. And if they're killed, they'd turn to ashes. There would be no afterlife for demons who already belonged in hell in the first place, with those with human origins not being an exception to that rule. Damn it. So anyway, other than this depressing and complicated stuff, Theseus had learned about Vali's sacred gear too, apparently called Divine Dividing, which could take away half of their power and make it the user's own, useful gear for him. It did seem useful, but the biggest weakness it had that Theseus had noted was that it required direct physical contact with the target, which meant that those who fought long distance could potentially evade that ability like dodging a bullet. True, Vali's mobility could serve as a countermeasure to this, but there was never any guarantee that could work. This came from Theseus's experience in quickly traveling around to keep ahead of the monsters which kept hounding him these last 4 years. Additionally, the two of them sparred with each other more times than either of them could count, which had not only gotten Vali more used to Theseus's bloodlust, though never quite gotten any immunity to it to his internal dismay, it also showed the descendant of the original Greek demigod of Poseidon that the half-devil companion he had loved to fight, to the point where he could be classified as a battle maniac, though it wasn't too much of an issue for Theseus since his bloodlust could be kept managed by Vali's love of battle. One could say that the two went well together, with Vali's love of fighting dealing with Theseus's bloodlust, and Theseus's bloodlust satisfying Vali's cravings for a good fight. One time when Vali got a taste of his divinity though, he practically froze for a moment before nearly dropping dead and having a seizure, had Albion not made the energy go away. Once Vali had recovered, the two boys had then asked the White Dragon Emperor what the hell had happened, to which Albion had told him that apparently Theseus's twisted version of divinity almost killed Vali when he attempted to absorb it. The power did not get absorbed by Vali, instead, it attempted to kill him. His power over his divinity was apparently a poison to anyone who attempted to absorb it. Thus, Vali had to be very careful to not absorb Theseus's twisted divinity lest he wanted a bad end to befall him. Furthermore, Theseus got an idea for a close combat style of martial arts when he had once looked at a comic in a comic book store, a martial art which he called the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. It could lead his enemies around the nose by moving about like a calm stream, only to finish them off with a punch strong enough to smash great rocks like a raging river. He made it this way because it fit his battle style well, his battle style being like a shark which went in silent, stalking its predator before finishing them off when they least expected it. As of right now, it wasn't complete since he was still a young kid who was making a martial art from a freaking comic, thus he needed to train a lot more in order to get the concept of the martial art down. He was not the only one who was getting better, for Vali wanted to beat his ass for how he treated him when they first met. Call it his pride or his battle maniac instincts, but whenever he saw someone strong, put away the thoughts of peace and prepare for war because he would be going to fight them. Due to this, the silver-haired half-devil trained hard in order to make his power grow stronger, as the sacred gears had a function where they could respond to the user's desire. It would take them years to master the power, or unless one had some kind of strong desire it exceeded and went beyond the limits. Yeah, it's considered to be a cheat code for the gamers and hacks. As of current times, the two boys were currently strolling along a street within the city of London, a place where they had recently had a rather odd encounter. One time at night when he and Vali were walking through the streets in order to find a place to rest, they had heard some strange noises from a nearby alleyway. Now, while they may be more mature when compared to those of their age range, they were still young boys with a large curiosity for the unknown. As such, they had gone to investigate, although both of them had prepared themselves in case a fight were to break out. Upon locating the source, they had met a pale person who had been arched over a deceased body of a male human in his 30s, sounds of flesh being chewed on pretty much stating what had happened here. The pale person then stopped upon his ears twitching when he heard them approaching, and turned his head to look at the two boys, showing his blood-covered mouth with trails dripping down to the ground beneath him. Before the person could do anything to them like add them to its meal for the night, Theseus quickly dealt with it with Zenith Tempest Lighting. Though once he did, the corpse of the person turned to ash, to which the boys noticed something in its rapidly decaying skull, fangs, which clued them in onto the dead pale person's identity. Vampire. Turned out that it wasn't alone either, for the two boys would then get hoarded with vampires as if they could smell the blood of their deceased comrade on them. Albie and Did mentioned that they had good senses of smell, which helped them track their prey down when hunting, although he did make an interesting comment that for how prideful devils were, vampires surpassed them in that department. Not something which the boys approved of, obviously. Unfortunately, they were weak and easily dealt with by the boys, with Theseus using Zenith Tempest flames to incinerate their dead bodies in order for the humans to not discover the supernatural. Even after this nightly event had passed, there was still one problem the boys had to address: money, which led to them currently strolling down the moderately busy streets. "How much do we have?" Volley questioned, looking to his companion who was busy counting their money. Once he had a proper number, the blonde boy looked back at him. "About £40,000, he answered. That principal must have pulled out all the stops to give him so much. He really didn't intend to live without his family or the people of his home island. Still, he was just as much aware of the impending problems as Volley had been, something which the silver-haired boy noted. All the while, he still reminded Theseus of said problem. "It's enough, but later on we will have a problem with money, Theseus. You think I didn't know about that? It will cause problems in the future if we don't do something. Well, why not you try using your sacred gear to get jewels from the ground? I have tried that, but there were only a few gems I could find. Not only that, but it would cause suspicion within the people on how a kid got these real-life gems," Theseus replied, frowning. Upon thinking it over in his head, Volley realized the validity behind Theseus's argument. Fair point. Well, we could become mercenaries or join an organization to solve our problems. He then suggested, the possibility of being able to engage in more fights really attracting him towards that idea. Still, Theseus didn't see that as too much of a good option. Both being a mercenary and joining an organization lead to the possibility of them getting betrayed, as well as possibly pushing them to commit things that they would have rather not done otherwise. I'm not sure about that. They could backstab us when they have the chance. Then what are we gonna do then? Starve to death? No way I'm gonna die like that. Unless we join a circus, by playing tricks and dressing up like a clown. Don't think that even you would be that desperate, Volley. What bright ideas do you have then, smartass? Fine, we'll join an organization, but if they try to do something, then I swear they will wish they were dead. That's fine with it. Now let's try A. Do you hear that? Huh. Unlike Volley, Theseus didn't hear anything. Unless one's race had unique abilities like night vision, enhanced healing, or great hearing, which Volley had him, then they wouldn't have heard what the half-devil did as he put a hand on his ear. T a sec. TH here, low. Fact, this by will survey. It's coming from there. You sure it's not coming from your head? No, it's not, you fucker. I have enhanced hearing. Neat, but why do we need to go there? Because they said something about serving in sec. I know we shouldn't get involved, but I have a feeling about this. Fine, let's go. With Theseus agreeing with him, walked through the night across the forest before they see some kind of sigils in their way. Ones they didn't recognize before. Ahead was a few people in a cloak as they were around a blood sigil, and in the middle of it was a boy with black hair and blue eyes. He wore a black-sleeved shirt with a bluish-gray infinity scarf. Over this, he wears a long, dark blue hooded jacket with darker blue stripes on the sleeve's end and on the hem. Below, he wore black pants of a lighter black shade, a black belt, and black shoes as he was bound at an altar and had a cloth on his mouth, obviously struggling to escape. Seeing this, Volley frowned while Theseus narrowed his eyes. This doesn't look good, he mumbled under his breath. Neither of them expected the urgent shout from Albion, though. Shit, hurry and stop them. Huh, what do you mean, Albion? They are attempting to summon an eldritch being, one which can cause madness to people just by seeing its form. Not only that, but their power is unimaginable. Aw shit, how big of a scale are we talking? On the count 1 through 10, we're talking about a million scale. Oh fuck. Theseus heard it and on it. Instantly, Theseus proved his words with his actions when pointed his trident at the cultists, instantly applying his sacred gear. As a result, from beneath them multiple spikes made from the earth shot up from between their feet, killing more than a few cultists, including one who had been holding a knife above the struggling captive's head. This action naturally caught them by surprise before they wound up seeing the kids who jumped out of their hiding place to rush them. One of the cultists even had the chance to yell out the following while pointing at the approaching boys. Intruders, kill them. The following second, Volley used his divine dividing to take half of their power, which they sense it gone before he kills them with his demonic power ray. On his side, Theseus just simply used his ability to make them momentarily stunned with fear. However, a second later they ignored it, which made Theseus widen his eyes. What the? One of the cultists pulled out a knife from within his robes, raising it up high while yelling the following. Die for our lord. Instantly, the small boy twirled his trident in front of him, catching the blade by locking it within the 3 prongs before he swung his weapon to the side and disarmed the cultist. Theseus then twirled his trident before stabbing his foe, pulling it out with the cultist's heart on its prongs that he swiftly incinerated with intense flames. Seconds later, Theseus swung it at another cultist who had approached from the side, smacking it right into the side of said cultist's head before he pointed the trident at 3 more incoming cultists, winding up using his to form a circle of water in the space beneath their feet. Once they were inside, it quickly turned into a set of shark jaws which then quickly bit down on them, decapitating the cultists. Just as Vali had finished killing one last cultist with his demonic power before he saw Theseus just about done as well. The said blonde flicked his trident down to the ground, wiping the blood off of it before strapping it to his back now that the enemy had been obliterated. That was a close call, he remarked. Vali nodded, frowning at the possibility of what could have happened had they not stepped in to deal with the issue. It was, I don't want to deal with a being like what Albion said running around. I like my life, thank you very much. I almost forgot about this guy. Theseus went to the boy, clicking his fingers and generating winds around the boy's hand binds. Winds which acted like blades to cut them to bits before he took the cloth from the boy's mouth and destroyed the binds on his feet before he got off the altar. Once he got off the altar and got his breathing back in order, the boy looked towards them. Thanks for saving me, you two, he stated, lowering his head in gratitude, sort of like a samurai lowering his head before his lord. Don't thank us. If they had managed to summon an eldritch being, we would have had some big trouble on our asses, Vali stated, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The bluntness behind his words didn't faze the boy, however, as he proceeded to head towards the back of the altar and pick something out from it, a Japanese-style katana. The two boys soon recognized it as, before walking back up to them. Fair point, I was caught by them in surprise and almost had me as a sacrifice for their god Sithalu. I wouldn't have lived if you two hadn't appeared. Next time, be aware of your surroundings, it's useful. I'll keep that in mind. Almost forgot, my name is Kuro Yatagami. What are yours? Theseus. Vali. No last name. No. Both boys replied in unison, but for different reasons. Not like the new boy named Kuro minded, since they did save his life. Alright, now then where's my briefcase? He goes around looking for something before he found his briefcase. I really need to find a job so I won't have to sleep on the streets again. Why not work for us? That caught the boys in surprise before they turned around and saw a woman standing by the entrance the two boys had used, carrying a cigar. She had creamy brown skin, blue eyes and long blonde hair with a tall, thin build, almost to the point of being lanky. The woman's attire consisted of a black blazer and black dress pants, a white button shirt, black shoes and a red cravat. She also wore a pair of circular wire-rimmed glasses. Theseus narrowed his eyes at her, not having sensed her approach them, which rang more than a few alarm bells in his mind. Who are you? He questioned bluntly, his hands twitching while he suppressed his desire to attack. For now. Yet, despite the aura of hostility surrounding him, the woman remained unfazed by it. It's rude to not introduce yourself first, boys, she responded with a smirk. Before Theseus could lose it to his instincts, Vali intervened. Lest they had a bloodbath on their hands which he had seen more than a few times. You came out of nowhere and expect us to introduce ourselves to a stranger. He questioned back, his divine dividing curled for the moment but ready to help him move at a moment's notice. Again, the woman smirked at him, a look of approval in her eyes. A good instinct you have there, young man. Very well, my name is Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing. You may call me Sir Integra if you would. Kuro finally joined the conversation, standing between his rescuers to form a triangular formation if one eyed them from a bird's eye view. What are you doing here then? I was walking through the street as I was heading home until I saw you boys, one with a real trident and another with silver hair, which is uncommon here in London. I followed you two until both of you managed to deal with the cultist of Sithalu. Integra replied. The fact that there was something else going on in that brain of hers didn't go unnoticed by the three boys, with Theseus taking point for them after they glanced at one another, then turned their gazes back to her. Oh, and you have an option of joining my organization, the Helsing Organization. The woman responded, taking out a cigar from her coat's pocket while lighting it within her mouth. At this, each boy grew slightly wide-eyed at the woman's proposal. Before anyone could think about it, Vali narrowed his eyes at the woman, crossing his arms in front of his chest. What can you promise us, woman? He questioned slowly. I can see it in your eyes, you love to battle, correct? I can provide you a list of strong warriors I can find and lead you to them. His response was immediate. Done. That was quick, Theseus remarked under his breath, although he wasn't too surprised. After all, as long as he could fight strong foes, Vali would go with pretty much anything. It was something that both endeared and annoyed him as well as Albion. Apparently, the White Dragon Emperor had a history with having wielders who had Vali's mentality. Soon it became his turn when the woman turned her head to regard him as well. And you have an unnatural divinity in you which I never seen before, which intrigues me, she stated. There will be others who would seek to find you like gods, the Vatican, devils or anyone if you have no backing with any faction, so choose your option. Hearing that caused Theseus to grit his teeth within his closed mouth as he glanced to the side, knowing that to be true. If this woman and Albion were saying this to him, then there was all the more concrete evidence. Plus he remembered a few times when a monster saw his sacred gear and would laugh, mocking him by remarking about how difficult his life would be because of that damn bug in the system. He had yet to figure out why Zenith Tempest was called as such, but hearing Volley's story had proven to him that there really were people who would do anything to obtain what they wanted, no matter the cost. "You've put me into a tight position, woman," he admitted, rubbing his chin with a hand on his hip. The woman didn't look apologetic in the slightest. In fact, he dared to think that she looked smug. "It's natural for me to point out options," she stated. "Fine, I'll join your organization then," he finally admitted, although he internally swore to get revenge if she proved to be untrustworthy and betrayed him. Not to mention that at least he got to join with someone who he knew, so it wasn't completely outside his comfort zone. A pleased smirk formed on the woman's lips at that as she took another puff from her cigar. "Good, and you, that sword with you, I can assume that you are a swordsman, correct?" she questioned, turning towards Kuro. Said man nodded his head in response to her statement. "That is correct, Sir Integra. Then I would like to see your skills in combat when you are out in missions. Will you help me track those cultists as well? You have some business with the Cthulhu cultists, don't you?" "That's my secret I wish to keep," Kuro responded, looking to the side and not willing to budge on that subject. Although Theseus suspected that the nail had been hit on the head regarding that one. Judging from the look in her eyes, it seemed like she thought the same as well, before she took her cigar out from her mouth and looked at the boy seriously. Like she had seen such things before, so she knew how to take them seriously. "Very well, I'll use my resources to track them down. They have been causing lots of trouble for us, it's better to see them gone." At this, Kuro nodded his head in gratitude. "Thank you. Now come with me, we have less time to keep these days hum." Before she could finish her speech, Integra stopped when she spotted something out of the corner of her eye. Turning, which prompted the boys to do the same, they soon bore witness to the sight of one cultist still alive, though it didn't look like he would be for much longer due to the injuries he sustained from a demonic power ray from Volley. Growling as he put his hand on his wrist, the cultist proceeded to yell at the group, no longer caring that one of them had just arrived on the scene. "Damn you! You ruined it all. Everything I have dedicated my life towards," he raged, though Integra and the boys showed no sign of giving a fuck about the cultists' woes or whatever. "Still alive, I see," Integra remarked, pulling out what looked like a long rapier from within her coat. Knowing that his time was limited, however, the cultist quickly acted. "I will succeed by all means," he yelled and pulled out a dagger, one which got put to use when he stabbed himself and the circle at the altar began to glow. It complete. With my sacrifice I shall summon our master Cthulhu. Alucard. A man appeared as a shadow beside her. Before seconds later a man rose from it, one who took the form of a tall, long-limbed, broad-shouldered adult man of indeterminate but reasonably young age. His outfit looked to comprise a charcoal suit, leather riding boots, and an intricately knotted red cravat, covered by a full-length and red frock overcoat with a cape. He also wears a red fedora with a wide, floppy brim and a pair of circular, heavily tinted, wire-framed orange sunglasses with goggle sidings. He also wore a pair of white gloves which each have a 5-pointed seal adorning their backs. Behind those glasses, the man possessed blood-red eyes, which were currently glowing like those of a wild beast's. "Yes, stop the ritual before he summons an eldritch being. Oh, looks like it will be a fun night for me." He pulls out a gun which took the form of a large magnum with the engravings Helsing Arms .454 Casual Auto on it. The boys also got into position with Volley to activate his divine dividing. Kuro pulled out his katana and Theseus having electricity around him ready to fight. But then, a stroke of luck came when one of the cultists, who had collected a sword when he saw it at an antique store, of which he had slaughtered the owner before getting the dagger needed for their requirements. The sword had looked nice and thus, the cultist had decided to take it. That curiosity ruined everything. The sword, which had fallen out of the cultist's robes to the ground, unbeknownst to anyone rolled onto the altar's summoning circle before it proceeded to glow brightly. This glow promptly blinded all of them before it died down as they put their hands down and saw that made them very surprised. Instead of an eldritch being, an adult man stood in the center of the altar, holding his head like he was nursing a headache. He stood at a fairly tall height, almost matching that of the man Integra had called Alucard, sporting black hair styled into a formal short length with his eyes closed so they couldn't be seen. His outfit, though, was what really got everyone's attention, for it consisted of a military-style cap on top of his head, followed by a large ankle-length double-breasted trench coat that had a large, folded collar as well as golden stripes along the ends of the sleeves. It was open, revealing a waistcoat with a pair of baggy pants tucked into some knee-high boots, while strapped to his waist was the same katana that the cultist had appropriated previously. "Ugh, where am I? Well, I'll be. How is this possible? Now I see. Alucard, explain what happened." "Yeah, I would like to know how I'm alive." "It's simple, see the marks on the pentagon. They are mismatched and incorrect, so an eldritch being couldn't come to our world. Instead you made an incomplete summoning and a new type of summoning, one which resulted in you having been resurrected instead. Even after all of my years of living, humans proved to be constantly interesting. No, this can't be. The cultist dropped down as he lay dead, his lifetime's worth of efforts reduced to nothing but a pathetic joke. After seeing this, the man looked at them. So that's what happened, huh? Damn, they even got my sword. How long was I dead for? He wondered. Integra hummed and thought at this, before she began to inquire into the man's identity. What's your name? It's Hijikata Toshiro, the man replied. At this, Integra's eyes widened before she hid it behind her usual expression. The vice commander of the Shinsengumi. The man nodded his head at this, his eyes bearing down into her own. That's me. Come with me and I'll have the answers for you. Fine, it's better than sticking around nowhere. Where can I find a drink? Everyone, this is crucial information. No one must know about this. If they manage to make this kind of ritual, then our enemies will have many trump cards with them. Therefore, nobody should speak a word of this to anyone. Is that understood? Got it. Integra nodded when everyone gave her their responses, before she turned on her heels. She then proceeded to walk out with a gesture for them to follow, prompting the males to glance at one another before nodding and following behind her. These past 10 years have gone like blowing a candle away when Theseus, Vali, Kuro, and the newly resurrected Hijikata Toshiro. Afterwards, they had agreed to join up with the woman known as Integra with an almost absurdly long name, though thankfully the group she led didn't have nearly as long a name. The Helsing Organization. So far, from the last 10 years the boys had spent under her care, Integra had been true to her word in that there wouldn't be any backstabbers launched against them when their guards were down. So Theseus and the boys had slowly managed to integrate themselves into their group and become a set of prominent members of the organization. It helped that they normally reside within London within their HQ, which turned out to be in a freaking mansion of all things located within the outskirts of London. Apparently, when Kuro had asked Integra why she had something like this, she had revealed that her bloodline, the Helsing family, had been involved with monitoring and dealing with troublesome supernatural incidents, which was why she had knowledge of the supernatural despite being human. Her bloodline spoke volumes in this world, in which power was the most respected thing around. As a result, the boys had grown up into fine young men of their late teens in age, with the 20-year-old Theseus having grown up into a handsome young adult who could catch any supermodel's attention with his face, with the red coat-wearing man known as Alucard once commenting he could be mistaken as a demigod of Aphrodite. Speaking of Aphrodite, Theseus had once asked Alucard about the Greek gods, if they even existed, like there were less monsters in Greece, to which he had one of his crazy laughing fits while saying that the Greek gods no longer resided in that place anymore. Instead, they had moved to the Western civilization in America as their power was stronger there, which meant all of their legends and destinations were within their new residence known as New York. He had then said that demigods resided there in a camp called Camp Half-Blood, the reasoning being that their scents could attract any type of monster who resided there and were within close enough range. He had even said that Hitler had been a son of Hades and had caused World War II. They just couldn't keep it in their pants, huh? The moment that Theseus had made that single statement, the expression that showed Alucard's amusement combined with Integra's annoyance said it all. Well, at least Theseus wasn't the only one with demigod powers. Anyways, aside from appearances, the blonde young man had been training with his abilities, mostly on his speed, because the thing about tridents was that they mainly required precise speed and technique in order to be properly effective. Heck, he had even created some techniques in the blink of an eye which utilized various parts of his trident for close combat purposes. He can further increase it with his chaos energy, and if anyone was wondering what the hell chaos energy was, it was the new designation he had for the energy he had within him born from his godly side. The reason why he had designated it as such had been because it could no longer be called anything even remotely related to divinity anymore, for the more Theseus had grown up, the more it became twisted in its presence, feeling like a mix between darkness but with light together, much to Alucard's amusement and interest. Didn't mean much to him, but the distinction felt somewhat satisfying to Theseus regardless. Aside from using his trident, Theseus had also been practicing with his sacred gear, the Zenith Tempest. To be more specific, he had trained with the main elements that he could use, while also coming up with new ones which could be like sub-elements, as long as they had to do with weather and nature. He had to practice with Alucard though, since he also had the power to control weather and had experience with magicians. Both lighting and wind could be used to enhance his speed or offensive power. Fire could be used to incinerate his foes with nothing remaining. Ice could be used to freeze their souls or bodies to slow them down or conjure weapon. Water for healing or conjure weapons from it also and create constructs. Though the constructs thing could be done with other elements, Theseus found it the easiest with water, likely due to his lineage. Oh, almost forgot about that. During their training, Alucard had taken notice of how the young man could conjure any animals or weapons easily from his elements, especially water. So he had Theseus to try and create a little something called an elemental, which had proven to be a simple task for the lad, to which Alucard really found it funny to see a god with them even though Theseus was human. The greatest successes were the water elementals, go figure, with Theseus even wondering if he could make things like lava or ice elementals if he had enough practice with the stuff. Though a glaring issue did arise from this, and that was that even if he had spawned them into existence, it wasn't like they were truly alive enough to be counted as soldiers instead of just puppets. As such, they could only move or do battle with Theseus controlling them mentally, which proved to be quite a taxing affair. Post his success with creating the elementals, Alucard him that his power to make elementals easily had been something which could be classed as unheard of, since elementals were originally made from their elements which rarely anyone had been able to accomplish since primordial times, those beings having been the first to create them due to them being born from their respective elements, domains. This proved to make the lad a bigger target than ever, for if the enemy were to ever find out about this, they would force Theseus to make elementals from unlimited water, electricity, fire, or anything. Thankfully, Inekra didn't need those, for she instead chose the old-fashioned way, since having unlimited electricity was not what she needed at the moment. She had even said the following to Theseus directly with Alucard nearby when he had asked her about it. What's the point of having unlimited electricity when one has already worked hard to achieve it? Only a fool would want that. Spoken like a true leader. Thing was though, Theseus wasn't the only one getting stronger. The rest of the boys were doing the same. Vali had grown up getting the discipline from Integra, resulting in him growing into a fine man as well as a disciplined soldier, an affair which had taken a while before he showed results with his maturity. His power was growing quite rapidly thanks to the immense training he had been subjected to, much to the half-devil's delight due to it helping him get closer to achieving his goals. Though one thing he had not expected had been when he had revealed to the organization that he was the descendant of Lucifer, to which no one cared unless he went around and caused chaos like his grandfather. Even Alucard had been disgusted by the son of Lucifer, remarking on how he would try to kill him every chance he got. Alucard had even remarked with contempt on how the devils were fools to be practicing outcasting half-devils not just because of their purity, but also their strength. He had said this with the reasoning that having both the devil's power of emotion and humanity's evolution could be a force of reckoning, they just didn't know it. Oh yeah, and apparently Vi had managed to unlock a special thing about sacred gears Theseus hadn't been aware of, called the Balance Breaker, during one time when Vali had asked for a spar that could push him to the limit. The resulting fight nearly put the silver-haired half-devil close to death itself, something which Theseus did not want to happen to some of the few people he could call friends in this world. Thus, he had been about to stop before he saw Vali briefly glowing with a bright light. A light that, when faded, showed Vi to be encased in a large, white and blue futuristic-looking body armor. Albion had called it the Balance Breaker Scale Male, a full-body balance breaker unique to the two heavenly dragons. It was still not enough for the young descendant of Lucifer though, for even with the Balance Breaker he couldn't absorb Theseus's chaos energy without nearly dying from it. In addition to those two, Kuro Yatagami apparently had an affinity with gravity where he could at the least freely levitate himself. He is able to channel the aura into Kadoeri, that being the name of his sword, to strengthen its attack power and speed. He can also manipulate gravity to run up buildings, something that he'd shown when he was chasing a particularly elusive vampire while on an assignment. He had even been trained to be able to do a spatial distortion. Using his ability's unique pull factor, Kuro can literally grab the matter within the area, pulling onto it, thus distorting its properties and manipulating its structure. His sword Kadoeri had been shown to be able to bypass any defense, and when asked by his fellow males he had told them that the sword was made to be the same as a demonic sword which can be sharper than ever like Nathan. This is not confirmed as it doesn't have demonic power in it but a bit with light energy. Right now, Theseus was walking through the halls as he wore a more casual punkish attire, one consisting of a dark blue hooded jacket, a tattered dark crimson shirt and black pants with military-style combat boots. As for where he was going, well apparently Theseus had been requested to get a gun for his arsenal, since guns had longer ranges than weapons like his trident in addition to the fact that he couldn't always rely on his sacred gear since over-reliance on them had been what Alucard had said got many people killed before their time. Of course, Theseus had no intention of making those mistakes, hence him agreeing. He then arrived at a room where he saw a tall man working, standing at approximately 6'3", with a thin build. The man wore a set of black dress pants, a white dress shirt with a purple tie, and a purple vest with black gloves while keeping his dark hair long in a tightly bound ponytail. His eyes were a blue color, and just for the sake of completing his classy image, the man wore a monocle which rested on his nose bridge. This was Walter Sidornes, the butler of the Helsing family, and also, something which Theseus wanted to see quite a bit, the Angel of Death. While he finished whatever it was that he had been doing, Walter looked up upon hearing the door to his workshop open and spotted the punk-like young man enter. A small welcoming smile formed on his lips at the sight of him. "Ah, you arrived, young man," he remarked. Theseus nodded, before he decided to get straight to the point. He wasn't really someone who spent way too long engaging in small talk, especially when he had things that needed doing. "Do you have what I need?" he questioned. At this, Walter nodded his head in response, proceeding to head to another table to which Theseus followed behind him. "Yes, it took many months to even make the type of gun suited for your energy which I have been requesting when you give me a bit of your chaos energy. I dare say it's like a mix between darkness and light but with more dark. It's what people have been telling me, Walter. Anyway, here it is." He took out a briefcase and presented it to Theseus and opened it, showing a large, bulky-looking pistol. He honestly liked the design to it, with its primary black color scheme with a bit of gray on the magazine as well as the back of the weapon. It had a black slider on top with golden wings engraved on either side of it near the front, whereas beneath the barrel looked to be the grip he had seen on a grenade launcher. This weapon just screamed lethality to him, not to mention that it felt quite heavy in his hands, but to Theseus that just meant that it could be used to kill. A plus in his books. While Theseus examined the weapon from all its angles in no small amounts of awe, Walter proceeded to explain the mechanics behind the weapon. This is a bolt pistol, part of a line of firearms I'm planning called bolters. They, as well as the one you're holding, are made from ceramite which took a while to get and make, but the process is done with many tests. A pleased hum escaped Theseus's lips as he finished up his marveling of his new weapon before he lowered it and glanced towards its maker. What are the rounds for this gun? He queried, eyeing the magazine inside the pistol's stock intently. Instead of confirming that, Walter shook his head before proceeding to explain. There are none, instead you use your chaos energy to infuse it with bullets, he explained, and upon him saying that, Theseus chose to give it a shot, closing his eyes and channeling his chaos energy into his new gun through his arm, which got shown when the said limb briefly shone with a green aura. As for the gun itself, his chaos energy left his hands in the form of green energy trails which went inside the magazine and began forming the bullets needed, with various whirring sounds being made from the gun itself, almost like it was helping him make the rounds he would need to pierce through his prey from a distance. A couple seconds passed before, upon hearing a sound akin to a mix between a buzz and a whine, Theseus opened his eyes with an instinctual feeling in his chest that his gun had been fully loaded. With that in mind, he looked towards a nearby target, then aimed his new bolt pistol before shooting at the target, one which exploded into cinders upon impact. A low whistle of approval escaped his lips at the carnage before Theseus looked down at the lowered bolter with approval. Impressive. The ammo instead will be applied to your energy where you could have unlimited ammo. But be careful, as you can imagine your ammo will be limited when your energy goes beneath a certain threshold unless you can grow your chaos, no pun intended, Walter remarked, seriously, with a nod coming from Theseus as a result. The boy even gave it a few more test shots, blowing apart various objects which he felt sure as fuck that a normal pistol wouldn't be able to even dent. That just screamed the potential for destruction this gun possessed, something which Theseus grinned at, especially since he got the feeling that this gun spoke to him on a personal level. This is perfect. Indeed. Before they could continue the weapon demonstration they had been doing, a ringing came from Theseus' phone within the inner pockets of his hooded jacket. A low grimace escaped him while he placed the pistol inside a holster which Walter had attached to his left hip during the shooting practice, before he reached into his jacket and took out his iPhone. Once he checked the caller ID, which turned out to be Integra, Theseus accepted the call before placing the iPhone next to his ear. Yes, Theseus. Sir Integra, what can I do for you? There seems to be a commotion at a village cheddar and it's attracting many citizens. I want you and Alucard to deal with the vampire that is causing the commotion. I see. Do I have to remove the memories of those that are in the village? No, instead Meredith is with me and handling it. Hearing that name caused Theseus to raise his eyebrows briefly, before they settled back into his normal look. Meredith Ordenton, a girl that belonged to the royal family of England. She apparently was a member of the Golden Dawn. Apparently there had been a time when she had attempted to control the entirety of England's business sector, but back then she had made one crucial mistake. The Helsing had also been receiving funds from that same sector. As specialists in dealing with the supernatural, they had quickly noticed something had been wrong about the situation, so Integra had sent both Alucard and Theseus to figure out what the problem was. When they had arrived, it had initially seemed that they had found out that key people were being controlled, but didn't have any dark energy in them. Instead, they had light. They had figured that out the moment when they had met up with a beautiful girl with a foreign face, with auburn hair and blue eyes while looking to be at least 1 or 2 years younger than Theseus himself. At the time she had been wearing casual clothes, but that hadn't lowered the 2 agents' guards around her, especially when they sensed a potent magical energy coming from within her, one which made them identify her as a magician. Back then, Meredith had attempted to control either of them with her sacred gear, one called Alphica Tyrant. According to the lore books on sacred gears that Theseus had read, it had the ability to attack with a nail-like object made of holy aura, and also to brainwash opponents by making them listen to a conversation for several minutes with a keyword. Luckily, Theseus's instincts had saved him and Alucard had managed to bind her. Before they could dispose of her, however, the glasses-wearing man had smelled something off about her, and upon a few added sniffs, he had realized that what he had smelled was the blood of Queen Elizabeth that resided within her, something which had changed the situation drastically for her. As such, the 2 agents had called Integra and told her of their findings, to which it was decided to take her into the Helsing organization to further investigate her origins, something which came to light not long after she had been brought into their fold. Apparently, she had been conceived by the family and never was acknowledged by them, which of course had caused her to resent them and attempt to destroy them. The queen heard of this and was very disappointed in her family, being literally the epitome of the "my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined" meme when she had been informed of Meredith's origins. As such, she had decided to have the Helsing organization take care of her, allowing her to get the acknowledgement she had been seeking over these many years. Some useful advice helped her, advice which had been given to her by Theseus himself, when he had been doing his task of escorting her to Helsing Manor. Flashback. Theseus was walking through the castle halls with Meredith by his side and Alucard within the shadows as a precaution suggested by Integra, just in case she attempted to use her sacred gear again. Right now, the girl had a spiteful glare on her face which she directed at the boy in front of her, a spell being placed on her which kept her from escaping. Not to mention the binds on her hands which also sealed the majority of her magical capabilities. "Why do you even bother?" she questioned hotly. What was that?" Theseus replied, not having heard her while glancing behind him at her with only his left eye. In spite of this, her glare remained strong as she repeated her question. "Why didn't you kill me when you had the chance?" At this, Theseus narrowed his eyes and chills crawled up Meredith's spine, especially when that gaze he gave her reminded her of the bloodlust he had aimed her way before finding his trident at her throat ready to pierce through her at the slightest hint of hostility. "First, it was Alucard who managed to stop me from tearing out your vocals when apparently he smelled your blood which belongs to the queen," he replied, frowning when he recalled that particular memory. He had been looking forward to seeing some blood today, too. A bitter scoff from her brought him out of his musings, though. "She is a senile woman who cares nothing but status and royalty. She wanted me gone," she remarked with a scathing tone, looking to the side while refusing to look at him. "It doesn't seem like it." Upon hearing him say that, Meredith still didn't look at him when she gave the following retort. "What are you getting at? I can see it in her eyes that she never knew about you until now and she actually cares about you," Theseus answered, frowning again. Though he didn't expect her to be polite considering the circumstances, perhaps he could make it so that she would be a little less of a bitch. Plus, from what he had learned about her situation, it seemed like a lot of neglect had stained her opinion of others. He couldn't relate to that completely, but there had been times when he had indeed wondered whether or not his father cared about him due to working away for so much of his childhood. Unaware of his thoughts, Meredith now looked down at the ground, frustration building within her chest. "If she did, then why was I abandoned then? Why can't I even be a part of them?" she questioned, trying not to break down. "Listen, sometimes it's hard for you to understand. Actually, let's look at this from another angle. What happens if you were the queen?" Answer the question. I would make sure to rule over England." At this point, Theseus turned completely to look at her, slowly walking backwards while using the wind currents around them as a form of navigation so he didn't walk into anything. "And what happens if you figure out that one of your family members had an illegitimate child?" For a moment, she wanted to answer with something instantly, but as the question sunk in, those words died within her throat. She hadn't thought of it that way before. She'd simply thought from the perspective of someone who had been wrongfully victimized for something beyond their control. I don't know. Looked like she was starting to come out of that mindset of hers, Theseus thought internally before he continued while holding up an index finger. "Exactly. You see, there are some difficult decisions to take in such positions as the queen. Decisions like what to do or how to protect oneself from all the political stuff. Do you get what I mean?" "I do. And why do you even hold resentment against them instead of taking the alternative?" "What's that?" "Fuck them." "What?" "I said fuck them. I don't let them even control over my life. I do what I want, so what if I'm whatever people think about me? I'll just go on with my life and be who I am instead of being someone who I don't want to be. Wanting to be a member of a royal family that shows no interest in you. Please, they do nothing but sit on their butts and do paperwork. Way too boring if you ask me." That's kinda funny," Meredith remarked, slowly easing up as evident by how her posture became slightly less rigid. It wasn't complete since she was still aware of her position as a prisoner, but the words which Theseus had told her worked wonders. Something which earned her the male's approval though she didn't notice it. The point is, if you don't have to be someone else like a fangirl seeking attention. You are what you are. "Thank you, Theseus." Flashback end. It was slow, but she managed to gain their trust back after what Theseus said. She was still watched by the Helsing, and the royal family feared about her ability, so Integra made a solution for her. Work for the Helsing organization where she can prove herself worthy to them, and she did. The royal family did want to take advantage of her when politics were put onto the table, but by then they had missed the chance when they realized too late. She belonged to the Helsing organization, and they had the queen's backing, which made them grit their teeth at the smug face Meredith had sent them their way. Even Integra had a smirk on her face at that moment. Ever since then, Meredith got trained to not be just a proper lady of noble birth, but also so that she knew how to handle things whenever something goes wrong. Not just on the battlefield, but also politics as well. The reasoning being that she wanted to not be as naive as she had once been during her attempted revenge on the British royal family. Plus, she felt like knowing as much as she could would help her evolve her capabilities on the battlefield to greater heights. With there even being a possibility of her evolving her sacred gear to get her balance breaker, such power being what she believed to be necessary to pay Helsing back for what they've given her. Needless to say, she got along with the majority of the organization, Theseus and the boys in particular. Anyways, Theseus right now remained talking on the phone. He glanced at Walter while raising his new bolt pistol with a questioning gaze. Walter silently nodded his approval, resulting in an excited, bloodthirsty grin reminiscent of a shark to form on Theseus's lips. "All right, I'm on my way. Send me the location and I'll be there." he told his boss, barely repressing the urge to cackle like a maniac. Integra nodded and, as if she had known what he was doing without even being in the room, gave a dry comment afterwards. Understood, but please don't make such a mess like Alucard does, she said, remembering how she read a few reports where Theseus had played a bit with his food according to him. Kid was like a miniature Alucard as far as she was concerned. A roll of his eyes was his response to that. Got it. After confirming his orders, Theseus hung up the iPhone and put it back inside his inner jacket pocket. Just as he had prepared to leave, the young adult took out a card that had a magic circle on it, one which Meredith had given to each of the Helsing members. According to her, she had made a magic circle to mark a person's location for whenever Integra was in danger. This one in particular, however, would take him to his practical partner in crime, as it were. Walter then smiled a bit as he saw Theseus almost lovingly caress his new weapon with his fingertips. It seems that it's the perfect chance to test your bolt pistol, he remarked. This got him a rather excited grin from the young adult, and for a moment Walter swore he saw the visage of a shark encased in darkness circling above Theseus's head, a wide toothy grin on its lips. Indeed so, Walter. Unaware of Walter's slightly awestruck reaction, Theseus promptly activated the pamphlet before a magic circle appeared and teleported him to Alucard. I'll start again, your squad is dead, do you know why? They are ghouls. Ghouls? That's ridiculous. It is. Ghouls are what happens to deflowered humans where they were bitten by a vampire. They're much like zombies under control of the vampire who bit them. And that means there is a vampire in Cheddar. Ha, that's a laugh, there's no such thing as vampires. You expect me to believe this nonsense? Why on earth would a cheap bureaucrat like yourself know anything on the matter? How dare you question my credentials? The Helsing has been defending the British Empire from such monsters for generations. You'll be lucky to even remember this. Integra, who sat within a tent with a bunch of other people in formal suits, took out a cigar which Meredith lit for her as she took a smoke. As someone who dealt with people of this kind for a living, she needed something to distress herself, and so far this had been the best solution for her. I will illuminate. The Helsing Organization is a special operations agency charged by Her Majesty with a duty of finding and eradicating all supernatural and satanic threats to the Church, she stated, Meredith remaining silent beside her. Speaking of the Queen's granddaughter, she currently sat on a chair with her hands on her lap, one leg crossed over the other. She had her hair styled into a bun on the back of her head with a single strand falling off to the side, a white hat with black outlines on top of her head. Her outfit choice looked like that of a proper noblewoman, consisting of a dark blue dress that reached her knees in length, ending with white frills on the skirt section as well as the cuffs. The dress had a fur collar around her neck, while the dress sported golden stripes around that area too as well as down the center. Her hands remained covered by some white gloves akin to what a military admiral would wear, while atop her shoulders was a mid-back length cape that had the England flag patterns on it. Beneath her dress resided a black pantyhose that went up into her skirt while her feet had a pair of polished black glistening high heels. In her hands, she held a clipboard which had been something of a work item she had obtained the moment she had been accepted completely into Helsing. Shortly after Integra's words, a young aspiring policeman barged into the tent, looking a little worse for wear. Sir, we lost contact with the other squad, he informed. One of the men in suits huffed. HMPH, in order to fight against a monster from the pits of hell, you'll need to fight it with a monster. And who do you propose will do that? You'll see. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of bolt pistol rounds rang in the air, projectiles flying while Theseus casually strolled through the forest, shooting up the ghouls he encountered with his bolt pistol. He had to admit, it wasn't even that long that he had gotten to use it for, and he already felt like he was falling in love with this thing. The recoil from each round launched felt manageable with his arm strength. The bullets tore through his foes like paper mache, and reloading wasn't an issue since it didn't take much energy to do so. Hardly made a freaking dent in his reserves. One thing he didn't like though was how easy it made dispatching these enemies seem. The sight of their blood and innards splattering against the ground or trees did mitigate this, however. HMPH, this is getting nowhere. I might as well blow this forest to bits, Theseus muttered under his breath in annoyance. I like that idea as well. Upon hearing the voice of his partner echoing from beside him, Theseus looked to the right and saw Alucard walking up to him with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, that would make the master very upset if you caused destruction to the forest. As if that would stop her. Have indeed. Taking a moment to himself, Alucard raised his head upwards, tilting it so he could look to the moon shining above them. How beautiful, that's like this, making me whatever a bite to drink. Yes, I couldn't imagine a more perfect specimen. A roll of the eyes came from Theseus, though the smirk on his lips betrayed his true thoughts on the matter. Maybe so, have you found the... Oh look, the sound of a woman. Looks like the opportunity just arrived instead, Alucard remarked, not really fazed as he and Theseus walked together to a nearby forest clearing, stopping before an army of ghouls and a priest holding a female policeman. She looked to be quite an attractive young woman with blonde hair cut into a flare cut and blue eyes. She had a fairly broad-shouldered torso, yet maintained a very voluptuous and buxom figure beneath that police outfit of hers. Just before he could bite into her flesh, the priest sensed something near him and looked at the nearby hilltop, spotting the two men overlooking them. One of them had red eyes glowing in the dark as well as Theseus' glowing green eyes. Who the hell are you two? Your hitman, Alucard's smooth voice replied as if stating a fact. Oh, my hitman. Oh god, this is really pathetic. Kill them. Snap. Cuck. With the click of his fingers, the vampire priest cackled as his army of ghouls readied their weapons before opening fire. Seeing the bullets approach him, Theseus rolled his eyes as he pocketed his hands inside his jacket, mentally commanding the winds to cover him in a dome-like shape. This resulted in the bullet stopping just by a few feet while Alucard received the full bullet rampage on him. He still kept his smile on, though. The bullets floating around Theseus dropped. Is it the best you've got? Looks like you lost another soldier. Why not try looking more clearly? And Alucard, you can stop being dead. Talking to a corpse. Looks like you. Hey, you're no fun, Theseus. The priest stopped when he saw Alucard's regeneration as a swarm of darkness surrounded him and the moon turned blood red. He was regenerated and stood up as good as new, not even a speck of dust on his clothing. After this, both Theseus and Alucard's eyes were glowing in the dark, matching bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. They both took out a single gun slowly to then aim at the approaching ghouls. Boom, 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 boom. During their little shoot-a-thon, Alucard glanced at Theseus and noticed the massive pistol that he now sported. Looks like you finally got yourself a new gun. It's about time, he remarked, with a few rounds blowing a couple ghouls' heads to bits. At the same time, Theseus grinned like a shark, cackling as the sweet sounds of flesh being torn from bodies filling his ears. Blame Walter, he took his sweet time making it. He responded with a brief laugh escaping his lips. As for Alucard, he just didn't hold back his amusement. Guy never really showed restraint in his brutality anyways. Boom, boom, boom. No, how can they be killing them? Those bullets in that gun. I've never seen it before. The ghouls disintegrated when both of them were finished dealing with them. The silver cross of Manchester Cathedral was melted down to make these 13mm exploding shells. Nothing I ever shoot will get back up, Alucard stated, the shadows covering his face save for the large grin that he wore which exposed his large-ass fangs. A grin which only got rivaled by the shark-like one which Theseus wore, the said male cocking his gun a bit whilst adding on. As for me, my gun is made from ceramite, an ore with heat and shock-resistant properties in it, and all I have to do is refill it with my energy. Their combined insane gazes provided a good dose of fear for the vampire priest for the first time in his long life, yet even so he just couldn't help but question these two obvious superhumans. But why? Tell me, why do you protect these pathetic humans? He questioned, but the two gave no answer. The vampire priest then looked to the girl next to him, an idea sprouting in his head before he quickly went behind her and bound her. Don't take another step. The girl is the last survivor, don't you want to save her? Be reasonable, I'm not asking much, just a bit of help, the two of you could look the other way. It was then, this day changed the girl's life forever. Are you a virgin, my dear? What are you doing? I'm asking, are you a virgin? Alucard, what are you? Oh, I see. What are you? No, you bastard. Answer me. Why yes, I am. Boom. Alucard shot through both the police girl and the vampire and he let go of the girl. Seeing this, Alucard brought his hand back before he appeared in front of the vampire and speared him through the chest, right through his heart. You bastard. Those served as the vampire's final words before he then disintegrated, turning to ash. Meanwhile, as she lay on the ground, dying from a hole through her heart, the female police officer gazed up into the night sky for a moment, her vision growing hazy. That didn't last for long though, for both of the men approached her from different angles, stopping by her. Theseus frowned as he glanced at his partner. Did you really have to kill her, Alucard? I could have just freed her with my gear. He questioned, mentally recalling how he could have made a plane with earth through zenith tempest that would have smacked the guy's chin, stunning him enough for him to create a wind which would have blown the officer out of the way. I have my way, Theseus. And for you, I had to shoot through you to pierce his heart. I'm sorry. That's something rare for you to say, Alucard. They look as the girl struggles to stay alive, her body quickly proceeding to fail the commands her brain was trying to shoot into it. It is. You're dying, police girl, and there is no time left. The choice is yours. Do you want to live or die? She was trying to speak as tears appeared on her face as she puts up her hand and finally said I want to live. He grabs her hand and pulls her to him. Police girl, truly this is a beautiful night. He then sinks his fang at her neck as she loses consciousness. He was holding her as a bridal carry. On the side, Theseus' sweat dropped at the sight before him, pocketing his gun inside its holster while internally making a note to remember to give it a name one of these days. Any proud weapon owner would have done so long before now, anyways. Sir Integra won't like this, Alucard, he stated whilst doing this, though he could tell from a glance that the man beside him wouldn't give a shit. Something which got proven in the next few seconds when a sinister cackle escaped the man. Hey, it will be my problem to handle, Theseus. Well, whatever, you turned her into a vampire and now her life's changed. I could have saved her and erased her memories. Why did you even turn her into a vampire, Alucard? You'll see soon enough. Let's go. Meredith probably already wiped the squad's memory, and the longer we're here, the more we hear complaints from her. Indeed. Theseus swiped his hand up as the winds gathered around them before they both disappeared. Wonder how Kuro and Volley are doing. Kuro point of view. At a school where Kuro and Volley were, they were currently hunting a vampire who had been targeting the students there. Volley goes around looking for the vampire as Kuro was on his iPhone. Yes, Sir Integra, our mission is almost finished, but there is something off, he stated. On the other side of the line, Integra's eyes narrowed at this, not liking the tone which Kuro had used. It implied, more than his words, that something had been nagging at him, and, thanks to these last 10 years, she had learned that Kuro's instincts usually prove correct when sensing danger. What is it, Kuro? When we killed the vampire that was leading the ghouls, they did not disintegrate and continue to still live. I see. Have you found the reason why? So far, no luck. While Kuro was talking on the phone, a vampire was hiding in a locker, sweating bullets while he kept an eye on the two adults who were walking around. He gets very nervous and put a hand on his mouth. Nope, what the? Ah, hell no. Even at a Christian school, they are still horny. It's a strict school. I'm thinking the vampire is a pervert. Ugh, please don't remind me. He used a sex toy as a weapon. Sir Integra, I'm sorry for you to hear that. None taken. We've had reports before whenever Alucard finds a vampire. Most of them are perverts to a high degree. Then the next location is the girl's locker. Maybe he's hiding there. Alright, get Kuroka to do it. I will. They passed the locker which the vampire was hiding as he looked left and right before sighing. That was Chloe. Boom. GH. Before the vampire could finish whatever it was he had been saying, the ability to speak got robbed from him when he got dropped down to the ground, out of his hiding place as if gravity itself was pushing him down. Couldn't believe that he actually fell for it. Looking to the source of the mocking voice that he had just heard, the vampire looked up and saw the two hunters looking down at him, looming over his form like they were looking at yesterday's garbage. How did you know? There are many lockers here. The vampire exclaimed in confusion while also trying to prolong the conversation so he could formulate a battle plan. The white-haired one scoffed as he rolled his eyes. We know, you almost had us fooled when you could have escaped, but you didn't because you know why. He questioned. Outraged, the vampire responded with a question of his own. Why? Though instead of Volley, it was Kuro who answered. You're not very good at hiding your mana. Shing. In that moment, before the enemy even realized it, Kuro sliced the vampire's head clean off like he was chopping a carrot's tip. The expression of shock and horror still remained on the creature's face as it went down to the ground, all before disintegrating. Mission complete in him. He sees something in the ashes as he goes through it and finds a chip. Raising his phone back to his ear, Kuro proceeded to continue his report to his boss with some new information. I believe I found something, Sir Integra. What is it? A chip was in the vampire. This is the third one we found. I see. Bring it to the manor and we will see if it's the same chips we found. Oh, and also, what is it? Keep the cat under control or else I'll shave off its hair. NYYAA. You wouldn't. Test me, cat. I dare you. During the phone call, Integra had made a comment which led to a frightened female shriek to come from nearby. One which Integra pretty much tried to goad the other female into attempting just so she had the satisfaction of following through on her promise. That said woman came out of the woman's bathroom, having been in there for a while now doing God knows what. She looked like a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. Her attire consisted of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts. Her name, Kuroka Taoju, a former Nekashu and a stray devil. Funny story how Volley met her. When he had once been in London exploring a bit for his break, he had encountered a cat that had been looking at a fish shop. At first he had ignored it, but after a short while he had eventually decided to be nice and gave it fish. Though, a couple days later Volley had realized that he had another motivation at that time. He had seen it as similar to himself when he had been younger, though that soon became the least of his concerns. Why, one might ask. Well, the cat had decided to follow him around like a lost puppy, something that initially confused him before Volley had ended up shrugging and decided to take her to a nearby animal shelter. The following morning when he had woken up, he had felt something soft and squishy next to him before he looked to the left and saw a naked girl sleeping next to him as he screamed. Alerted everyone at the manor and rushed to his room before seeing them both naked and excused them. It had been the most embarrassing moment he had in his life. Following this incident, it had then taken the organization a while to regain their composure and bind Kuroka up, to which they then proceeded to interrogate her on why the SS rank class stray devil would be with Volley. According to her, she had said that she had sensed strong energy in Volley to which she wanted to stick by him for safety, not to mention that she had been the very same cat who Volley had fed the fish to alongside taking care of her for a while. All of this accumulated to her deciding on the most ridiculous thing that everyone had ever heard, and Integra who groaned in annoyance. She wanted babies with Volley. Once the initial fallout settled down, Integra had then told her that if she wanted to be with Volley, she would have to work for them, with Kuroka asking them who they were. Once she had learned that they were the Helsing organization, a group which a lot of people in the supernatural world knew of and rightly believed wasn't worth the effort of picking a fight with due to their agents being very good hunters of their kind. She had agreed since it would be her chance to get in Volley's pants. plus the added bonus of both having a job, a life of not being hounded by devils, as well as the safety associated with being one of them. There weren't any reasons for her to refuse. Of course, the same could not be said for Vali, who soon found it to be hell for him from then on, as he constantly got annoyed by the seduction attempts she had made with him. Though in recent times, something was starting to change between the two, something which Kuro and Hijikata, who more than intended to, teased the hell out of him about. Right now, Kuroka huffed as she pouted in annoyance, reflexively scratching herself as if she could feel the phantom pains of that said punishment. HMPH, what a mean woman, she needs to get laid for once, she whined, not something which Kuro agreed with while his sweat dropped. I don't think she would like to hear that, Kuroka, he stated. As if she can hear from miles. I heard that, cat. NYA, please don't shave off my fur. Better keep that mouth shut before I sew it shut then. And Kuro, whoever is behind these attacks, be cautious because our enemies might attack us if we don't keep our guard up. We need to find out who is behind all this, an organization or a skillful person. Integra said through the phone, that being the reason why she had heard Kuroka's remarks. Understood, Sir Integra. Is the situation bad if we need all of us, including Hijikata? Yes, it would seem so. Have contacted him as he recently finished dealing with a stray vampire that was from the Teeps clan. Understood, Sir Integra. We will be at the manor shortly. Good. I will see you then. She hung up the phone before Kuro put it down. At the same time, Kuroka heaved a sigh of relief while her ears and tail drooped, further emphasizing her emotional state at the moment. I almost had my fur gotten off. Kuro shook his head at this, knowing how the Catwoman before him was in terms of personality. Her mischievous, teasing and playful nature was the exact opposite to Integra's business, no-nonsense, strict-as-hell demeanor. Thus, it was a no-brainer that the two wouldn't be on the best of terms. Come on, we are returning back to the manor. It seems we have a problem. There is someone behind these attacks from last month. After he joined up with them again, having been in another section of the room to try and see if there was anything else that could be of value only to come back empty-handed, Vali made his own opinions known. Yeah, it's getting annoying. I almost returned to the organization before another showed up and another. What's with these vampires? Are they from the Teeps in Carmilla? Because if they are, I would love to have a good fight with their leader, he remarked, a growl of annoyance escaping his lips, something which Kuro shook his head at. Apparently, it wasn't from them, Vali. Sir Integra has informed me before that vampires are not responsible as they don't want to be on the bad side of the No-Life King. These vampires smell like they were recently born, Naya. Kuroka added in her 2 cents, only further confusing the situation that the Helsing members had found themselves in. Exactly, we need to find out who they are and their goals. Vali huffed at this, not liking the thought of more investigation. He wasn't cut out for this type of work. He'd rather be on the front line sinking his fists into the enemy's face. So much for a good fight then, he mumbled with discontent, something which Kuroka chose to try and disperse with her usual quirks. Don't worry, Vali, you would have a fight with me. In bed, Naya, she remarked with a seductive smile as she slid up to the boy's side. Before Vali could shove her off, however, Kuro did it before him with just his words alone. Kuroka, keep those urges to yourself, I don't want to hear it, he stated with closed eyes, crossing his arms in front of his chest while radiating a do not fuck with me kind of aura. Fortunately for the two of them, Kuroka did back off, although she gave a disgruntled sigh at the end. Naya, it looks like someone's jealous because they don't have a girlfriend, she remarked with her usual teasing smirk. Though her words did get a reaction out of him, as a sharp glare from the samurai-like man got aimed at her. I advise you to watch your mouth carefully, he stated with an edge not unlike that of his blade. Then why haven't you approached any girl then, Naya? Keep talking and I swear I'll have Alucard wake you up every morning. Instantly, Kuroka became as pale as a ghost when she remembered the few times which Alucard had woken her up. One time had involved him floating parallel to her face while she had been sleeping, and so when she woke up to his scary grin she had very nearly passed out from fright. That had been only one of the ways he woke her up when ordered to by Integra, and one of the least creative and scary, too. NYA, no, not again please. He creeps the hell out of me. That's what I thought. Let's go, Vali. Vali waved his hand as he projected a magic circle which had the Lucifer emblem in the middle before it went up to their body before disappearing. What does it mean to be a Helsing leader and have the most powerful vampire alive? The organization is an integral part of the true power structure of Great Britain, which is in fact still ruled by a hidden aristocracy and the monarchy. The organization is tasked with defending the country's shores from any and all supernatural, extraterrestrial, and satanic threats. The purpose of the Helsing organization was to end all earthly activity of non-human creatures. It's usually traditionally headed by Abraham's descendants, as they are the only ones who can control Alucard, the fruit of the Helsing family's labors. They protect anything that threatens their nation as they use counter-terrorism paramilitary strike force to stop them and make a false report on the public. They use this to stop a terrorist attack. Some couldn't handle the stress of handling an organization which is a part of the supernatural world where, like her grandfather gave the position to her father and then to her. She remembered how some would get corrupted with the power they had over the organization and go any lengths to obtain it. Her uncle had attempted to kill her when her father had passed after he had named her the successor, so if she hadn't found Alucard the No-Life King and the King of Vampires, then she may have met her end by his hands. Since then she had been patriotic and incredibly loyal to the crown while keeping in check of how to handle the situation and always be fearless, even when being brought at death's door. One of the lessons she has learned by herself was to never show weakness in front of anyone, for like wolves pouncing on their prey, that was how people can be manipulated. Like those devils who tried to have a peace treaty with her. Flashback. Sir Integra, if we join together, not only will we attain peace faster, but we may also build relations between our people. The one who spoke these honey-coated words was the current Satan Lucifer, Sirzech's Lucifer, who had a pleasant expression about him. He stood before Integra in her office, with the woman seated on her chair behind her desk with 2 bodyguards beside her. The 2 of them were currently engaged in a meeting, one which the Satan had requested himself and she had approved, mildly curious about his intentions. Although that did not mean by any stretch that she had trust in this devil, no way in hell. Pun not intended. It was why currently Helsing's no-life king sat comfortably within her shadow, something she had long since gotten used to, and honestly in cases like these, having someone like Alucard beside her gave a feeling of control. And what is it we gain out of this, Lord Lucifer? Unperturbed by her gaze, although that probably had to do with him being unaware of Alucard's presence in the room. Well, no hostility between us, and we would help your organization as well. I see. Why did you not even go to the Queen, since she is the leader of the London faction? Because she and her ancestors refused because of the devil faction's past actions. But, if we join together, we can convince her that we devils have changed over the centuries. Integra had her eyes closed before she opened them. Is that so? Then my answer is no. What? I didn't catch that. You heard me loud and clear, Lord Lucifer. But why? Why, you ask? Let me show you. She snapped her fingers as soldiers dragged a person with a face covered with the bag and Theseus behind them with his trident ready. One of the guards took the bag off the person's face, revealing a face littered with vicious scars among other signs of torment that had been inflicted upon him. Seeing the person like this, someone who looked like a devil considering the bent and battered bat wings trailing along the ground, Sirzech got out of his seat with a furious look on his face. What is the meaning of this? Unfazed, Integra simply rolled her eyes as she made a simple gesture towards the person, that is the battered devil. Oh, I thought you were supposed to know Lord Lucifer, why don't you ask him why he is here? She remarked. As for the devil in question, he looked to be clad in rags while looking at the ground. Initially he refused to raise his head, but then Theseus made a gust of wind shoot up from beneath him just big enough to force his head upwards. Not only that, but the devil quickly noticed something about Integra's shadow, which rose from behind her chair and formed a single red eye. That eye showed him nothing but pain and terror, memories returning to the forefront of his mind due to the owner of those eyes traumatizing him for dear life on a daily basis. As a result, he started squealing in seconds. Please, I don't want to be near that monster. I'll talk. It was the elders who ordered me to assassinate the Helsing leader. Sirzech's eyes widened in shock at this. What? Why? Because if they thought if we killed her, then they would have control over their organization, even Alucard as their backing. Hearing this caused the Satan to growl in anger, the severity of the actions committed by the older members of his kind being made all too clear to him, especially with the way that the various Helsing members save for Integra were giving him glares which could have frozen him in a block of ice if it were possible. Those damn elders. Sir Integra, I will make sure they will not escape punishment. And when exactly are you going to do that? Aye, exactly, you just let them puppet you and the other leaders so that they could have more influence over the other factions, which resulted in many species going extinct or going into hiding. You let them control you, Sirzech. You're not even a good leader, don't you? What can't handle the truth? Let me show you how we handle things. Theseus. Theseus had a grin on his face as he pointed his trident at the devil, which Sirzech was confused before he widened his eyes in horror, realizing what was about to happen. No, don't. RAWWWRRR. Before he could finish his words, Theseus had conjured a shark made from his water, the creature's glowing green eyes piercing through all who laid eyes upon it. Not a second after its birth, though, did it get its first full-course meal in the form of Theseus ordering it to feast on the devil, something which it promptly did in the form of chomping down on the devil to commence eating him alive. The devil's screams filled the air as he slowly got devoured by the beast, whose rear end kept wagging about in joy. All the while, Sirzech made a move to stop this. You don't have the right. Cock. In an instant, the bodyguards and escorts were pointing their guns at Sirzech, with Theseus doing the same but with his trident, while Alucard appeared from Integra's shadow, magnum ready, while his mistress still sat leisurely. She even took a sip of her tea like there was nothing wrong with this. Even if you were centuries older than us, your kind has changed very little, which has resulted in a broken government despite the experience you have accumulated. You may have the title Lucifer, but even the original knew how to rule over the devils. You bring shame to all leaders who risk their lives while you never take anything seriously. We will not be controlled by the people of the higher-ups. We answer to the crown and the round table only, Sirzech. We have our boundaries and know how to deal with people who mess up the world. This meeting is over. Flashback end. Thinking about that time really made Integra's blood boil. That fool of a Lucifer was not even a ruler to begin with. He always goes out of an important meeting just to be with his sister. Even that so-called magical girl Leviathan, a childish devil, instead of handling her foreigner more seriously, she just fawned over her own sibling. Asimodeus was a lazy person and Beelzebub was always in his lab 24/7. Truly, she could hardly call them proper leaders and more like the majority of politicians these days, dim-witted and easily manipulated. Perhaps that's why they were even in those positions in the first place, for those who really run the country to take action when necessary. Shame that the devils had no such competent leaders, as otherwise they could have made strides with the centuries they have been around for. She had even asked Alucard for his opinion of the Satans, and he said he was disappointed in them. Even he knew how to rule over his people, the Teeps and Carmilla, whenever he was sent there to keep them in check. They may hold great power, but they lack the knowledge of being a leader. They got the position recently, over 400 years ago, and still did not make any progress. Bringing herself out from memory lane for the moment, Integra shook her head and got into the phone and called the resurrected Hijikata, a man who had been given the code name BAKUMATSU. It didn't take him long to answer her, something which Integra internally smiled at. It hadn't taken him long to get used to the current age of technology, something which she appreciated. Though now that she thought about it, the entirety of that group she had taken in 10 years ago had brought many benefits to their organization. She had to pause those thoughts when Hijikata's voice spoke through the line. "Hello, Sir Integra, what can I do for you? Have you completed your mission?" Integra asked, getting straight to the point. She had long since learned to be like this with her subordinates, especially the more troublesome ones, although how blunt she acted with them depended on how potent their personalities were. Fortunately for the leader of Helsing, Hijikata fell onto the minor side of that scale. Once he had finished a fight that was. During a fight would be a whole different story. It almost felt like him. Alucard and Theseus were the same person at times with their bloodlust. It took a while, but yes, the vampire was a tricky man, but nothing I couldn't handle. Hijikata replied, and judging from his tone alongside his words, Integra had called at exactly the right time. Hence, she pressed for details. "What's the damage over your area?" "Let's just say, Hijikata point of view. He brought over 50 vampires that tried to ambush me, but nothing I can't handle." The vice commander of the Shinseng Yumi replied as he looked around, completely covered in the blood of his enemies. Those enemies had been the vampires that lay dead beneath his feet, chopped up into many pieces as he held the phone on the side of his face. Integra hummed briefly on the other end of the line. The man heard. "I see. Any casualty?" she asked him. Thus, he reciprocated the action himself. Only 20 citizens were involved with the vampire, with some being families. I request a funeral for them so that they can rest in peace. Granted, I will have it prepared soon. Hijikata nodded, looking down at the many corpses he had made with eyes sharper than cold steel. Memories of his many past battles back in his time played in his mind, filling his senses with the sound of war cries, gunshots, and the sound of metal clashing against metal. This didn't last for long though, cause he had something else to bring to his leader's attention. "There is another thing. What is it?" Hijikata's lips curled into a frown, a decrease in volume implying the seriousness he was taking towards this new issue he had found. "During the time I was exterminating the vampires, a few got away as I followed them. I caught them when they had tried locking themselves in what I could only assume was some kind of observation room, as they were burning papers in there. I killed them though, so afterwards I tried to see if I could salvage something, but the bloody bastard burned everything. But luckily a letter which I managed to grab before it was almost burnt." "What does it say?" Glancing at his pockets where a bunch of scraps were all that remained of the paper, Hijikata narrowed his eyes as he tried to recall what it had said when he'd read it. "Ooh, I didn't get bits of it because it's in German, but it does say something about an organization." He eventually responded after a moment's worth of contemplation. "I see. Then we are dealing with a shadow organization. Do you want me to hunt them down, leader?" "No, this situation requires greater importance. More important than almost being killed by the priest of the Vatican." "What was his name?" "Alexander Anderson." Integra nodded her head, though she could feel the frustration in his words, frustration which she could definitely understand. She felt it on a much deeper level than he ever could. "Yes, even them breaking our agreement, we will still have to cooperate with them. Despite the hostility we have between them, I want you to return the Helsing Manor as soon as possible." "All right, got it." "Aw shit, there seems to be a problem." "What is it now?" "The airport is closed at the time of the vampire attack. I will have to take a boat from Ireland." "I see. Don't take too long, BAKUMATSU. We need you as soon as possible." "I understand, leader." Click. With there no longer any need for the call, Hijikata hung up the phone, pocketed it inside his coat before he sheathed his sword inside its sheath. He then commenced looking himself over, noting how dirty his form was. "Now where can I find a bath to wash myself from the blood?" he wondered to himself. Theseus' point of view. As of this moment in time, Theseus had found himself in the mansion's basement, practicing his martial arts skills. He tended to practice with his torso bare, so he only sported his pants and kept his feet bare, exposing the chiseled addness that was his upper body. A body which he had gained through a lot of training over the years. Rusui Gansai Ken. He hit the metal puppet as it managed to leave a dent on it as he kept hitting on it, finishing on an axe kick. However, the blonde male didn't stop there as he flipped backwards, landing within the basement center when an earth elemental attacked him from behind. Instinctively recognizing the danger, Theseus's left eye glanced towards the construct when it spawned out rocks to throw at him before he dodged the rocks and destroyed it. He had sweat over his body as he grabbed a towel before he clicked his fingers. "All right, you're done your work, you can go now." The earth elemental bowed down before disappearing. "Woo, that was cool." He looks to the left before he sees the new recruit, the police girl whom Alucard had turned, who also coincidentally had stars in her eyes. She wasn't alone either, for beside her stood two people who he knew all too well, Alucard smiling at him and Walter looking at him with approval. "Excellent skills you have, Theseus. I dare say this martial art can be brought to another level if you master it." After hearing that, Theseus smirked a bit while he proceeded to put his red cotton shirt back on. "I'm far from that, Walter. It's not even close to being finished yet," he remarked as he finished equipping his shirt, then moved towards his jacket, said item of clothing being next to his trident. Alucard laughed a little at this. Maybe so, shark boy," he commented, getting a shark-like grin from Theseus in return, bloodlust briefly flashing in his eyes. "Speaking of which, how was having your head decapitated by the priest?" Theseus then questioned whilst retaining that grin of his. "It felt exciting. No one does that to me over decades. He is an impressive man, I'll say. Would you consider him your rival, since I heard he has regeneration almost the same as you? When the time comes we will see who gets out alive. Suit yourself." Once he got his hoodie on, Theseus then proceeded to grasp his trident's shaft, then flipped it into the air and hunched forwards. The trident then fell onto his back, to which it then promptly got attached to that area like it had gone into some kind of invisible sheath. I almost forgot about something. Come, Alucard, police girl, I have something to show the two of you." After remembering something and briefly looking surprised that he had forgotten it in the first place, Walter then led them to a room with Cirrus following them. She still seemed to be a bit unhappy that she had to sleep on a coffin instead of a bed thanks to her being a vampire now. Walter then proceeded to his desk where he opened a briefcase, one showing a giant black magnum with "Jesus Christ is in heaven now" engraved on the gun. This is the Helsing Arms 13mm auto anti-freak combat pistol, the Jackal. It fires custom-made rounds far more powerful than a .454 Castle round you're used to. 39 centimeters long, 16 kilograms in weight, 6 rounds per magazine. The Jackal is far more powerful than any human could be expected to handle. Whilst he inspected the gun in a way similar to how Theseus had done with his own bolt pistol, Alucard made his following inquiry while Cirrus and the said demigod descendant eyed the gun with varying levels of wonder. In the rounds, 13mm explosive shells, casing, pure Macedonian silver, and the tips, explosive or mercury. Mercury tips, and they're already blessed. It's perfection. I'm pleased that you're satisfied. A low whistle escaped his lips as the blond man eyed the gun in amazement. If the bolt pistol on his hip was one example, this was just another of the butler's mechanical prowess. Honestly, Theseus wondered what it was like to make a gun himself, and had been wondering if he could learn under Walter at some point. Impressive, Walter. Can this gun even stop that priest's regeneration? He questioned a question which drew Alucard and Cirrus's gazes as well. After pondering for a moment, pronounced by his thoughtful hum, Walter eventually shook his head with a gloved hand over his forehead. "I don't know, unless you fight him in combat. If so, then I dare say Alucard has an advantage over him," he answered. "Maybe I should get another pistol since one isn't good enough." "It would take time, Theseus. Just be patient." Meanwhile, Cirrus eyed the new gun which Alucard had gotten from the butler, her eyes twinkling with more than a little envy. She may not know much about guns, but even she could see how they could pack a punch. She remembered the damage that they had done to ghouls back when she had been a police officer, a time which she still internally cringed at. So if this black gun was capable of even more destruction than those two, oh my god, master, that's amazing. However, what she didn't expect was for Walter to look at her as well with a smile which implied that he had something for her, too. "Miss Victoria, I believe I have something special for you as well." Just a minute. "Oh dear, Theseus, can you come here? I require some assistance, please." Following Walter, Theseus went out of the room as Cirrus was curious. Curiosity which soon became heightened at the awestruck, amazed sounds that came from the room next to this one. "Holy mother of... Oh, this, you've outdone your work, Walter." "Indeed." What is it?" "A new type of goo." Boom. Theseus went back to the room as he put down a weapon which stopped Cirrus' track. Behind him, Walter coughed with a hand behind his back, his poise impeccable as usual despite the devastation which had just happened. The Harkonnen, a 30mm anti-freak cannon designed to be used with both depleted uranium shells and exploding incendiary shells. This weapon will destroy all but the most heavily armored targets. Cirrus was stunned at the size of the weapon and couldn't believe that this one was going to be her new gun. Or should she say cannon? What the hell is this? The lights began to flicker as it got them curious. "Walter, is something wrong with the electricity?" "No, I've checked the electricity and there was no problem at all. Maybe it's just a glitch." Boom. "It seems we're attacked. Wonder who is the dumbest idiot who is targeting us." Walter went to the phone as he clicked on it. "Sir Integra." Just before they were attacked, Integra was in a seat with Meredith by her side in front of a circular table, one which had more than just them as occupants. The others turned out to be the members of the Round Table, men who could say were Helsing's monitors though not members of the organization itself. Right now, they were currently discussing the incidents that have been cropping up. With less than stellar results, the situation seems to be impossibly dire if you got the Cathedral Round Table gathered correct. Yes, there have been reports of vampires attacking more often in the British lands, and the information we are trying to contain is getting more frustrating. We can't keep this information quiet or else people will panic at the fact that the supernatural world exists. There are limits to information we can limit. What is going on? Have the Teeps and Carmilla faction began to attack. Integra, after massaging her temples from the various statements being thrown her way by their blabbering, shook her head negatively whilst responding for the first time in this entire meeting. Aside from the obligatory welcoming greeting she'd done earlier. No, I had Alucard go to Romania and ask them if they were the ones behind it, but they claim they weren't because they are currently using blood banks as their resource right now. Here are the reports of their claims. She replied, pulling out a bunch of files from a bag beside her chair that she proceeded to hand to the nearest members who then shared them between one another. Ah, I see. These are the dates which the vampire attacked, and from the looks of things they don't seem to indicate that they are responsible then. One of the Round Table members commented, nodding his head as if relieved of this information. His relief wasn't shared by the rest of them, though. If they are not behind the attack, then who is responsible then? At this question, Integra leaned forwards while putting her hands together like an evil mastermind would when contemplating their plans. We have been conducting a fair investigation into the matter, and finally one of my employers have found 2 pieces of evidence. Upon hearing that, the blonde woman glanced over to the Queen's granddaughter with a few subtle gestures. Gestures which Meredith understood as she nodded in response, before she took out the letter which Hijikata had managed to fix from the bag next to her own chair before she presented the letter to them. All the while, Integra pulled 3 chips. The sight of those chips quickly got the men's attention as one of them proceeded to question the obvious elephant in the room. What is that? A microchip, Integra answered, before she elaborated on what she had known about them. During these past few months, my workers have found them embedded within the vampires we have been slaying, to which we have been researching them around the clock. That is, until we discovered that these chips behave like transmitters, relaying information regarding the creature's physical state, mental state, movements, and altercation. Oh God, not only that, but in this letter that my workers have found it says you have been one of the few selected to be given a gift of a lifetime. Something which rarely anyone has been selected for. The organization will send you these items. You can do whatever you want. The woman recited after requesting the letter to be given to her, which it was. She then put it back down onto the table in front of her before she clasped her hands together again. Her eyes swept across the gentleman sitting at this table with her. It seems that we are dealing with a shadow organization, someone who is controlling them and turning them into vampires. Not only that, but they seem to have modified them. Virgins turning to ghouls, a vampire dies but a ghoul is still going. Gentlemen, we are not just facing someone, they are just like us. Boom. What was that? Are we under attack? Calm down now. Integra yelled to silence the panic that had suddenly taken over the room following a loud, unexpected explosion which had shaken the entire mansion. Unfortunately, the panic seemed to overwhelm one of the members still, a sign of how none of them had been used to the same environment as her. Sir Integra, this is Control Room 1. We are under attack. What happened? Who is attacking? It's an unknown enemy. What? The person on the other line of the phone Integra had used to get in contact with the front office frantically tried to explain their situation to his boss. All communications have been cut down and hey. Get away from me. Unfortunately, it seemed like the situation took a turn for the worse with the sounds of flesh being chomped down on as well as ghastly groans akin to those a ghoul would make filling the line before it went dead. Not that it didn't leave an impact on the members of the Round Table, who looked to be shitting their pants right now. Integra had an angry face as Meredith unleashed her holy aura. Sir Integra, shall I handle the situation? As much as she wanted her to, Integra shook her head as she forced her emotions into a state of calmness. If she were to send Meredith out now, then she would be playing a risky gamble she didn't think was necessary at the moment. Not when she had much better options available to her. No, call Walter, see if he is in the basement, and if he is, then tell him it's time for the Angel of Death to come back. No, I see, it seems my retirement will have to wait then. Walter mused over the phone, having been briefed of the situation by Meredith with Alucard, Ceres, and Theseus standing not too far away from him. All of them having heard the situation through their enhanced hearing, so none of them were out of the loop. Alucard himself, however, focused on something more important, at least to him. Looks like the Angel of Death has resurfaced, hasn't it? He remarked, something which Theseus nodded his head in agreement with. Indeed, Alucard, I propose we divide into 2 teams. One Alucard and Theseus will go upstairs, and Miss Victoria and I will go to the conference room. Ceres, on the other hand, frowned in concern as she wondered how they would be getting to their destination. Judging from the situation, she didn't think the stairs would be in use nor a good option right about now. The hallway is filled with ghouls, how will you manage to get through? She questioned the butler. Glancing over at her, Walter simply smirked pleasantly at her, as if knowing some things he didn't. Which honestly wouldn't be surprising since she was still new to this sort of thing. Asked this question to Sir Integra, where she found Alucard before. She said through the vents, I see, then we shall be on our way. With things settled on their side of things, on her end Integra nodded to herself, but she still had one last thing to say. Something she said directly to her family's butler. Walter, these animals are eating my people, show no mercy. Do not let them leave the grounds alive. He hung up the phone once those last few words got yelled through the phone into the family butler's ear, although they seemed to act like some kind of kill switch being flicked on when a spark of bloodlust erupted within Walter's eyes. A spark which almost seemed to make him look much younger than he really was. All the while, Walter grinned as his monocle began to reflect the light on it, making it look like he had one large hollow white eye. Seconds later, silver wires appeared on his hands, Walter fiddling with them as he smirked, a smirk more fitting for a devil than a human. By your orders, Sir Integra. Seeing this, Theseus grinned as he glanced at Alucard through the corner of his left eye, the image of a shark head floating beside him while he pocketed his hands inside his jacket. Looks like this will be fun, Alucard. The no-life king mimicked his grin, adding a dark, malicious chuckle in for good measure. Indeed so, Theseus. Hey, what are you two talking about? Theseus went to the door with Alucard as they turned back to them. Try and understand us a bit more, police girl. Alucard disappeared into some shadows, while Theseus gave a two-fingered salute before he sunk underground via making a hole below him thanks to Zenith Tempest, one which closed up once he had completely vanished. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? If any normal people work in this place. Theseus resided in his room, one which looked less like one and more like an aquarium than anything. What with the walls having been made of glass and behind them being large bodies of water. The light from these water bodies shone through the front of the room while he sat down near the back on a chair, resulting in his upper form being partially shadowed by the darkness as in the water there were sharks swimming around it. His trident remained leaning beside his chair at a diagonal angle while his bolt pistol rested on his lap. He had his hand on his left cheek while his head leaned slightly on it, waiting for something. While he waited, Theseus felt like taking a small nap, so closed his eyes. Boom. Upon hearing an explosion, the blond male's eyes slowly opened with a predatory glare aimed at the offender, glaring at the newly made hole where his room's door once was, seeing someone standing there. His eyes shone in the dark when a slender male with long, silver hair that reached his hips and possessed rather handsome looks. He had bangs and a lock of hair over either ear. He had his hair tied back into a ponytail with a black ribbon, one which trailed down to his shoulders. He also wore a pair of red diamond-shaped earrings dangling from either ear. Like all vampires, this one had elongated pointy ears, red eyes, and fangs in his mouth. In terms of attire, this vampire wore several components, including a suit, a long coat, thigh-high boots, and a cape to complement the noble appearance. He wears a white long-sleeved shirt with a decorative cut, the shirt having a black line with dark gray rhombi intermittently dispersed along it. The cuffs off the shirt were black and had 4 gold buttons down the outside. White lace ruffles came out of the cuffs over his white glove-covered hands. On his back, the vampire wore a white cape with a decorative cut over his shoulders and arms, the cape reaching to his waist in the front and down to his upper thighs. The cape has black shoulder details as well as the Nazi insignia on the left shoulder. It also has 2 black buttons on the right. A gold ring with an unknown insignia was attached to a chain running under his ruffles, with there being some other gold decorations hanging from this chain too. There was a wide, dark gray strap beneath this cape moving from his right shoulder to his left hip. This had 3 stripes running down it with a small mark over each stripe at set intervals. He wore a black collar with 1 white stripe on it. The collar looked to be decorated with a scarlet bow at the base of his throat. The tails of the ribbon reached his lower chest. 2 layers of white ruffles were present beneath the bow and reached his mid-chest. He also had a white waistcoat that he wore over his posterior, one which split down the center and reached his mid-calf, held in place by a wide black belt with a large buckle that rested over his left hip. On his lower body, the vampire donned a pair of white pants and black boots, which reach his upper thigh. The boots have 4 golden buttons at his thigh and 3 at his calf. The boots look to be white at the toes, sole, and heel. A pair of small black ribbons met over either heel and looked to be kept in place by a small white button detail in the center. All in all, a rather gaudy appearance if one were to ask Theseus. Meanwhile, the male remained silent as he gazed at the vampire, who chuckled in amusement at him. Well, we finally meet, Shark King. The vampire remarked, smirking deviously. Is that what they have been calling me? It seems it fits the category. Have you come to feed my sharks because they are very hungry for some vampire meat? Theseus responded, arching an eyebrow. They tell stories that a human with shark features has control over the elements and use them to shape various sharks, something which could be only achieved by ultimate ranking magicians by using calculation. The divinity in you is something unpredictable that we have never seen before. They say that your power is able to match the no-life king, Alucard himself. Theseus then smiled as he showed his sharp teeth. It seems people are starting to recognize my power then. You see, your power intrigues me for a long time that I've been wondering, what if I kill you, take that power of yours, and become the new no-life king? Sharks were at the glass as if waiting for something, but a great white shark bumped to the glass as if trying to get the vampire. Something which Theseus noticed as he offered a comforting smile, knowing just how his pets felt about someone who even dared to think they could touch him. Truly the life under the sea were some of the best companions ever. Don't worry, my dear pets, you'll have your meal soon. Dinner is almost here. Show me your power, Shark King. For I, Farid Bathroy, direct descendant of Elizabeth Bathory, will become the new king of the vampires. In an instant after that declaration, the vampire known as Farid had closed the distance between them with a single sword drawn from his hip, concealed previously. The moment he had been about to launch a reverse horizontal slash which would have slit Theseus's throat, the young adult simply grasped his bolt pistol and fired towards Farid's head, the vampire positioning his blade in front of the bullet seconds before it landed. It stopped his attack though, as well as knocked his blade arm upwards, allowing Theseus to aim his bolt pistol towards Farid's face again. FWAP. Just before he could pull the trigger though, Farid kicked his arm away from him though Theseus remained grasping his weapon which he then used the barrel of to block a downward slash from Farid's sword. The result being a deadlock between the two that allowed them to engage each other in a battle of bloodthirsty smiles. The vampire had both feet planted on the chair's armrests while Theseus's free hand rested leisurely on his lap, unmoving. Not only that, but their faces were so close that, if one looked at them from the rear without any form of context at all, then they would assume the two to be gay lovers making out with one another. Angling his bolt pistol, Theseus managed to fire a single round towards Farid's head, something which the man avoided by tilting his head back at the last second so that it skimmed the center of his forehead instead of outright blowing it to bits like it had done to multiple of his kin. However, it succeeded in breaking the deadlock between the two as Farid flipped off the man's chair and landed in a crouch before him, then dashed right back in. This turned out to be a feint in the following seconds as his form vanished right before it could repeat the same thing as before. For a moment, Theseus glanced around to see where the vampire had went off to, before he raised his bolt pistol and fired at the space behind the back of his head at a diagonal angle, the sweet sound of metal clashing against metal being heard as Farid landed in the darkness behind his chair. The vampire wasn't done yet though, far from it, with proof being how he appeared right beside Theseus's chair with multiple slashes being launched his way in a way which made it look like several blades were coming down on him at the same time. However, Theseus simply fired at Farid's sword arm instead of outright dealing with the threat, blowing a sizable chunk of his shoulder clean off, which slowed the attacks down enough so that Theseus could see only a couple blades, of which he simply identified where they would land if he let them hit him, and lowered his head, letting the sword impale the back of his chair. Bang 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 bang. A couple shots got fired afterwards, to which Farid dodged them with his sheer speed to make it look like he had multiple afterimages scattered throughout the room. Several blade slashes got swung close to the still-sitting Theseus's position, but the male simply blocked and deflected them with his bolt pistol, showing off its surprising level of durability, which had been enough to even momentarily give Farid pause. "Hoo, that's one fancy-ass gun you have there," the vampire exclaimed, dodging a couple rounds by a hair whilst his shoulder had finished regenerating to as good as new, although there was now a hole in his clothing around that shoulder. Theseus noticed. "You seem to really like mortal weaponry, don't you, Shark King? What, are your fangs not up to snuff when facing off against a superior predator?" he howled, launching multiple slashes at once while seemingly being too far from Theseus for them to actually hit him. Clang 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 clang. However, the lad had listened to his instincts and opted to analyze the sword swings themselves, angling his bolt pistol so that the weapon blocked some kind of invisible slash, something which got proven to be the right call when he felt some kind of shockwave collide with his gun that possessed the same force as an actual sword swing. He remembered that there were some shows and animes where swordsmen were capable of creating shockwaves with their weapons that acted as ranged attacks against their enemies. One example being that one Spanish-looking guy in that show about pirates rebelling against a corrupt government while chasing their dreams. He couldn't for the life of him remember its name though. And not getting an answer from Theseus, Farid cackled all the more as his barrage of slash attacks grew more and more intense. "Hey ha ha ha. But I digress. You may be full of fangs, boy, but your reliance on pathetic toothpicks like that will one day make them dull and weak. Too useless to do anything. A shark's true weapons are the fangs that he strikes with, you know. Have you ever seen one with blunt fangs? 'Cause I sure as hell haven't." Ha 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 ha. Nah, boring. Splash 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 splash. In an instant, Farid's smirk got wiped clean off his face. The reason? A sudden shift in both the air as well as the battle's flow. 4 gunshots rung out, ones which shot through the air towards Farid, who had made to slice them apart like he had done to so many others during this brief exchange. But then all of a sudden several gusts of wind then blew the bullets out of his sword swings, re-angling and directing them so that they shot right into both his arms as well as his legs from behind. Poor bastard never even saw them coming either, and as a result the vampire fell to the ground while several wind gusts blew his severed limbs further away from him. Even as his sockets burned with a pain which almost made Farid want to scream in pain, Theseus didn't let that happen as his eyes narrowed at him, and all of a sudden the vampire froze, being unable to move even the tiniest of muscles. The so-called Shark King then stood up from his chair, the first time that he had ever seen him do so, Farid realized, whilst his eyes glowed a bright green as he slowly strode towards him, leering down at him like he were an ant to him. "You think that you, someone with swordsmanship that's like swinging a blunt stick, someone who's so used to getting their way, who thinks that they're so almighty due to some lineage I could give a shit about that reality won't smack you in the face, let alone make you even dare to think you could usurp Alucard. DFT, that joke's so bad that I'm honestly unable to even fake a laugh. The gaze Theseus gave was cold, dark, and utterly murderous. His gaze that of a predator who had cornered his prey mixed with malice that seemed almost toxic while his body lightly glowed with green chaotic feeling energy, sending no small number of chills down Farad's spine. The man looked up at him with wide eyes, shock and horror filling them as he tried to move, only for something to stop him from even making the tiniest of motions. You, Farad Bathory, are pathetic, so much so that all it takes to beat you is a little blood manipulation to halt your movements. Looks like your will is just too weak. You haven't gone through nearly enough hardship to train yourself enough to make this more of a chore to do. You've probably spent so long being spoiled by your mama and papa who say you're special, that you never even considered going out and experiencing the real world. Theseus sneered while he clicked his free hand's fingers, several tendrils of earth forming beside him while being rooted to the ground beside them. These tendrils then reached for the various limbs Theseus had shot off, then tossed them into the air and towards a series of holes on top of the walls. These holes looked to be just big enough for a head to be sent through, and as a result the limbs got put into the water-filled walls, right on cue for the sharks within to quickly begin to devour them. This is. Fear and terror gripped him as Farad struggled to once again move, but thanks to Theseus apparently manipulating his blood somehow, that proved to be completely impossible, rendering him completely at the Shark King's mercy. Something which the vampire would soon find out did not exist in his vocabulary. Nobody is ever truly special, filth, Theseus stated, walking around so he could grab the vampire by the back of his head. All the while one of the walls tilted itself open at the top enough so that an entire body could be slipped through, mechanical whirring sounds being heard all the while. No matter how hard one works, no matter who that person is, be it a king or a simple civilian, the slightest injustice can take everything from you, leave you with nothing. That pain of having everything taken from you. The male's eyes narrowed darkly at Farad as he briefly looked to the side, an unreadable expression on his face. That is, before he snarled down at the vampire with a look of sheer disgust forming on his face. I'll make sure you learn it as part of your last moments in this world. Just as Theseus made to toss Farad over to the opening in the wall, Farad became as pale as a ghost, morbid terror filling him when the Shark King's intentions finally dawned on him. Wait, he screamed. Why are you victorious over me? I am stronger, faster, better. I have a better bloodline. I should have won over your puny human self, yet why? Why are you able to handle your betters like this? DFT, you thought I was even fighting you. Please, that was more playing than anything. Remember, I never used my best weapon nor did I get off my ass to wipe the floor with you. Once he said that, Theseus tossed the screaming Farad into the opening. He then watched the sharks proceed to surround the flailing vampires formed from all angles, utterly ripping through it to fill the whole pool of water with the color of blood as said wall closed up right after Farad's soon-to-be-devoured form had passed through. Just like I said, dinner has been served, Theseus said as he walked to the now-closed wall. As if sensing his presence, the great white shark who had bits of hair in its teeth swam up to place its nose against the glass, to which the blond man simply offered a kind smile. He then reached forth and pet the shark's nose through the glass as he stared into its beady black eyes. Looks like he wasn't much to you, Theseus. He nothing but a pile of shit. Or should I say fish shit. How was yours? The blond male questioned, turning his head slightly so he could glance behind him at the familiar glasses-wearing vampire. Said vampire had stepped through the hole created when Farad had busted down his door, and currently stood in the space where the weakling had landed after Theseus had immobilized him. Alucard shook his head, his expression hidden behind his glasses, but Theseus could tell that there was a lot of discontent there. Too simple and admittingly vicious, yet so frail. He remarked, a scoff escaping him. That vampire didn't know how a real vampire is. Kinda makes me wish to be there with you so my sharks could have additional food. One person is not enough apparently. It seems so. The blood below Alucard was then absorbed to him as Theseus fully turned around, resulting in the two males facing one another. Have you got the details of why they are attacking us? The blonde questioned. Unfortunately, the black-haired vampire king shook his head negatively. Only bits of it, but apparently I didn't get to suck much of his blood when I turned him into dog food. He replied, thinking back to the less-than-stellar fight, if he could even call it that. Hearing this caused Theseus to groan into a facepalm, a hand on his hip while a tendril of water shot out from his side and grasped onto his trident shaft, pulling it back to its master who grabbed it with his free hand while he held it at the ready. Not to fight against Alucard though, he wasn't nearly as strong as that guy was yet. Great, our first lead on who was it that attacked us is gone. But apparently he wasn't alone. The one upstairs utilized ghouls as their main attack force. They turned our soldiers into ghouls. Well shit, guess I have to prepare some holes for them. Not in that way, damn it. Oh, shut up, Alucard. Should we go upstairs and help them? No, they can handle themselves. An army of ghouls is nothing to them. The police girl needs to know what it means to be a vampire. Suit yourself, Alucard. I'm using the enemy's corpse as food for my sharks. Don't drain their blood. The meat won't taste good for them. I will. Alucard then leaves his room as Theseus went to the center of the room and sat on his chair again as he took out his phone and contacted Kuro. Theseus, where the hell are all of you? I know we were supposed to be there, but apparently there was something blocking Volley's teleportation and Kuroka's too, so we had to take the plane, but it nearly crashed into the Big Ben clock due to there being a vampire on board. One which almost took over the plane if we hadn't killed him. Kuroka managed to wipe their memories, but there was no pilot, so I had to control the plane and land it somewhere far from the main city. Kuro replied, "Looks like they'll be exhausted when they finally arrive." Theseus thought to himself as he pondered the state his trusted companions would be in when they arrive. "I see. How long until you get here?" "About 3 hours. Or days if we can't find transportation and have to resort to finding another method of transportation," Kuro replied, and even though it was said stoically like always with him, one could feel the irritation he felt inside. Theseus frowned at this. Looked like this day would be one filled with a plethora of misfortunes that they'll remember for a while. "I see. Good luck then, and be careful. The vampires are appearing everywhere." "No shit, I couldn't get a meal because of them. They are becoming a constant annoyance. I can't get a moment of peace." "You mean by trying to get into Volley's pants?" "I mean what I said." The blonde could only sweat drop as several voices belonging to a certain half-devil and former Nekishu got heard alongside Kuro's remarks. Okay, see you guys soon then. Hope there isn't any trouble for you. Fresh blood." "Okay, I'm coming there now instead. Sir Integra will have my head and yours for the reason why all of you are late." "GAH, please hurry Naya, or else she'll confiscate my fish." "You mean my fish whenever I try to feed my sharks? Are you the reason why I've been getting low fish every time?" "NYA, no, I've got my eye on you, cat. Anyway, send me your location and I'll be there." "Got it." Click. Theseus hung up the phone before he put it back inside his jacket's inner pocket. Turning on his boots, Theseus then strode on over to a wall, one which formed as the only non-glass wall in his room. Raising his right arm, he put his hand on the wall for a few seconds, before the material seemed to split itself in half like a pair of curtains being drawn. In seconds, a path was opened for him to which he smirked internally at. Before he left, Theseus turned back to see his sharks. "I'll be back, dearies, and when I do, I'll have mountains of food for all of you." With that said, Theseus smirked when he heard a flutter of excited movement from his sharks, really looking forward to feeding them in the near future. Still, since his companions were in need of assistance, Theseus turned serious while he turned around and went into the path before him, the path closing behind him to leave the wall like nothing had ever happened to it. Speeding through the scenery which Theseus passed by so quickly he had a somewhat hard time identifying his surroundings, though his memory served him well in this regard. The blonde man hurried to the location of his group. One might think that since those two were devils, albeit one hybrid and one stray, they could just sprout their wings and fly their way to the mansion. That did sound like a viable tactic in theory, but there were multiple problems that arose just as quickly that halted such an idea. One of them was that they had been on a plane full of passengers, so they couldn't leave it behind, otherwise not only would the passengers die, but they'd also stain Helsing's reputation. Integra would have their heads in that case, which wouldn't end well for anyone. Additionally, while Volley and Kuroka could fly with their wings, the problem would be that it would draw attention from the humans within the city of London. So Sir Integra had deemed it necessary to forbid them from flying close to human settlements, unless in extreme circumstances. Click. Briefly hearing the ringing of his iPhone, Theseus promptly pulled it out of his jacket's inner pocket while glancing at the caller ID, finding it to be Integra. Theseus hummed, already having an idea as to why she had tried calling him at this moment in time. She must have gotten word from Alucard about him leaving the mansion. As such, he pressed the receive call button before pressing the phone to his ear. "Hello." Instantly, Theseus heard Integra's hard voice over the other line. She sounded quite irritated too, though he doubted that it was just him leaving so suddenly, plus she did have Alucard with her. "Theseus, where are you?" "I am in the outskirts of the main London city." Theseus promptly replied, already seeing the buildings designating London a short distance away. "I know that, but I'm asking, why are you out of the manor?" "My group is apparently in a dilemma right now, so I'm heading over to assist them. Normally I could just leave them, but with the increase of vampires it would take them days to come to the organization, so I decided to help them out this time. We'll be able to regroup to battle against the Shadow Organization this way, also." "I see." After a few moments of processing this, Theseus mentally sighed in relief at her not being too fussed about his actions. There were few people in this world who could cause his instincts to all unanimously agree to flee, but Integra Helsing had that ability in droves, so her not being angry at him right now made him feel like he had dodged a bullet. It probably helped that his instincts and contributions which produced the results that spoke about his effectiveness helped too. If there was one thing about the adult world he had taken to heart, it was that as long as one produced results, then they could get away with a lot of stuff. "How was the meeting, Sir Integra?" "We have been ordered to investigate this ourselves without any help." "I see. So that means we are on our own." "Yes, for the time being." "Be quick, Theseus." "Understood." "Quick question, can you save the enemy's bodies?" "I want to feed them to my sharks." "Granted, but when you get back, make 80 holes for our soldier's funeral." "Got it." Click. Once he finished the call and ended it, Theseus put it back into his jacket's inner pocket, proceeding to speed up once more. He was running until he stopped when he arrived at what looked like a vacated harbor area, of which the plane looked to have been sort of docked inside like a frigate would when unloading supplies into the harbor itself. Once he arrived there, Theseus looked around and saw his group standing in the middle of a bunch of vampire corpses, each scattered across the ground like a littler in a city park. Some looked to have been horribly burnt, but that's okay, his pets would love some roasted meat. Sensing movement, Theseus glanced towards a section of the area out the corner of his right eye, spotting a vampire trying to launch a sneak attack behind an unsuspecting Kuro before he managed to get behind the vampire and stabbed it through the back and out the chest with his trident. Apparently you missed one. Just before. How is this, Po? Shing. Boom. Shut up already, you're giving me a headache. Volley remarked irritably, putting a hand over his silver hair after having stomped on a vampire's head to knock him out. He normally would have stomped hard enough to crush his skull and turn it into paste, but thanks to Theseus asking them to preserve them enough so that he could give them to his pets, that had mostly gone out of the window. The guy really loved sharks, alright, though Volley supposed it made sense that he liked them since he seemed to have gained some of their personality traits. Did recall how sometimes the guy had the visage of a shark by him whenever he got angry, something which Kuroka had coined the shark demon visage out of reference to that Hanya mask that purple-haired landlady sometimes brought out with a happy smile on her face. My ears are still stinging from their screaming. Glancing over to Kuroka, who currently kept the majority of the vampires under control and docile using her powers, Kuro raised a brow at her. Come on, Theseus said he would come for us, so we have to wait when I gave him our location, he stated, not like it did much to quell her sour mood at the moment. It would be better to walk, the black-haired Nekashu whined. This time Volley interjected after hearing that, and have the survivors here turn into ghouls. You need to start thinking rationally, horny Nico, he stated, causing Kuroka to pout while Kuro repressed the urge to smirk in amusement at the name the white-haired male had given her. Our mission is also to protect the citizens of British Empire, or else our reputation is ruined. How long until the shark boy is here? Keeping these civilians in a daze is tiring for me now. As they talk unknowingly, a vampire was sneaking up behind them, or rather Kuro in particular, while he cleansed his blade of the filth he had plunged it into recently. As the vampire prepared to strike at him from behind since they had killed his comrades, a loud scream escaped the vampire when he was stabbed from behind by a trident. Obviously, this alerted the others to the vampire's presence, though they soon calmed down when they had seen who the assailant was. Apparently you missed one, Theseus remarked, smirking as he held his trident with its tip facing upwards, letting it dig deeper into the dying vampire. Oh, you're finally here, Theseus. Kuro responded neutrally, though the gratitude in his eyes remained all the more apparent. The blonde male nodded his head at that, flicking his trident downwards to drop the now dead vampire to the ground beside him. All the while he cleaned it of the blood on it in a few skillful motions, alongside placing a hand on his hip. I wouldn't be unless all of you are late, he stated bluntly. Anyways, since we're all here, let's get this sorted and get back to the mansion. You lot missed out on a bunch of stuff anyways. Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to be here for much longer, a huge-ass sigh escaped Volley's lips as he proceeded to head on towards Theseus's position while looking completely for leaving here. Finally, staying here while these people were locked in a daze is just boring. There is not a good fight for me, he mused, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh right, now that Theseus looked, he also noticed the guy had just deactivated his sacred gear Divine Dividing, meaning that he had had it out this whole time. How did he not notice? My robes are starting to get dirty, Naya. While Theseus contemplated his possibly floundering eyesight and lack of surveying his surroundings, Kuro eyed Kuroka dryly while he crossed his arms over his chest. Well, you're gonna have to wait longer. I will have to contact the M16. We have citizens at the London outskirts. Make it quick, I'm tired of all these vampires. If I see one more, I swear I will blow them to smithereens. I don't care if Sir Integra complains. Duty noted. Time skip 3 days. After Theseus got his group and called the M16, they arrived at the Helsing mansion in 5 minutes, once they had gotten the civilians to safety. As for the dead vampires who had been slain, Theseus had taken them and went back to the manor. One could guess what he had done with them judging by the smell of iron that filled his room. Moving forwards, after they reunited with each other, Sir Integra figured that she had to get more soldiers. They were abysmally low in terms of firepower. Alucard, Theseus, Volley, Kuro and the others were not enough since, like what Theseus said, who knows how many descendants they have. Not to mention that they just couldn't keep up the work rate of an entire guard force on top of their regular duties, something which Integra saw as a foolish thing to even try to attempt given the strong personalities they had. As of right now, Theseus sat on his chair near his shark tank as he threw another corpse to his sharks, which then proceeded to feed on it. While Theseus watched his pets get their daily meal, he heard the door to his room, which he had repaired, open up, prompting him to glance in its direction, while part of him worried that it might be another boring-ass intruder. Fortunately, those fears vanished when he saw Walter enter the room, searching for him until he saw Theseus on his chair with his body partially enshrouded in shadows save for his glowing eyes. Taking a moment to compose himself, since right now Walter got the impression he was looking at a younger clone of Alucard at the moment, the butler proceeded to give him a report. There is something that requires your assistance, Theseus. What is it, Walter? Another extermination. Because I love to add in more food for my pets, Theseus questioned, arching a brow. While he partially grinned at the thought of feeding live prey to his sharks, the shark-like male didn't feel like it was the time for his usual antics when he saw how Walter's face looked. Said Butler shook his head. Maybe, but this one is something which caught our attention, he told him seriously. Hearing this in his voice, Theseus leaned back on his chair, clamped his hands together on his lap while crossing one leg over the other. What is it? He questioned, narrowing his glowing eyes. Do you know about Julius Cain? I've read some of his books about various travels he's been on, though I'll admit I did find something strange about it as, well, to best explain it, it was as if it was glowing with power, Theseus replied, humming thoughtfully as he dug through his memories to search for those associated with that name. He never met the person himself, but he had heard that he had been a traveling archaeologist specializing in stuff from Egyptian origins. He had heard that the Egyptian faction paid extra close attention to his movements because of this, too. Seeing that he had some knowledge of the man, Walter slightly exhaled in relief, since this would make explaining things to the male a bit easier. Yes, but in reality, he is a magician who is interested in Egyptian magic, not to mention a forgotten pantheon, Walter claimed, though Theseus had no trouble believing those claims. The said male hummed in thought as he clutched his chin with his right hand, looking to the left while his free hand placed its palm on his thigh. I see. He is here in London right now, with his 2 children, and is currently approaching the British Museum. Now that got Theseus's attention as he looked up with surprise and confusion in his eyes. What could possibly he do with old artifacts if they are not real? Walter shook his head negatively. We don't know, but you are to go with Meredith and the rest of your group. Find out what his intention is, and if he proves to be a threat, kill him. Theseus nodded his head in acknowledgement, though he had to admit for Integra to send not just him but his entire group on this assignment meant that she believed this to be a dangerous mission, more so than what they could handle alone in her eyes, and as a leader she wasn't supposed to take unnecessary risks. Still, not all of them were here yet, since one exception had been sent on another mission across the opposite side of the UK. What about Hijikata? He will be arriving soon, as right now he is on a boat coming from Ireland. I see. All right, I will be there, Walter. And before you forget here, before the male could do anything, Helsing's butler plucked something from within his overcoat before throwing it at him, something that the blonde trident wielder caught in his right hand. Bringing it to his gaze, Theseus saw that it appeared to be some kind of credit card with the Helsing insignia on it. You will be given unlimited money provided by the London faction. All right, and before you go, please don't make such a mess like Alucard. Now that got him chuckling in amusement at the bashful look on the man's face, a look he had every right to be making considering who he was talking to. Hey, you know me too well, Walter. Later. I can't believe that Sir Integra sends us to monitor one person. How can he prove to be a threat? Whined a certain white dragon emperor, utterly bored and not liking the assignment they had been sent on. He had expected there to be lots of combat like his usual missions did, but so far that had not been the case since he hadn't gotten the chance to fight once. Once he had almost gotten his wish when a bunch of punks tried picking a fight with him due to their gazes being drawn to Kuroka's visage, but they had been swiftly scared off by bloodlust shot at them by Theseus. Turned out that the male absolutely hated anything to do with Issei or perversion without discrimination. He would rip apart even the slightest perverts if they were close to him. Heck, at one time they had to stop him from going out to hunt down and massacre all of the off-brand creators. The lad ranting and raving like a madman with his trident out and unintentionally creating a chaotic storm over the Helsing manor. He of course had to pay for the damages out of his salary and accumulated funds, but in the end he still swore that if he were to meet those kinds of people or any perverts, disembowelment would be the least of their concerns. Right now it was a dark night that overlooked their current position. Vali, Theseus, Kuroka and Kuro sat atop a building rooftop, one which overlooked the British Museum as they scoped it out while waiting for their targets to arrive. The group had set up a small observation post on this rooftop so that they could see what their targets would be doing upon their arrival, although they hadn't arrived at the place just yet. It wouldn't be long until they did though, Julius and his 2 children, the Cain siblings, so right now things surrounding the group weren't exactly on a positive note. Not when all of them were either hot-blooded males who preferred action over waiting about, someone who had lust so much that they could potentially personify it, with the only person being sane enough to keep them grounded having a code which he stuck to on an absurd level. Well, Vali, it says here that he has been researching ancient Egyptian artifacts for a long time, to the point where he wrote a book about them, which is interesting. Kuro replied after pulling out a file and looking through it. At this, Vali gave the sword-wielding samurai an incredulous look. Egypt, that place is long forgotten, Kuro. If they were still around then they would lay waste on the 3 factions by now. Eventually, Kuroka couldn't contain her curiosity and began to inquire in a way befitting of her species. What's so interesting about those sand castles, Naya? There is more to that. What do you mean, Albion? Upon hearing Albion's voice when divine dividing manifested on the silver-haired male's back, each of the group eyed them while Albion proceeded to explain his previous point. Let me tell you, the Egypt faction are powerful gods, so powerful in the past they were considered to be on the top faction since BC. Their legends are far older than anyone else's, save for perhaps the Mesopotamians. Those 2 religions. Theseus frowned when old memories got dug up from the depths of his consciousness thanks to them. Memories of his childhood before everything that had happened that changed everything for him. He remembered how his mother had told him a few stories of the Egyptian mythos as well as the Mesopotamian faith, and while he did recall that she had been told them to her by someone, he couldn't recall who. Then what happened? He questioned. The Christian god happened. He apparently damaged their reputation when he came to existence. YHVH unleashed the 10 plagues to their land when Ramesses was alive. The Egypt gods were forced to leave when Christianity was growing. Some say that they are long dead by now, but I know that they can't be killed easily. I see. Ooh, look, a guy is banging the door. Upon hearing these words come out of Volley's lips, an excited grin forming on his specifically at the thought of something finally happening after staying up here for hours now. Each of the team raced to his side so they could look to where he had been pointing. Close to the front of the museum, a car had parked with 3 of its door opening and the residents inside to step out. One of them, looking to be the oldest so they presumed it to be Julius Cain, looked to be a middle-aged man of African descent, sporting both brown skin and piercing brown eyes. He looked to sport a black goatee around his chin while he looked to be clearly shaved on top of his head. He looked to be dressed to impress too, sporting a long coat under a formal set of clothing which reminded the group of the Helsing butler, Walter. Soon, the 2 children caught their attention with the 2 looking quite distinct. They consisted of 1 male and 1 female, with the female being the more outgoing of the 2 it seemed. She had fair-looking skin and caramel hair that also sported bright red-colored streaks. For attire, she had a more casual one than her father, wearing some combat boots, a pair of tattered jeans, and some earbuds. In contrast to her, the male of the 2 who obviously showed himself to be her brother, looked less outgoing and more like someone who would fit in an educational facility like a college or a uni. Not someone who looked like they belonged on the front lines like Theseus and the others anyways. Additionally, this male looked to be around the same age and height as the girl, sporting brown skin hinting at his lineage being similar to that of his father, with brown hair and brown eyes. His clothes consisted of clothes a professor would wear, making him look quite formal and intelligent. Wait, hold on, I sense a whole lot of magic in there. Crap, let's go. They jumped down as they went to the man who was at the door. Meredith knocked him out as Theseus pushed the door, which turned out to be locked, and instead used his energy to destroy it. Once this had been done, the group rushed inside and soon came into what looked like a large room filled with Aretes, where they soon spotted the 2 children of Julius Cain, with both of them looking quite bewildered as to what they had just seen. There was no sign of their father though, something each of the group noticed, though they would get their answers soon enough. What the? How did? Snap. Before any of them could say anything more, Theseus clicked his fingers and tapped into his sacred gear's power. The following second, long tendrils made from rock began to shoot up from around the 2 kids, binding them and restricting their movements to an absolute zero as the male strode up to them. All right, we will ask the questions here, he stated. Was that magic, Issei? When the boy made to speak again, Theseus immediately felt like he would get migraines from this person's speech patterns. As such, in order to stop him from speaking any further and annoying him to the point of murder, Theseus drew his trident from his back and pointed it at the boy, directly under his neck, so that one thrust would be all it'd take for him to end him. His eyes pretty much spoke what he felt at the moment. Now utterly scared, the boy eyed the trident that could very well cause his life to end, especially with how the lights from the museum ceiling made it glimmer menacingly. Not to mention they made a very clear implication in the boy's mind of the realism behind the weapon, something which he meekly inquired into while trying to keep his voice calm when he saw Theseus's glare spike tenfold. Ooh, is that a real trident? Growling at him while glaring with the malice of a shark, Theseus barely managed to restrain himself from adding the rising bloodlust to his words when his trident inched ever closer to the boy's throat. Why don't you take a closer look, Cain? He sneered vehemently. At this point, the girl who had been shocked silent this whole time, perked up at the mention of their names, as well as grew suspicious as all hell like players of this detective-like game her friends had been talking about. How do you know our last name? She questioned cautiously, trying to maintain her cool even with her brother's life on the balance here. Instead of Theseus, Meredith stepped forwards with a cold gaze being directed at the 2 siblings. We know everything, including who your father is, so I will not ask again what your father is doing. We don't know. We were about to see what he's doing when he told us to wait here. The girl replied hurriedly, not wanting this already unstable situation to go even further south. At this, Meredith took a step back and cupped her chin as she pondered her answer. She mumbled, mulling it over internally. That would explain why they were here and their father wasn't. All right, however, it made her question Julius even more now. After all, if he had left them here, then he obviously intended to do something which he wanted to keep them away from. Very suspicious behavior. Part of her hoped that it wouldn't be too dangerous though, because if so then they would have to make these 2 children fatherless for the good of the London people. In the end, Meredith sighed after looking the 2 children over, realizing not just from their words but also their posture that they were a pair of unknowing innocents in all of this, so they didn't need to deal with them too harshly. Looking over to the blonde male who still looked ready to stab someone, she began to rein him in. Let them go, Theseus. From the way they are explaining, they don't know the situation. Fine, Meredith, but if they try to do something, I'll feed them to my sharks, Theseus eventually stated, groaning as he put his trident onto his back again. Wait, do you mean fish? The boy questioned, really making the blonde strain himself to not go against his word. Looking at him for a moment after he had asked this question, Meredith only responded with the curt statement, "Fair warning, Kane, this guy actually keeps sharks as pets." One could just tell how nervous the boy was, judging from his paling skin tone as well as how he nodded his head in a flustered sense of panic. Nobody wanted to die by being devoured by sharks. There was a whole set of movies about sharks feeding off beachgoers which painted a real good picture as to what that would be like. Gee, got it. Come on, Carter, let's have them follow us. What but Sadie, Dad told us to stay here and never look. God, you're hopeless, Carter. Come on, guys. I also want to know what he's doing. Wait. The girl named Sadie had led them to where the magic was getting stronger by the minute before they stopped when they saw Julius standing before a large artifact, seemingly performing some kind of ritual, judging from the movements he was making and the words coming out of his mouth. What's he doing? What's that on his hand? Is that a boomerang? I don't know, but Sethhead. He was writing something on the large artifact, which upon closer inspection looked to be some kind of large stone that was currently glowing with Norse-like runes over its form. Open. Huh. Okay, Sadie, since when did you understand ancient Egyptian? I don't know. While the confused Sadie responded to her brother's deadpan question, the sharply observant Kuro noticed that her amulet had been glowing, which he suspected was the reason behind how she had apparently understood a forgotten language she had no knowledge of. In front of them, Julius then began to write in another ancient language which he pronounced at the same time. Wursirael, Osiris come, Osiris. It was then Sadie noticed something was wrong as she opened her eyes. No, Dad, no, Sadie. Theseus then took this chance to point his trident at Julius. Stop whatever you're doing or else I'll make you, he stated with a threatening manner, his trident already starting to glow a slightly green color. This drew Julius's attention as panic started to set in. No, you don't understand. Get out while you still, he tried to say, only for the stone behind him to start acting. Strangely, though seconds beforehand Meredith instinctively figured out something bad was going to happen, thus she promptly informed the rest, the blonde male especially. Theseus, it's gonna blow. Huh. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. Boom. G-H-H-H. Theseus was closest to the stone as he was knocked back as the rest of the group, although in midair he managed to regain his senses and right himself before landing on all fours. Looking up while reflexively holding his trident at the ready, he laid eyes upon what looked to be some sort of fiery outline. One of a man as he was by Julius, who stood unharmed. Well done. Very well done, Julius, the being said, apparently pleased with the middle-aged man's efforts. Although the same could not be said for Julius, who glared with both anger and fear at him. You were not summoned. Yet, all his anger did was amuse the flaming man to a point where it merely chuckled and casually dismissed the rage being directed at him. I am never summoned, Julius. But when you open a door, you must be prepared for a guest to walk through. It said. These words did serve to snap the anger out of the middle-aged man, although that anger soon got replaced by a mix of dread and fear. The implications of this event were only known to him as he almost breathlessly asked the following question, knowing that he wouldn't like the answer. How many? How many did I release? His fears soon came true when the being chuckled at him once again, this time more in a mocking sense than anything. Why, all 5. You should know we're a package deal, Julius. Soon I'll release even more and they'll be very grateful. Release even more, the man muttered under his breath, before something clicked inside his head and his eyes widened even further. The demon days. I won't allow it. Back to the Jewett. In a fit of rebellion against the mistake he had made, Julius threw his staff, which turned into a snake as it was prepared to bite the fiery man. Unfortunately, that did jack shit when the being merely grabbed onto it and then incinerated it, leaving nothing behind. I shall be named King Agai-Org. Boom. He was stopped when he felt lightning strike at him, lightning which hit his forearm that he'd used to block it, although to his surprise it had an unusual amount of force behind it, enough to send him strafing sideways a little. As his forearm smoked slightly from the impact, the being turned around for the source of the surprise attack, before he spotted Theseus standing defiantly before him, a lightning bolt forming over his right shoulder and aiming at him. The moment that he saw the blond man, the being's eyes widened briefly with intrigue and curiosity being born within them. Oh, now what do we have here? A being of divinity in between both darkness and light at the same time? Very intriguing. Briefly wondering what the hell that was about, Theseus paused when he heard Julius shout out to him. Hurry, run. You're not strong to defeat him. He yelled in panicked dread. However, Theseus ignored him and proceeded to launch the lightning bolt at his opponent. Cut the chit-chat and let's see how you will fare against me, the blond man snarled, twirling his trident with water streams spiraling around its tip. Deflecting the lightning bolt with ease, the being burst into laughter at the faint sting he felt from his arm. Ha ha ha, I like your attitude, boy. We will have our match soon, but first. He made a shock wave which Theseus blocked before the fiery man took this chance as he made a fist and something conjured on Julius as it was making something before he was turned into an Egypt coffin. Goodbye, Osiris. Dad. Sadie tried to go to her father before Kuro stopped her. The man heard Sadie's voice as he turned around and threw a fireball at them as Meredith made a barrier which blocked the attack. It seemed that they were unhurt when the dust settled. Theseus then made an attack as he was about to stab the fiery man as he dodged it. Persistent, aren't we? Like I said, soon we will have our match. He then spread his hand as he was surrounded by fire before disappearing, knocking Carter, Sadie, Kuroka and Volley if he hadn't recovered fast and Kuro backwards. Although Kuro managed to reduce the damage to 0 when he reversed the gravity in order to stop the impact. Meredith scowled as she recovered from what had happened, being the first of the group to fully recover. Who was that man? What had he meant by Juat and Demon Days? She wondered, frowning. Volley nodded his head in agreement, slightly jealous that Theseus had gotten a brief moment of combat, unlike himself. That's what I like to know. He muttered with a frown of his own, though that soon changed in the following moments. Set. What do you mean? Yes, it confirms why the Egypt gods have not appeared. Set is the Egyptian god of deserts, storms, strength, chaos, and evil. So we're dealing with a god from a forgotten pantheon. Great, just when we were trying to solve who it was that was attacking us. Volley muttered, groaning into his hand which he had slapped into his face. All the while, Kuro clutched his chin while resting a hand over his sheathed katana. The situation seems to be dire now. We need Alucard's help, he mused, getting various nods of agreement from the others. However, you will do no such thing, Hellsing members. Just before the group could take action, they heard a voice from nearby. Alert! Each of them twirled around to the voice's source to and see a beautiful woman. One who looked to be significantly beautiful with vaguely Arabic features and straight, jet-black hair cut at her jawline, Egyptian style and Arabic clothes. Currently, she wielded a burning staff and she was not alone. For beside her was a man who wore cream-colored robes and sported a forked beard. We will handle the situation, it is not for any of you to interfere. Theseus narrowed his eyes at the two, pointing his trident at them instead of the fiery being who he really wanted to impale right now. Who are you to make threats? This has happened on London soil, which makes it our problem, he stated, snarling at the woman with his eyes already starting to gain a crazed gleam to them. Arrogant man. Just when the woman made to step forwards while looking to have been provoked into action against Theseus, his lips forming a shark-like grin as a result, the man promptly held an arm out in front of the woman to stop her. Wait, Sia, don't threaten him, they have the No-Life King by their side. We do not want to make an enemy of them, he told her firmly, something which seemed to make the woman tense up as if she had forgotten the fact he had brought up. The No-Life King had a very infamous reputation across all corners of the world, to the point where anyone with a decent amount of common sense would know to not piss off the ones who he let order him around like a slave, since doing so would not end well for them. As a result, the woman reluctantly backed down from the conflict, though she did so quite slowly. Fine. Assured that his companion wouldn't be getting not just him but a whole load of people killed due to her youthful pride, the man once again looked back to the Hellsing members and addressed them directly. Forgive her, Hellsing, but the situation is something which we have to do as the House of Life duty. What do you mean? It's best for any of you to not get involved for your own good. Instead of answering their question, the man gave that statement. However, to them it sounded more like a warning, which earned the pair irritated stares from the majority of the Hellsing members. Kuroka even made a dark hiss sound, something she rarely did if ever. They made it teleporting as they were about to question before they left. Now that the two had vanished, Meredith and the others switched their gazes to the Kane siblings, allowing them to see that the two children were currently sprawled out on the ground near them while looking to be unconscious. For a moment, silence dominated the area until Theseus decided to ask the obvious question. What should we do with them? Volley sighed as he stood over them, his eyes starting to slightly glow a silver color, which got taken as a sign of his demonic power being brought to the surface. From the expression, they didn't know about this until now. I suggest we erase their memories, he stated, about to do so. However, words from Kuro gave Volley pause as well as made him cut power, resulting in the glow vanishing from sight for the time being. The girl's amulet seems to be quite special though, as with it she was able to decipher a forgotten ancient language. Kuro remarked thoughtfully, this means that Julius knew that they would one day be brought into whatever his business was, meaning that whether they like it or not, they're part of this situation now. As for how this is the case, I'm not so sure. Humming at the samurai-esque man's deduction, Theseus looked towards Meredith after pondering for a few seconds and gave his own suggestion regarding the two. From what Kuro had said, it would seem that they had two people who needed to be debriefed on the situation. Heck, maybe somehow they could find out if they could be of some use to them. They were involved with this stuff whether they wanted to be or not, so they could perhaps get them accustomed to it quickly enough. I suggest we send them to the Hellsing Manor where we can find and... Wait, please don't send my nephew and niece there. Great, who is it this time? Once again hearing another voice they didn't realize, Theseus and the others turned around to the room's entrance where they laid their gazes upon a tall, barrel-shaped man with skin the color of roasted coffee. He looked to be wearing a gray trench coat and a fedora hat atop his head, his body covered by a pinstripe suit while his hair looked to be braided with gems to match. Before Theseus could potentially cause another diplomatic incident, Meredith stepped forward to identify herself as the Hellsing diplomat like Integra had told her to be, clearing her throat before making the following question. Who are you? Instantly the man proved to be much more cooperative than the last two, for he lowered his head while tipping his hat towards them. I am Amos Kane, brother to Julius Kane, and these are my niece and nephew. The man named Amos explained, causing them to slightly get a grasp of why he didn't want them to be within the Helsing Manor. Although, that didn't stop their suspicions any, which Meredith proceeded to inquire about everything they had just seen. You know what's been happening here and what may potentially happen as a result, do you, Kane? Amos nodded his head, looking over to his niece and nephew with a forlorn frown on his face. Yes, I do. I tried to stop my brother from unleashing the force which shouldn't be released, and I have to get my nephew and niece to safety. Please, I'll answer all of your questions, but first we have to get out of here. How? Follow me. He grabs the bag that was on the floor. Volley lifted Carter onto his shoulder as if he were a bag of potatoes, and Meredith carried Sadie as a princess carry, following the man out with the others doing the same. They followed him for a while, leaving the museum as a result before stopping by an old Egyptian-style boat which bobbed up and down leisurely, seemingly prepared beforehand. Silently, Amos boarded the small vessel with the Helsing members following suit. Once they were on the boat, with Meredith and Volley depositing their cargo onto it, the auburn-haired woman looked back to the fedora hat-wearing man with an arched brow. How is this going to help us? Wait for it. It was then they were teleported by something. As soon they found themselves floating in a yellow area, one which looked somewhat similar to a river stream. Theseus would know due to his experience with water. Meanwhile, Kuroka looked around with awe on her face at the stuff surrounding them. As a user of senjutsu which had ties to nature itself, she could feel things revolving around this yellow stuff that the others couldn't, and it amazed her. Still, she wanted to know what the heck this all was, and Amos seemed like a good person to ask if any. What the hell is this? She questioned while trying to keep her tone level. Without glancing behind her, the large man responded with the following explanation. This is the Duet, a world of magic and spirits. It exists beneath the waking world like a vast ocean, with many layers to it as well as many regions. Humming at this information, Theseus slowly began to understand why this thing seemed so much like the bottom of an ocean to him. I see, where is this taking us? He asked the man. Through Brooklyn. What? Though Brooklyn? How is that possible? Meredith exclaimed, stunned. Amos hummed before he responded. Duet travels faster than anything, but be careful. The farther the Duet you're going to, the more horrible things you would encounter and more difficult it'll be to return. He explained while giving the warning he did at the end with a stern and firm tone. Volley's response came soon after. I see. Are there any strong opponents there? Well, sort of. You're a battle maniac, aren't you? Proud of it. Should have expected much from the Helsing organization, but yes, there is. The Duet is also filled with demon palaces where the gods exist in their pure form, so powerful their mere presence would burn a human to ashes unless you trained strong enough to handle and see their form. Now this caught Meredith's attention. Wait, the gods reside on the Duet the whole time. Yes, and hold on. We're here. Amos spoke as they arrived at a city which looks like New York. Holy mother of. We're at Brooklyn. Even Kuro looked bewildered as all heck as he looked around with a stunned as heck Theseus. This is. A brief smirk formed on the dark-skinned man's lips. Never underestimate the Duet. Later. I see. It seems the situation has turned from a pebble to a huge volatile boulder which could potentially cause a landslide. Indeed, Sir Integra. A short while passed, and currently Theseus sat in his own room's bed while he spoke to Integra via his phone, having informed her of the situation that they had found themselves in, since he figured that she would have expected a report by now. He didn't even need to be in the same room as her to tell that her teeth were grinding on her side of the line. After they had arrived at Brooklyn, the Kane children were awakened and were soon greeted by not the sight of the museum, but instead a room in which Amos had explained the situation to them. Of course, all the stuff that had happened made them realize that not only did the Egyptian gods exist, but also everything supernatural existed too. That had been compounded within the two's brains when Carter had once asked why Kuroka had cat ears and a tail. Let's just say that Kuroka personified the expression kitty got claws well there. Once they had managed to comprehend this without freaking out, Amos explained to them that thanks to Christianity, magicians began to realize how dangerous the gods were and started an effort to hunt them down like the medieval witch trials, and banish them into the Duet under the direction of their chief and Thoth, who became the only god welcomed by the House of Life. Only a few gods weren't banished, which explained why they haven't appeared for so long. They were trapped there. Welp know that they know things just get worse than ever. What should we do? We are at Brooklyn, far from London, Sir Integra, and worse, there's a forgotten god roaming around. I'm not even sure if he's the only one who got out, since he did say all five to Julius. Could he mean the other Egypt gods as well? Theseus questioned his superior. For a moment, Integra remained silent on the other end of the line, biting her lower lip to try and keep calm so she could think of a solution to this whole thing. Since the attack on Helsing's HQ, they couldn't send Alucard out since his presence was needed to deter further attacks, not to mention that he provided the only defense they had left until they could get more recruits. That meant that Helsing couldn't send any reinforcements to their comrades in Brooklyn, plus Hijikata hadn't returned from Ireland yet, either. I don't know, Theseus. This is something which we have never been in this situation before. We cannot take any risks here, for an evil god is roaming around. You and the group's orders are to set the god of evil along with whatever plans he has, and do not return until he is stopped. Understood. Quick question, do you know about the House of Life? No, we have not heard of them until now. Find out what organization they are and bring information about them. Understood. Click. The conversation over, the blonde descendant of the original Theseus hung up the phone and prepared to sleep as his eyes were already on the verge of closing. Unknowingly, something inside of him was awakening. Inside of Theseus' mindscape, there was a woman floating in a world filled with oceans as her eyes fluttered before opening them. "Where am I?" she muttered as she looked around to see that she was apparently in a vast ocean of water as sharks were going around as if ignoring her. Not only that, but in addition to sharks she could also see various vicious-looking sea animals, sharks being the most prominent. This whole ocean made her think of those things humans called aquariums in its design, but it still didn't change the questions inside her head. Am I in a host? What world is this? HMPH. Theseus huffed as he performed a series of quick thrusts against his opponents for his daily training. They consisted of about 8 earth elementals, who tried to block with their large fists but were overwhelmed by the sheer number of thrusts being launched. Eventually, his thrusts reached a point where he managed to break through their defenses and stab through them in multiple different areas. Upon seeing that his attacks had resulted in them being destroyed, the male stopped attacking them so they could reform. They did make to get back into their defensive stances, but then their master held a hand up. "That's enough for the day." Snap. Done with training, he snapped his fingers, to which each earth elemental disintegrated into nothingness, leaving him covered in sweat from trying to increase his limits. There was a reason why humans were considered to be the weakest on Earth but had the most potential. There was whenever one went over their limits. It was like Alucard had once said, there were many human-like heroes who had managed to go over their limits as they evolved over the centuries. Some of them even managed to gain enough power to match against a god. Well, that was cool. A brow twitched when he heard a young boyish voice near him exclaim rather loudly. After wiping his forehead a bit, Theseus looked to the right and saw Carter standing there, looking absolutely amazed, especially when he viewed the older male's build. Compared to Theseus, whose body looked like one of those Greek Adonises in terms of bulk and physical refinement, Carter looked like a scrawny twig in comparison. I could barely see them in a blink of an eye. How did you manage to do that? Training until my bones wear out. Whoa, is that how you're so strong? Maybe I am, but I don't call myself the strongest yet. Why is that? Because one of them, my partner, is the strongest there is. Can't imagine how strong he is. Why did you come here? Oh, one of your group members, Kuro I think, asked me to get you. He said that breakfast was ready. I see. Since that was apparently the case, Theseus glanced towards the pool which he trained next to, as apparently this building had multiple areas filled with lavish-looking pools. Well, it was water, so he could manipulate it, so upon his will, a stream of water shot up from the pool like a rapidly growing plant, before it came down upon him from above and covered him completely. This lasted for a few seconds before it stopped and then retreated back into the pool with no signs of this even happening being left behind, save for the fact that he now looked utterly refreshed with not a single water droplet on his form. With that out of the way and ignoring the odd looks Carter sent him, Theseus got his shirt and hoodie which had been put to the side, placing them on his person to cover up his previously naked upper half before he proceeded to follow Carter to the area where his group currently resided. Eventually, they arrived at a room similar to the one which he had been in for training, yet one difference was a nice-looking table fitting for a 5-star hotel. It looked to be next to a small section of the pool that seemed to be sectioned off, the reasoning being that a white alligator seemed to be living in that space. He spotted his fellow Helsing members, Sadie and Amos, there at the table, too. As they approached, Sadie took a bite out of some salmon she had been served, and instantly her eyes shone like stars. "Oh my god, this is delicious. How did you manage to make this, Mr. Yatagami?" she asked, looking up at him. "Call me Kuro, Ms. Kane, and thank you for your compliment. The reason is simple. I spent years cooking for the Helsing organization, since one can't go with an empty stomach, to which I know a certain person who acts beyond the scope of reckless." Kuro replied, and at first he looked to be quite cheerful with how he got praise for his cooking, even had a bunch of sparkles in his eye as well as around his head. But by the end, he lost that stuff and aimed a sour look towards Volley with multiple tick marks on his forehead. A look which Volley took notice of but dismissed it with a wave while leaning back on his seat. "Oh, don't look at me, I don't cause problems." A few new tick marks formed on Kuro's head even as he kept his tone from rising an octave. "Oh really? Shall we talk about the time you destroyed many buildings and caused a forest fire when we were looking for some rogue supernatural beings which forced us to pay from our own salary and pockets?" he questioned snidely. Now Volley looked less disinterested with a glare forming on his face as well. "Oh yeah. What about the time when you used your gravity power which destroyed multiple houses while you were practicing it?" he yelled back. It took about 5 seconds for the two to be butting heads at the side of the table, sparks flying between their eyes. "And not ones of love. Do you want to go there, devil boy?" Kuro questioned calmly, though his eyes shone with anything but calmness. The sparks intensified as Volley growled like the dragon inside of him. "I'll kick your ass all the back to London where Sir Integra will see you." Off to the side, Kuroka had somehow changed out of her kimono and now had a cheerleader's outfit on, complete with a set of pom-poms while she hopped up and down. "Go Volley," she proclaimed, her jumps making her sizable bust bounce much to Sadie's sight jealousy. "Do we as this happen often?" Watching this all take place from the sidelines, Carter could only sweat drop while glancing up at Theseus, the only one who looked to be reasonably sane amongst these people. Though thinking back to that battle he had with that fire being, the dark-skinned boy began to wonder if there were any sane people in the supernatural world at all. Meanwhile, the blonde descendant nodded his head with a sigh escaping him, a pair of fingers on the bridge of his nose. Yes, they are. Those two just love to point out the faults in each other in order to not take the blame for whenever something happens. Sometimes they go overboard, though, and end up having to suffer the blame together, he explained, remembering a few times when this had happened. Integra had not been happy and had ordered Alucard to discipline them every time they went out of line. Volley and Kuro had learned at those times just why Alucard had been as terrifying as he was rumored to be. However, the blonde male forgot that the half-devil had superhuman hearing, for his ears twitched a couple times when he heard those words. A second later, the silver-haired hybrid turned his head towards Theseus and pointed an accusing finger at him with multiple tick marks on his forehead. Hey, I heard that, Theseus, and overboard. Don't act like you're the good one. You caused so many messes than the two of us combined. Like that one time you destroyed an entire aquarium to free the sharks there just because they felt like they were trapped. What do you say to that, Shark Boy? Excuse me for a minute. After giving that statement to a confused Carter, Theseus strode on over to the two boys. Before he bunked Volley's head hard enough to make him develop a comical bump. It didn't do anything more than that though, as Volley glared right back at him. The next thing that happened was that they started a dustball fight like what one would see in shounen or comedy anime, to which the Kane family could only sweat drop, all the while Kuroka cheers for Volley as Meredith just shook her head at the three boys' antics yet made no move to stop them. They seem to be odd, Sadie remarked, watching the spectacle with an awkward smirk, something which Carter agreed with as his smile showed an equal level of awkwardness. Yeah, but when they're serious they can be scary, he mused. Amos nodded his head, seemingly the one who had the most composure of the three. If anything though, the sight sent waves of nostalgia through him as he remembered his childhood with Julius, when things had been different compared to what they were now. Indeed, children. Seeing that the boys wouldn't be stopping anytime soon, Sadie decided to get down to business. Anyways, let's get to the point. Amos, why did Dad destroy the Rosette Stone? She asked. Your father did not intend to destroy the stone, as if by now our brethren have repaired it by now. The man replied, much to their surprise alongside Meredith's. Carter was the one who responded to this first this time, with the following exclamation. But how it was blown to smithereens. We saw it with our own eyes. By magic, observe. Having said this, Amos proceeded to drop his cup onto the table, watching as it broke without batting much of an eye. Although behind his shades the Kane siblings couldn't tell what expression he was making too well. That was meant to destroy. I could have done it with a spell called High-Di, but it's simpler just to smash it. And now join High-NEHM. The cup was repaired when Egypt runes appeared. Incredible, they are similar to Norse runes, Meredith remarked as she eyed the runes intently, much like a scholar to Carter's happiness at having found someone who had a similar nature to himself. Amos nodded towards her assumptions. Indeed, Meredith, he stated, before looking back to Carter and Sadie. For the past 6 years, your father has been looking for a way to summon the god Osiris. Last night, he thought he'd found the right artifact. I had suspicions it had to do something with your mother, he explained. Upon hearing that, Carter looked down with a forlorn expression, having never really met his mother before, which was also the case for Sadie, before he then widened his eyes as he soon realized something. Our mother. Wait, Osiris is the Lord of the Dead. Dad said he was going to make things right. Then you're saying he wanted to bring back Mom from the dead. That's crazy, Sadie exclaimed, catching on to her brother's thought process. She had seen a lot of movies growing up, and usually in those movies bringing back someone who had died was never something of a good idea. One example would be dinosaurs. There were multiple movies explaining why that was not a good idea to attempt in real life. However, that process wasn't shared by their uncle, however, as he made the following statement as calm as ever. He would have accomplished it by using the power of Osiris. He stated simply, I see. All eyes turned towards Meredith, who had crossed her legs over one another while cupping her chin with her eyes closed. The woman looked to have been in deep thought, but a few seconds later she opened them with a narrowed gaze, not looking too happy about what she had heard, which she confirmed with her following sentence. Sounds like your brother Amos was simply trying to rely on magic to do something as extreme as revival. I'd normally say that's pretty pathetic of him, since in my eyes he should have focused on being a father more than potentially ruining his children's lives. For a moment, she held a hand up to stall the two siblings when they had opened their mouths to prepare to defend their old man. But he probably wasn't thinking straight. He probably was so desperate to reunite his family that he would be willing to take any kind of risk to do so. I know a few people who would do the same thing. Living like an idiot may not seem like a wise thing to do, but if they died during it, then it can be seen as them living their lives the way they saw fit. Her eyes lowered slightly as she glanced over at the boys who were still fighting one another in that dust cloud, her gaze both forlorn and serious. We all have our own ways of living. Your brother just had a foolish way of living his. All remained silent after that admission, save for the grunts of the fighting trio. Carter and Sadie had their mouths slightly open wide at the woman's words, having never thought of things the way she had explained to them. Meanwhile, Amos gazed at her with a sense of intrigue about him, intrigue at this level of maturity coming from someone so young. He believed that these words came from experience, something in her past which changed her fundamentally and gave her a new view on the world. Experiences shape people into who they are, and then there were those who were just born tormented and wanted to see the world burn. As the oldest person here, Amos had experience with those people more than he'd like to admit, but he could tell just from a glance that Meredith wasn't one of those. But that fiery man back there. Eventually, however, Carter was the one who broke this contemplative silence, having recalled the being which had appeared close to their father after whatever ritual he had been intending got concluded. He wasn't Osiris, was he? Amos shook his head at Sadie's question, though it was to also clear his mind to get back onto the task at hand. No, your father got more than what he would have bargained for. He did release the spirit of Osiris. In fact, I think they successfully joined each other, but that's a thought. Your father did not have the chance to even use the power of Osiris as something else came out alongside him. A thoughtful hum escaped her lips while the two siblings processed this information. I see, then explain to us why were the gods at the Rosetta Stone in the first place? Meredith questioned, having come out of her mini-philosophical rant. The reason is simple, Meredith. The magicians have sealed the gods in remaining artifacts, museum items you call them. But that's not the only reason. Since you already know about Christianity's rise, I'll tell you this too. The magicians realized they were too dangerous, as their power was meant to be feared since they are the oldest factions to be walking around on Earth. As such, they imprisoned them so that they wouldn't cause any destruction in the future. There was an important law issued by Chief Iskander in Roman times which forbade releasing the gods or using their power. Your father broke that rule. Then I'm guessing this House of Life, the organization we encountered before, had informed us to not get involved, correct? Yes, your organization Helsing is already powerful due to how you have been hunting supernatural beings for years. They not only fear Helsing, but they also fear the wrath of the No-Life King. Hearing that name brought the two siblings out of their thoughts and back into the discussion. Or rather, Carter did first, as he remembered that name a bit when he had been in between the waking world and unconsciousness back at the museum. The No-Life King. Who is that? He asked. A monster known to every being in the world. He has many names, Nightwalker. The monster whose powers radiate with a darkness that casts a shadow on darkness itself. He is the ultimate predator who could wipe out anyone in the blink of an eye. I was fortunate to make it on time for you to not be in their organization, or else you would meet the monster. Amos replied, his frown deepening while Meredith nodded her head in agreement, having seen some of the aftermaths of some of his cases. Integra had been quite adamant that she knew this so that if the time came, she would not lose herself to the horrors left in that man's wake. Hearing this, Sadie gulped. Normally, she wouldn't be the kind of girl who would be so freaked out by what she could describe as ghost stories. But given the combination of what she had seen recently as well as the things that had come to light, knowing of a horror like this one as well as the fact that it likely existed really didn't sit well with her. She had to keep herself from trembling at just the thought of meeting with this person. Is he that powerful to be feared? She asked barely above a whisper. Amos nodded, confirming what she had secretly been hoping wasn't the case, though in all fairness she should have seen that coming, given how truthful he had been with them so far. Yes, I saw him with my own eyes as he ripped and tore some unfortunate souls alive, he replied, firmly as if to be trying to drive that point home. Only him and Meredith knew why, yet all the same. Carter and Sadie gulped audibly, visible fear in their eyes. What's his name then? The former asked this time, his sense of morbid curiosity getting to him. His name is Alucard. Alucard. Wait a minute, is Alucard spelled backwards? As Carter began to say, his eyes widening with realization after a spark of clarity ignited in his mind. Something which Meredith smirked at. He is. Looks like you figured it out more easily than anyone else. It took them months to figure that out, she remarked, pointing at the squabbling boys beside them. Still didn't detract from Carter's fear though, as the guy wrapped his arms around his stomach, trembling like a leaf. I don't want to meet the guy then. Smart choice, Carter. Anyway, the House of Life does not want anyone to know that the Egyptian factions are still alive, so they hid them from the world so that no one would gain their power or their relics. Amos explained, finally concluding the history lesson they had undertaken. So that's why no one was able to know why they disappeared. Indeed, Meredith. Because of my brother breaking the rule, he was on the move when they monitored him. These words caused Carter to think back to his childhood of never staying in one place for too long. Now that he thought about it, he remembered how his father would be very antsy at multiple points back then. Now this explained why that was. That's why we were on the constant move. Yes, in addition to you two, they were also afraid that their secret would be revealed to the world when they found out that Helsing members were monitoring your father. Is that the reason why they said to not get involved? Indeed. But that's not the only reason. They wanted to keep you two separated because of your powerful bloodline. Now this got all three of them confused. Bloodline? Meredith, Sadie and Carter questioned in unison. The dark-skinned man nodded his head, putting his hands together. Yes, the two of you possess a powerful bloodline that your powers would grow uncontrollably. Wait, is that how Sadie can read hieroglyphs? Carter asked, getting a nod from Amos again. Yes, what about yours, Carter? Upon getting asked this, Carter hummed thoughtfully. I am well today. No, it's more of a nightmare that it felt like real, he replied, this time drawing everyone's gazes to him. Out of all of them, though, Amos had a hum of intrigue leave his throat at what he was saying, an idea of the phenomenon forming in his head. Still, he wanted more information to clarify his theory, hence he gestured for the boy to continue his story. Which Carter did, of course. I was this bird thing that I flew over a mountain in. They said it was in Phoenix. There was this guy with a messed up face and some other creatures, and they were waiting at the summit. The fiery guy from the museum. He said he was going to build a pyramid as his birthday present. It was going to be his permanent host for his magic so he could unleash a storm war. Upon hearing this, Amos didn't let the boy finish his sentence. A permanent host? Doesn't he have one yet? Carter, you sure he said birthday present? He questioned, his tone slightly harder than before. Yeah, and that freaky guy whispering. That was a demon. A minion of chaos from the Egypt faction. If the demons are coming through the mortal world, we don't have much time. This is very bad. What do you mean? Won't he only be in Phoenix? Carter asked in confusion. The older dark-skinned male shook his head, his tone grim. Our enemies won't stop in Phoenix if he's grown this powerful so quickly. What did he say about the storm exactly? He said, I will summon the greatest storm ever known. The last time he ever summoned a storm was at the time when northern Africa was still a jungle, before it was turned into the Sahara. A storm that large could destroy North America, generating enough chaos energy to give him an almost invincible form. He could be on the top 10 level. Oh dear, this can't be good. What are you talking about? Who is this guy? Sadie asked, not liking being left in the dark about this stuff. More important, did you use the headrest? Carter shook his head when asked that by his uncle. No, it was uncomfortable, it gave me head cramps. Did you use it, Sadie? Sadie scoffed at her brother. Of course I did, it was obviously there for a reason. Seeing the confused look on the dark-skinned boy's face, Amos elected to explain. It's there for protection. What you turned was not a bird. It was your ba, a physical manifestation of your soul, escaping through the duet while you slept. It shouldn't have happened, but you survived the experience. You mean I actually survived? He could have killed me. The fact your soul can travel like that means you're progressing faster than what should be possible. If the Red Lord had noticed you. Red Lord, that's the fiery bloke? Meredith asked this time. Instead of just answering her like he had been before, Amos nodded while getting up from his seat and quickly proceeding to the nearest ledge. Yes, and because of this I must find out more. We can't simply wait for him to find you, and if he releases the storm on the height of his birthday, it won't be pretty. If we want to have any chance of stopping him and saving your father, I need to see what's happening in Phoenix. Just stay here. Muffin and the others will protect you. Muffin the cat. What about our training? Sadie called out just before the man could leave, not believing that he'd rather leave than focus on helping them with their supposed training. I will be back by sunset. The mansion is protected. Do not open the doors to anyone, and whatever happens, do not go to the library. I absolutely forbid it. He then jumped down from the ledge. Amos. That caught the attention of the three boys, who stopped fighting as Meredith, Sadie, and Carter looked at where he jumped as he disappeared. What should we do? Well, that's obvious. We explore the library. But we can't just. Brother dear, did your soul leave on another bot trip? Look, Egyptian gods and everything in history about the legends are true. The House of Life is what kept us separated for a long time, which just leaves us with dads missing, and an evil god is attempting to destroy the whole world. Am I missing anything at all, brother? Meredith, don't you want to know the answers as well? I do as well, Sadie. Let's go to the library, Meredith finally stated after a moment of contemplation. Though this did not sound like the kind of thing which some of the Helsing boys found themselves interested in. Proof being their responses. If this is about history, count me out. I'm not into those things. Me as well. Meredith rolled her eyes at the two fighting maniacs. Seriously, as long as it didn't involve battle, they wouldn't be able to do much outside of it. Well, Theseus wasn't as bad as Volley, but the two of them fed off one another, it almost seemed like. Suit yourself, Volley and Theseus. Hero, you're coming as well. I am. Hero, Meredith. Sadie and Carter went to the library section of the manor. All the while Theseus proceeded to head back to his previous training area, and Volley did the same thing, having found one which suited his needs. Theseus continued with his trident as he tried to increase his speed, trying to become increasingly faster. Got him. What am I missing? Theseus mutters as he tries to figure why he can't go faster before he widened his eyes. Wait a minute, both wind and lighting are used for speed. What if I were to? He then used that idea, infusing wind into his body as he then thrust his trident, and he managed to be faster. Oh, looks like I managed to go faster. Wait until Aluxid sees this. ARRGGHH. Huh. Theseus and Volley paused on what they were doing as they heard a scream from the monkey whose name was Khufu. Why is the monkey screaming? I don't know, maybe he's on a sugar rush. Let's just ignore I. Boom. ... Okay, what is going on? Theseus wondered as he proceeded to head on over to where the commotion had been heard, with his hybrid companion following behind him. As such, they arrived, and the two boys found themselves before two creatures, both of them seemingly fighting the white albino alligator. They looked to be formed from a mix of creatures, a snake, panther, and a cheetah. What the hell? Theseus exclaimed, especially when he saw the white animal try to flatten the two beasts before it only to get knocked off the side of the building. That left them to deal with the two monsters, which were slowly crept towards them on all four of their limbs. Sir Poppards, yelled a voice, prompting them to glance to the side and notice Carter there. Volley arched a brow at what he had said though. What now? I saw it in my dreams that they were sent to kidnap us, including you. That caused the two boys to scowl, the answer to why these things were here now being revealed to them while the silver-haired half-devil groaned in annoyance. "Well, that's just great," he sneered, before the two boys looked at one another with devilish smirks forming on their faces. "The one who gets the first hit is the winner, got it, Slowpoke?" the blonde male questioned, right before blurring forwards. "Huh, you're on," Volley yelled, blasting off after him. Theseus and Volley thus proceeded to speed through the distance between them and the creatures, with Kuro soon joining in after having heard of their little challenge and wanted in on it. In the end, Theseus stabbed one in the chest with his trident, officially scoring the first hit. Additionally, he had coated his trident's tip in water so that when he channeled lightning via his zenith tempest, it created a large electrical burst that caused the beast to howl in pain. Scream. Its buddy noticed an opening and made to lunge at Theseus, mouth open wide until it got halted by a certain draconic devil, that being Volley, who slammed a roundhouse kick into that one side with the force of a sledgehammer, activating his divine dividing to divide its energy. Volley didn't let this stop him since he followed up by backflipping, ending up slamming his right foot right up into the creature's bottom chin to knock it high into the air as well as daze it. Right as the beast staggered and got hit by the follow-up backflip kick, Kuro slashed at it multiple times in a single instance. Therefore, when he appeared behind it a moment later, multiple slash marks appeared over its body. Sadie and Carter watched in amazement before Sadie remembered something which Amos said to them. "Muffin, I order you to help them." She threw her cat at them. Glancing behind them and noticing this, the White Dragon Emperor wondered if the girl had a few screws loose thanks to all this stuff being revealed to her. "Huh, how can a cat like that, Kenny?" Volley couldn't speak as the cat began to shine in green energy and became small and agile, like a gymnast, with black hair, lamp-like yellow eyes, and wears a skin-tight leopard print leotard. Finally, "Hey, don't leave all the fun for me." She quickly joins them as they shook their head before continuing their attack. Theseus stabbed the one he'd electrocuted before with his now wind-infused trident, rapidly thrusting away at it while flipping about to dodge its reflexive attacks, going for the joints to weaken its mobility. All the while, Volley infused his demonic energy to punch his opponent's head down low, enough for the woman to then stab into it with a pair of daggers. In moments, the two creatures couldn't take any more punishment the group dished out, and as a result they turned into sand which fell to the ground into large piles. Seeing this while they regrouped, the leopard-like woman landed on the ground on all fours, before standing upright. "So much for the fun I missed. From sand they come and sand they return," she remarked, sheathing her daggers. Muffin, who are you and why are you my cat?" "It's not Muffin, thank you very much. It's Bast, the goddess of cats in the Eye of Ra. Everyone, we need to leave, worse will come if we don't act fast," she said as she then took Sadie and Carter before the Helsing group followed them as she jumped down the building and dropped the Kane children. It didn't take them long to get out of the mansion and into the surrounding area. One thing, though, was that it was completely covered by snow while being accompanied by gusts of wind, one of which caused Said to clench her arms and shiver. "Dear, I wish I'd grabbed something warmer, like a jacket or something that would be nice," she whined, not appreciating the situation she was in. That could not be said for the woman known as Bast, though. "No, it wouldn't. You're dressed for magic," she told her, prompting an outcry from her brother who found himself in a similar predicament. "We have to freeze to be magical. Magicians avoid animal products, fur, leather, wool, any of that. The residual life can interfere with spells. Lian clothing is always best or cotton, plant material." After this short conversation they ran to where the car was located, a sight which really caused the siblings to want to sing for joy. Anything to get out of this cold, not to mention something that would help them get the heck out of here and escape the enemy's sight. Turned out they weren't the only ones excited for it though when Bast approached it. An appreciative gleam formed in her eyes upon seeing the vehicle. "Oh, a convertible," she exclaimed, reaching for the roof. Instinctively sensing something going to happen, Meredith tried to stop the woman before it was too late. "Bast, that's not." She ignored her, however, and then threw the car's roof clean off, tossing it to the side like one would a bag of garbage. "Come along, children." "But that's somebody's car," Carter cried in protest, though Bast didn't care too much. "We'll work out how to return it later, Carter. Right now we've got an emergency." Just after Bast responded with this, the mansion then exploded. "Our time in the 21st Gnome has run out. Eat quickly, let's go." "Wait, hold on, what about them?" Sadie then shouted as she gestured to the Helsing members. Theseus, on the other hand, didn't even bat an eye. Instead, he just grinned his signature shark-like grin. "Hey, don't worry about us." Snap. He snapped his fingers as the snow around them turned to liquid before it turned into a horse. "Whoa, how did you do that?" Glancing over to the male Kane sibling, all Theseus responded with aside from the following vocal one was a shrug of his shoulders in an American style. "Magic. I need to learn magic fast," Carter exclaimed in jealousy before he got into the car with Meredith and Kuro sitting with him while Bast got the driver's seat. Hearing the sound of the car door being shut, Theseus flipped into the air and onto his horse, Volley following with Kuroka hopping up and landing behind the silver-haired hybrid. Idly looking downwards, Theseus leaned forward slightly. "Follow them," the blond male said to his horse. The horse nodded before they followed where Bast was taking them. Apparently Bast is what they call a reckless driver, as many times she almost hit something in them. Not one to be known for his patience, Vali eventually began yelling out, "Watch where you're driving, you crazy cat," towards the female cat driver. Unfortunately, since there were two people this could be directed towards, a certain Nekishu didn't take too kindly to be, in her mind, called a crazy cat as Vali had put it. "Who are you calling a crazy cat?" Kiroka yelled with a small tick mark on her forehead. At this, Vali would have glanced behind him to look at her, but the way Theseus had to navigate the horse to avoid them getting trampled by the car made him have to hold on to the blonde male for dear life. "I meant her, not you, Kiroka," he yelled back. "Oh, sorry." While the Helsing members struggled to avoid getting pummeled by the Catwoman's reckless driving, the woman spoke towards Sadie while keeping an eye on the road. "There's an obelisk at the museum, Sadie. You can make us a portal there so we can escape," she informed her quickly. However, that wasn't enough for the female Kane sibling. "Why, what do you mean? A portal? Why do I have to make it?" she exclaimed, firing off a rapid barrage of questions. "Aren't you a goddess? Can't you do something like that with your goddess powers?" At this, a bitter laugh escaped Bast's fanged lips as they drove through the streets. "That would be nice, however my powers in this host are limited and I am not that good at making portals anyways," she explained. Soon, the car came up to a bridge with Theseus, Kiroka and Vali riding on his horse not too far behind them. Still, Sadie had more questions that she demanded answers to while trying not to get knocked out by the insane driving the goddess did. "Muffin, but you're not a cat anymore," she protested. "She is still my host, my anchor to this side of the duet," Bast replied as they drove along the bridge, albeit a very imperfect one. "Your call for help back there allowed me to change forms like this, but it takes considerable power. Even when I'm inside a powerful host, I'm no good at making portals like I previously mentioned." That didn't make the two siblings any happier, knowing that even if this goddess was powerful, they wouldn't be able to rely on her for much assistance. They had hoped that she would have been more helpful than this, but sadly they still lacked a proper understanding of this world's rules. "I still can't believe you're a goddess," Sadie exclaimed. "All this time you've been eating crunchy treats, sleeping on top of my head. I made a deal with your father, Sadie. He would let me remain in this world provided that I take the form of a house cat, watched over and protected you. It was the least that I could do after." For a moment, her expression turned complex, which the kids didn't notice due to trying to keep themselves from falling off their seats, while Meredith arched her brow in light curiosity. However, she didn't continue that thought process while switching topics. "The point is that I promised that I'd look after you, and I will." As much as the two Kane siblings appreciated the sincerity that the cat goddess showed them, neither of them were ignorant of the reason why she had come out with this secret in the first place. After leaning forwards a bit, Carter finally interjected with the following. "After our mom's death." Following after this came Sadie's statements. "That's it, isn't it? Mom and Dad did some kind of magic ritual at Cleopatra's Needle and something went wrong. Mom died. They released you." Bast didn't answer for a while, and after getting to the other side of the bridge she pulled a large curving motion to the left when a specific corner presented itself to her. "Now, Central Park," she called out after Theseus's horse skidded around in an unstable form of her wide turn before shooting forth once again to gallop on after the vehicle. "Then, we need to get as far away from New York as possible. We'll get help and challenge Set," arching a brow while looking like she was doing the best out of the passengers regarding this dangerous ride. Still, Sadie had to question her on what she was talking about. What help? Why, to summon other gods, of course. Before they could process this fully, the car drove along the road until a large obelisk came up to focus in the distance, something which caused Bast's eyes to shine with a happy and relieved gaze. "The obelisk is in sight. Sadie, I need you to wait, the ground is shaking." Just as they neared the obelisk, something similar to a geyser erupted from behind them with enough force to generate a shockwave, one which Theseus's horse tried to retain its balance, and managed to do so. But unfortunately that could not be said to be the same case for the car, which flipped about and crashed on a tree. Under normal circumstances this would have resulted in severe injuries for the passengers inside. But fortunately Kuro had managed to use his gravity magic to make the car stop just long enough for each of them to dismount the vehicle before it crashed. Phew, that was close. What happened to? Carter's answer arrived in the form of two things. One, a bunch of scorpions on the car's underside, with the second being a woman riding atop a giant scorpion. She looked to be described as a woman with pale skin that resembled chitin. She wore brown robes with gold jewelry adorning her hands and neck, a live scorpion resting on her head. Her hair looked to be cut into the Egyptian style while her eyes resembled beady black orbs, and her long, dark hair seemed unnaturally thick, as if made out of millions of bug antennae. When she opened her mouth, one could see sideways mandibles snap and retract outside her regular teeth. Scorpions. Bast scowled at the sight of the woman, her feline eyes narrowing into a deadly gaze as she got on all fours. "This is going to get ugly. Run to the museum quickly, find the temple. You'll find a portal there as well. I'll deal with Circuit, the scorpion goddess," she stated with a feline hiss of aggression escaping her lips. "You've made an enemy of Set. Give me the younglings and the boy with twilight divinity or your death will last forever. HMPH, you'll have to try and get us. Though you can't fight her, Theseus. She is a god and you're not strong enough yet." Bast said as she then unleashed an avatar of a giant cat as she began to fight against her. Multiple twitches of the brow formed on Theseus's face as a shark-like snarl ripped its way out of his lips. "Don't tell me what to do, cat," he yelled back, about to join in the fight with his trident anyways. Just before he could though, Kuro quickly wrapped an arm around the blonde male's neck from behind to pull him back to the rest of them. "Unfortunately she's right, Theseus. We're not strong unless we have something like a trump card like Alucard. HIIISSSSSSS. Don't mention the no-life king's name. Well, looks like Alucard name is really well known even to Egypt, but Kuro's right, we need to flee. Go, get out quickly." These groups then quickly proceeded to run in opposite directions while Bast remained behind to keep the scorpion goddess off their asses. "Wait, I think I know where the temple is, guys, follow me," Carter yelled as he pulled his sister along by her hand while running forwards. Sadie, however, held her hand out towards the battle between the two deities. "Wait, what about Bast? We can't leave her, look." They look and see Bast was overwhelmed by the scorpions, and combined with their leader striking away at her, it didn't look too good for the cat goddess. "Don't worry about her, Sadie. She is a cat goddess. I'm sure she'll find a way. Now, let's go," Kuro said as they all ran to where Carter was running at. While they followed him, the male Kane sibling led them to a museum called Metropolitan Museum of Art, with Volley blasting off the doors and quickly entering. After the rest of them followed suit, Theseus twirled on his heels and pointed his trident towards the entrance and spawned out an earth wall to block the scorpion goddess way, just in case she had already gotten away from her fellow goddess. "There it is, guys, the Temple of Dendur. Funny thing about it is that it's actually a Roman temple," Carter exclaimed after they arrived at what looked to be some kind of miniature temple entrance, obviously an attraction for the museum's Egyptian exhibit. That didn't bother Sadie though. She had bigger priorities in her mind, like doing what Bast had said she had to do. "I don't see a portal though. Let me peek around," she says as she ran to the temple before she was tripped. "Why, Sadie, you okay?" Carter, "Wait, it's an ambush." Sadie tried to warn her brother, who tried to rush to her aid. Unfortunately, he was pushed back to the wall as she had a weapon on his throat before the attacker, a rather familiar face, had a trident and sword by her neck and magic preparing to be fired at her. The one who spoke turned out to be Meredith, who looked just about ready to flip her lid at this point. "Let him go, girl," she stated. As for the attacker, it turned out to be the same black-haired woman who had been with that male back when the fiery being had first manifested. Her eyes narrowed into a glare as she eyed the Helsing members. "Helsing, I told you to not get involved," she stated, not showing an ounce of fear of the possibility one of these weapons at her neck could cut through her jugular and cause her to bleed out. While the sight remained impressive, it didn't stop the furious Theseus from glaring right back with a bit of bloodlust seeping out of his form. Not enough to activate his ability, but enough for it to be noticeable. "Does it look like we would listen to an unknown organization and a threat that we can't ignore?" he responded sarcastically, lightning arcing along his trident's shaft. Even so, the woman bravely retained her glare, her eyes starting to glow to reflect her own anger. "It's none of your business, Helsing." Boom! Before any of them could continue this conversation, or escalate into a fight, a loud rumbling shook the museum, which caused the group to quickly realize the fact that fighting right now would not solve anything. Not if they wanted to pay a visit to the underworld, that is. "Unfortunately, I am here to save your miserable lives." After realizing this, the woman calmly stopped doing whatever she was doing to Carter while sheathing her weapon, an Egyptian dagger, into a sheath on her left hip. "Oh, really?" This did nothing to convince the boys though, especially Kuro, whose sword inched closer to the woman's neck. "Last time you were about to fight us and you're here to rescue us." The woman nodded her head at this as she stared right into the eyes of the boys holding her at their blades. "Yes, it would have been that simpler, however my superiors think you are innocent and we cannot allow you and him to fall into the hands of the Red Lord," she explained. "Looks like she's not lying," Meredith thought. In addition, she's lost most of her hostility, so she's not going to be killing the Kane siblings anytime soon. Then as much as I hate to admit it, we could use her assistance on this matter." With that in mind, Meredith gestured to the boys to lower their weapons, which after a few seconds they did, albeit reluctantly. "I see, what's your name?" she asked her. "My name is Zia Rashid, I am the mistress of the elemental scribe of the first gnome. You're here for the portal, I presume?" The woman, Zia, replied. Carter nodded his head in response. "Yes, Bast told us there would be one here," he replied, rubbing the back of his neck. At this, Zia hummed thoughtfully as she turned to the temple. Portals can only appear at auspicious moments: sunrise, sunset, midnight, eclipses, and lastly the exact time of a god's birth. Luckily, the next auspicious moment is high noon, she explained calmly. Theseus looked at his watch. "Which is now." Right on cue, a portal appeared within the temple's entrance, taking the form of an orangish-yellow spiraling vortex. All Theseus did was stare at it blankly, with the following statement being said in a monotone voice. "Well, that was convenient." Meanwhile, Sadie herself did have a reasonable worry in the back of her mind that she soon brought to the table. "Can Circuit follow us through the portal?" she asked nervously. Boom! Just in time for another rumble to shake the museum. Glancing behind her, Zia provided the exposition this time. "No, the artifact overheats whenever it creates a portal. It requires a 12-hour cooldown before it can be used again. This portal will close before she can reach us. Let's go. Following this command, Zia jumped into the portal as quickly as possible, her form vanishing within it. The Hellsing members stayed behind for a second before joining her, with Meredith leisurely walking inside while the boys. They pretty much parkoured their way inside. Theseus back flipped into a spiraling motion, Volley side flipped inside, and Kuro front flipped so he didn't lose out to his fellow males. Once the Kane siblings went inside too, the portal closed behind them. Upon reaching the other side, Meredith and Zio strode on through the portal like nothing was important. Although that soon changed when Volley, Theseus, and Kuro flipped over their heads and landed in various landing positions. Meredith face-palmed herself while asking through her hand the following question. And whose idea was it to compete over going through the portal in the most pointlessly extra way possible? Their reaction was in unison. All three of us, they stated in union, standing upright and dusting themselves off like what had happened was pretty much nothing to think about. This time, Zia facepalmed too right as the Kane siblings moved through the portal which closed behind them. And while they exited in a normal manner unlike the three male Hellsing members, their eyes soon became saucers as their mouths dropped at the sight presented before them. It appeared that they had arrived at a grand-looking hallway, one where Zia told them that it was called the Halls of Ages. According to her, it projected and showed all of Egypt's history which took their breath away. The first Gnome Egypt, a secret society no one had ever known including the devils. Apparently these projections were so powerful it could destroy one's memory. There was a row of pictures in color, silver for the first age of Egypt, gold for when Moses appeared, and finally blue for the final age of Egypt, the one involving the last Queen Cleopatra. The group soon arrived at what looked like some kind of throne, one which belonged to only someone like a pharaoh. Though it initially remained empty, that didn't remain the case for Ong when what looked to be a man of French origins appeared behind it, alongside another more elderly-looking man. His skin looked to have been wrinkled into a lunch bag, brown and crinkled. He looked considerably thin and had milky white eyes, wearing a leopard skin cloak. Shortly after the two men introduced themselves, the Kane siblings proceeded to try to tell them that they needed help with stopping Set. But the man Desjardins had told them to stay within the Hall of Ages, as they didn't need to enter a conflict and to keep the secret forever. Of course, not being too keen on this, the siblings protested as Sadie admitted about the gods, infuriating Desjardins. The Frenchman had been about to issue an execution order but was stopped by the chief as he told him something before he allowed them to give the Kane another chance, as they would be given a test, fail, and they will be punished by death. Took the words right out of my mouth. They are what it looks like an old era Egypt city, to which the group could only stare in absolute amazement. The first gnome is the oldest branch of the House of Life and headquarters to all magicians situated beneath modern Cairo. It is what remains of the ancient city of Heliopolis. Zia explained. They stared at it as they walked through it before Theseus heard something. Hey mom, look at this. He looks left and right before he sees, to his internal shock, what looked like a glowing version of his child self. He easily recognized it since it looked exactly like him from that time. Before everything that happened, the projection then started laughing as it proceeded to turn tail and move through the city, causing Theseus to purse his lips in annoyance at the rising curiosity in his chest. Thus, the male decided to break off from the group to go pursue the projection, if only to satisfy this curiosity eating at him. Something which Volley noticed. Hey Theseus, where are you going? He questioned. I'm gonna explore a bit, go ahead without me, Theseus said as he quickly left the group alone. Wonder what he's doing. Kuro mused. Meredith shrugged her shoulders while Kuroka smiled slightly. Maybe he's just interested in old-style shops. Maybe. Meanwhile, Theseus walked through the city, following what looked like a hollow projection of his childish self which he had caught sight of not long into his exploration of this ancient Egyptian city. Along the way, he passed through the people as he started to lose the younger him, before he heard a voice. Well, look at this necklace, Mom. It looks cool. With wide eyes, Theseus looked to the right and spotted that he was a few shops away as he quickly went to him before he disappeared. What the? Damn it, what are you doing? Playing mind games? Are you trying to make me hallucinate? He said as he shook his head before he saw a necklace. The moment his eyes caught sight of it, Theseus immediately found himself drawn to it, walking up to it with a slightly enamored gaze forming in his eyes, a rarity considering what he was like these days. This is. I see you are interested in this necklace, I presume. Glancing to the side, he saw what looked to be a man wearing ancient Egyptian-style clothes, and judging by the jewels on his person he looked to be someone in the merchant business, but he was just assuming that to be the case. Instead of trying to ponder on baseless assumptions though, Theseus focused on the necklace since apparently he had noticed him staring at it. You could say that. What is this necklace? He questioned, gesturing to the necklace. Oh, you must be new here, I see. The clothes you're wearing are from the modern era, huh? Well, let me tell you, this necklace represents Nephthys, the Egyptian goddess of mourning, lamentation, sleep, rivers, the night, and protector of the dead. She is the mother of Anubis. She protects the dead from their damnation as she is not well known. The merchant responded before proceeding to explain about who the necklace represented as well as the identity of that deity. Still, that last bit confused him since those domains sounded like they were quite important. So, why was she seemingly so unknown amongst the Egyptian faction? Why is that? He questioned. A sad hum escaped the merchant's lips at this fact, as he stared at the necklace as if he were looking at an image of the deity herself. It's because she is the wife of Set, he stated. Oh, the god of evil. Yes, some say that she is faithful to Set, that she agrees with him, but that's not true. She has never done anything bad to anyone. Because of being the wife of Set, that makes her almost forgotten if we hadn't possessed the records of history. I see. Would you be interested in buying this? Is this where you led me to? If it's about the necklace, then show me if you're right. The male thought, remembering the hallucination that he had before. He didn't get why, but he just got the feeling that this necklace and that vision had been connected somehow. How much? The male asked him. Since we don't have gold coins now, since the modern people are mining them, we use cash, since we also would go up to the modern world. About £300. So that was the price here. A bit pricey, but considering what he had learned of the necklace's story, Theseus could see the value behind the object. Give me a second. Theseus pulled out his wallet as he then counted his money. 50, 100, 200, £300. The male mused with a small smile, glad that he had enough. Fortunately, working at Helsing afforded him quite the decent salary, and since he was someone who worked hard and got results, he had a decent stash. Once he counted the money, the merchant nodded in a pleased manner. Thank you, and may the Egyptian gods bless you, the shopper says as he got the necklace, placing it in the boy's hand. Now that he had the necklace, Theseus looked down at it for a long moment, proceeding to turn on his boots and walk back into the crowd, his free hand now back in his jacket pocket. Later, Theseus wandered around the streets while searching for the rest of his teammates, until he found that they were at another temple where they were about to enter it, and Kuro was about to look for Theseus before he spotted him. Well, I was about to find you, Theseus, but apparently you just arrived. What were you doing at the shops? I saw something which caught my attention, since everywhere here has ancient items. Doesn't it hurt to explore? The blonde male replied. Kuro shrugged his shoulders. True, all right, come on, she is about to show us our dormitory. Okay. They entered the dormitory as they got into beds, which Kuroka tried to sleep with Volley but got knocked out after Theseus chopped the back of her head and went to sleep. If Theseus had practiced entering his mindscape, then he would have heard something. Inside of Theseus. It seems, this world fits you. I can honestly not blame you. An unknown woman muttered under her breath, petting a shark while looking sadly. You've witnessed something which forced you to change after going through it in your childhood. It had taken her a while to do so, but she had finally managed to get into the memories of the apparent host who she resided within, and if she had thought that they would be bad, she would have realized just how majorly she had underestimated them. She had seen things which she knew for a fact would scar such a young soul for life, and scar them they had. This whole primitive, water-filled landscape remained proof of this, in addition to whatever kind of trauma it would have imprinted onto him. Heck, she believed that in the future, thanks to this tragedy, life would give birth to something which had not been seen for a long, long time, and she wasn't sure that the world would be ready for it when it finally happened. Still, thanks to what had just happened, the time was slowly coming closer for them to meet, and even so she could already feel stuff happening within the host's body. Either as a result of her influence or a natural form of evolution sped up due to her awakening. In the end, a storm was being brewed within this host's powers, a powerful one which would potentially have huge effects on him. What those effects were, though, she wasn't sure. Only time could tell, and she wasn't sure whether this would be a good thing or not. Splash. Did you really have to do that? A loud outcry had escaped a furious Kuroka's lips when she had her beauty sleep rudely interrupted by someone. That someone had just had to wake her up, not by pulling on her cat ears or if she had been in her cat form, her fur, but instead do something no cat liked whatsoever, drop a bucket of water atop her head. Who was the culprit, one might ask? Simple. Upon glaring at the guilty party, Kuroka had found that it was a nonchalant-looking Zia. She could tell due to the black-haired girl sporting a bucket which she held in her right hand beside her hip. It's called cleansing. We use this every time in order to prepare magic, she explained, not being affected by the catty glare the black-haired Nekashu gave her. You got me whole wet, Naya. I'm sure you did this on purpose. The said Yakai exclaimed in fury, channeled with the fact that it wasn't Volley who had made her wet by dressing sexily or doing some muscle-flexing poses, like how he did in her dreams. I don't see any problem with that. Slap. Oh, for his words, Carter found himself getting hit on the back of the head by Sadie, who had smacked him upside the back of said body part with an angry glare on her face. Rubbing his head in irritation, the male Kane sibling glared right back at her. What was that for? He yelled in outrage. A mere huff was her response as she turned her head to the side. Pervert, she stated while pursing her lips. Can you blame me? There is actually a living cat girl in front of me, Sadie. HMPH. Wait a minute, are you jealous that you don't have those kinds of Milo? Speak another word and I will cut off what makes you a man. Heap. After they had gotten changed, Volley, Theseus, and Kuro finally joined up with the girls, having heard the last bit of their conversation. All the while, the white-haired white dragon emperor whistled in an impressed tone of voice when he had heard Sadie's threat. Damn, she got guts, Theseus, he remarked to his fellow male. Said male just chuckled at the sight, although if she were to try to target his man bits, well, let's just say 2 severed breasts would be the least of her worries. I can see that. I can imagine her growing up to be a delinquent. If that's the case, then imagine her getting stronger. Kuro, hearing this, gave Vali a blank stare like one who believed another to be sus and among us. You just want to fight her, don't you? He stated, instead of asked. Can you blame me? I actually do. Hoo. You got a problem with that, butler boy? Vali snarled, getting up to Kuro's face. Said swordsman simply butted heads with the half-devil, narrowing his eyes into a glare as hateful sparks flew between their eyes. Yes, back at Helsing you found out that a vampire has the strength of a high-class devil, but instead of using an artifact to weaken him, you destroyed an entire freaking museum. Do you know how much Integra had to pay? Oi, do you want to go, butler boy? I'll make sure your teeth will be nothing but gums. Fortunately, Zia saw the two boys about to take each other here right now, so she promptly put an end to it by walking up to them and shouting the following with her hands on her hips. As for the bucket, she had discarded it already. No fighting here, you two. If you do, you will be banned from here. Glancing over at her, Vali rolled his eyes with a scoff leaving his lips. Is that going to stop us? Bunk. Before he could finish, a loud gasp escaped him when he felt a hand crash on top of his head, causing him to stumble a bit. Rubbing his head, which sported a bit of a lump to it now, the male opened one eye to glare at the cause, a certain British magician who had a steaming fist muttering about how half-devils really did have hard heads. The fuck, Meredith? He yelled. After finishing her mumbling, Meredith held Vali's glare with her own. While I have no problems with you two fighting, we just got here and Sir Integra will want to know what happened if we come out with nothing but dust. Fine. With Vali calmed down and Kuro regaining his composure, Zia waved her hands before a portal was there as they went into it. They arrived at what it looks like to be an avenue of sphinxes with a run-down temple at sight. Sadie looked around and asked, "Where are we?" "The Temple of Luxor," Zia answered as she walked to the temple. "What now?" Vali queried, confused. "The Temple of Luxor, idiot. Try and use that enhanced hearing more clearly," Theseus rebuked. Of course, Vali did not take too kindly to being called an idiot. "Hey, but what is this place, Zia?" Kuro asked as he and the others looked around. In ancient times, the pharaoh would lead a process here once a year. "It's the best place for you and Carter to practice," Zia responded as she gestured to the temple. Sadie then smirked teasingly at her brother, nudging him slightly. "Because it's destroyed." Zia shook her head at the question, as well as the glare Carter gave his sister in return. "No, Sadie, because it is still full of magic and it was sacred to your family," she replied. At hearing that, Carter gave an exasperated sigh as he muttered under his breath the following words in a sarcastic manner. "Right, ancient bloodlines and whatnot. Is there anything else I need to hear that apparently exists, like pixies?" Acutely, "They actually exist." "Great, just what I need," Sadie says as she put a hand onto her face and sighed into it much like how her brother had done. They truly were siblings, weren't they? With that done, the group proceeded forth and walked into the temple, which looked to be still intact. "Carter, Sadie, we will begin with a test of your magic. Please take a circle." Shortly into their little walk, the group found themselves in a large yard, one which had a nice sandy plain which Zia seemed to desire to use for the test that the Kane siblings would need. Zia had then instructed the two to step into one of the two circles which she had drawn into the sand with a stick which was the same size as her, with the Kane siblings wondering just how on earth she could use something like that so easily. Supernatural people, seriously. After hearing her statements, the Kane siblings then walked into the circles, one for Carter and the other for Sadie, as the Helsing group remained over to the side since these two needed to do this alone without any help. "The duel will start shortly," Zia informed, standing between the two. Obviously, Carter didn't know jack shit about this and neither did his sister given her confused expression. "Wait, duel?" the boy questioned, wondering if this was going to be a good idea and if he would come out of this alive. A sentiment which apparently Meredith agreed with the boy on, since she added her own input into the situation. "Zia, they are not ready yet, they haven't even learned a single spell. They're not even smart." Sadie's brow furrowed at the insult to her intelligence, while Carter had enough sense to realize that there was a different meaning to what the woman had said, thus sought to inquire as to her intent. "What do you mean smart?" "What I mean is magicians use magic that's like knowledge to control equations, using your head and making calculations. I myself am a magician, so I can tell you with an experience that magic is where the user uses the knowledge and calculations to know," Meredith explained. "Oh, well, crap. Oh no, we haven't trained. I knew I should have taken those math classes." Before the Kane siblings could go into full-blown panic mode, Zia held a hand up so she could have their attention. "What you are describing is Western magic and Eastern magic. We don't use those here. Instead, we use magic similar to devils but trained in the methods of Egyptian mythology and magic, thus we can cast a variety of spells. Anyone can become one with basic knowledge and practice, but those with a family history in the art such as the blood of the pharaohs have greater innate power and skill," she explained. Fortunately, this served to its intended effect, relieve the siblings of their fears which caused them to collectively sigh in relief. "Phew, and I thought it would be difficult for us," Carter exclaimed, holding onto his stomach. "Thank God I won't have to take those advanced classes, cause if I do I would go total nerd." Sadie added on, ignoring the glare that her brother gave her since she had indirectly called him nerdy since he, well, out of the two of them showed himself to be the more intelligent of the two. As I was saying, the wand is for defense, the staff is offense. The first magician to knock out of his or her circle wins. Okay, but is there anything that we need to have? Simple. Summon whatever power you can use, whatever you have available. Begin. Offense, huh? Sadie said as she took out staff from her bag before it expanded into a 2-meter-long staff. Over by the sidelines, each of the Helsing members watched things with rapt attention, with all of them curious in their own ways about how Egyptians did battle. They had seen some of it when they had been chased by that scorpion goddess earlier, but this time they wouldn't have any distractions pulling their attention away, which allowed them to view the experience fully. Egypt magic is interesting. I can see why they would hide, Meredith said as she looked at the duel. You can say that, Meredith. Maybe I would ask Sir Integra if she could let us study more about them. Kuro mused as he had a hand on his chin while thinking about Egypt. Judging from what he had seen, the male found himself forming a deep interest in how they lived and their ideals. It made him want to study them further. If they would allow us, that is. True. Back to the dueling siblings. All of a sudden Sadie then dropped to the ground before she could even try to summon any kind of magic. Her breathing became irregular as a wave of fatigue washed on over her. Ooh, if she knocks herself out, does that mean I win? Shut up, Carter. Sadie, you must be careful. You drew from your own reserves, not from the staff. You can quickly deplete your magic. Every time you do magic, you expand energy. You can draw magic from yourself, but you must know your limits, otherwise you could exhaust yourself or worse. You could literally burn up. Zia explained as she looked at the exhausted Sadie. But I've done magic before. Sometimes it doesn't exhaust me, so why? Sadie asked, drawing the attention of the others as Meredith and Kuro were interested also. Magic can be drawn from many sources, stored in scrolls, wands, staff. Amulets are especially powerful. Magic can also be drawn straight from Maat, using the divine words. It can even be summoned from the gods, Zia said as she continued to look at Sadie. Said girl pointed at herself with a clear look of confusion on her face. Why are you looking at me? I didn't summon any gods, they just seem to find me. The gods always prefer the bloods of Pharaoh. When a magician has the blood of 2 royal families, the draw can be irresistible, Zia explained. So what does it have to do with us? Sadie questioned, still confused while she tried to process all this information being hurled towards her. Also her brother, too. At this, Zia groaned into the hand that she planted onto her face, as if she couldn't believe the situation taking place in front of her. She looked to be developing a migraine, too. Don't tell me your parents kept this from you. The Canes are the descendants of Narmer, the first pharaoh. Your maternal line springs from Rameses the Great, who built this temple. Over back on the sidelines, Vali nudged the blonde descendant in the arm with a look which screamed mischievous, like a gremlin. He did so the moment that the black-haired Egyptian girl had revealed the truth of the Cain siblings' lineage to them, since it had sounded just like that of Theseus's. Oh, what a coincidence, 2 descendants into one. This has got to be a world record, he remarked, chuckling, something which Theseus nodded his head in agreement while he smirked in amusement from all of this. You said it, Vali, Alucard will have a fit in this, he remarked, getting a nod and a laugh of agreement from his companion. Back with the others, Zia narrowed her eyes at the two while questioning in a rhetorical manner. Why do you think you are so dangerous to us? You think we're hosting gods. That's what you're worried about. You deny it. Then duel and show me how weak your magic is. Sadie became angry as she had the worst day. She lost her father, lost pets, and now had to deal with a bunch of gods who were trying to kill them. If that wasn't enough, then add on the fact that now they were being accused by a bunch of Egyptian magicians that they were guilty for breaking some stupid law that they didn't even know about, much less gave a fuck about. She knew that the Helsing would protect them since they had already shown their stance on protecting innocent civilians, but she remained afraid of meeting their ace, the no-life king. So with a simple thought she had her staff ready, Sadie, and threw it to the ground before Zia's heels without regarding her brother's question, where it transformed into a she-lion in the following seconds. Whoa, what the? Zia, dodge. Zia became surprised as she turned around and saw the she-lion pouncing towards her. Before it could land on its target, Zia having been unable to move quick enough to dodge on her own, assistance came in the form of Theseus, who managed to grab her by the waist and then jump out of the way. Its first prey now gone, the she-lion then glanced over towards Carter, who gulped when its hungry eyes gazed upon him. In the following seconds, it roared as it pounced over at him as well, as if it knew that its original target had been him this whole time. Carter, hold on. Just as Kuro was about to use his gravity magic to help him, the samurai stopped with wide eyes when he saw how the dark-skinned boy summoned an spectral image of what looked to be a humanoid being but with a falcon-shaped head around him, somewhat similar to the cat-like being which had formed around Bast previously. After its successful conjuration, the humanoid being slashed away at the she-lion, cutting it clean in half. Zia got out of Theseus' grip and looked in surprise. You summoned a falcon. Fun. Better right. You are hosting the gods. The chief lector will order me to bring you in and I have to obey. Is that so? Then let's see if you could get past us, Theseus said as he brought out his trident and the Helsing prepared to deal with her. That is, before Sadie stopped them. Wait, guys, hold on. Zia, please listen. Iskander spoke with me last night. He said, Carter, me and the Helsing will have a difficult path and that you would know how to help us when the time came. Do you think killing us or imprisoning us is what Iskander had in mind? Sadie questioned, to which Zia remained silent as she had a complicated face on what to do. Seeing that she hadn't gotten through yet, the female Kane sibling gave another push to appeal to the dark-skinned girl's morals. Our enemy is set. If the Perank can't see that, then maybe they're part of the problem too. Finally Zia gave in. The demon days begin at sundown, where all portals will stop working if they are related to Egyptian magic. You need to get as close as possible to Set before that happens if you are to destroy him. Use the obelisk at the entrance, Zia said as she had a hand at the group while not facing them. It looked like she wasn't planning on turning them in at least, but still Sadie had one thing left to say right now. We can't even open a portal. Carter nodded his head in agreement with her. You need to come with and help us, Zia. Iskander is like a father to me. I cannot betray the House of Life if I am ordered to hunt all of you down, do you understand? Run, go. With that said, they now ran to where the obelisk is. Sadie, take my staff, since I cut yours in half. If you can handle the portal, me and the others will try to fend off any attackers. Carter yelled as he tossed the said weapon towards his sister, who caught it in one hand, the boy pulling out his Egyptian-style sword. Meanwhile, Kuro brought up another point while he congratulated the boy for his foresight. Brilliant idea, Carter, but let me ask you, does she know how to open a portal? Because while we can handle the attackers, but with their sheer force we will be overwhelmed. We won't know unless we try. Kuro, first time always has some luck, right? Sometimes, but not all the time. Come on, we're here. After they arrived at a large obelisk, Sadie looked at it before trying to figure out what to do. Unfortunately, she couldn't dilly-dally for long thanks to what followed next. Sadie, Anna, try speeding things up. We've got a sphinx problem over here, Carter warned, to which various stone sphinxes started to animate themselves as if they were being brought back from the dead to fight. All the while, they proceeded to encircle the group before the obelisk, preparing to attack them at the right moment. Kuroka, activate a magic circle. But it would transfer us to a different place, Naya. It's random if we don't know a location. Kuroka replied frantically, holding up a defensive stance. Hearing this, Theseus placed a hand on his face. Oh well, that's just perfect. Come on and hurry before those fuckers from that brain-dead house comes. Theseus yelled angrily towards the slightly panicking blonde girl. Give me a second. America. I want to go there now. 6 tickets. First class would be nice. How is that going to help? Look, Carter yelled, stopping Volley's shout in its tracks when they looked in the direction the dark-skinned boy had been pointing. This allowed them to see how the portal was indeed activated. Only one problem, it was a significant height above them. Seeing it caused Sadie to grin and clench a fist in victory. Yes, but how are we going to get there? Leave that to us. What do you me on? Before she could finish her sentence, Theseus grabbed Sadie by the collar of her outfit, before he threw her into the portal with one hand like he were tossing yesterday's garbage. He wasn't the only one though, for Volley also threw Carter into the portal in the same way. Once this happened, the rest of the Helsing members then jumped in after them, with the 3 boys performing various Parker stunts one after the other, much to Meredith and Kuroka's exasperation. Once they entered it, the portal began to close, though not before a certain cat jumped through right at the last second. OOF, AAH, Carter and Sadie flailed their respective limbs like headless chickens, before grunts escaped them upon their landing on hard ground. The 2 siblings rolled for a bit before they stopped while the rest of the Helsing group joined up with them, the first 3 being the boys who landed in various landing positions before getting upright after a few seconds. Following them came Kuroka and Meredith, who shook her head at the trio's antics, whereas the Kane children then got up and glared at them. You could at least tell us before you do that. They yelled in unison. However, Theseus and Volley shrugged their shoulders uncaringly, which only served to irritate the 2 siblings more. Hey, if we did, then what would be the point? The former remarked. Meanwhile, the latter noticed the portal still being open and went to inform the others, unknowingly stopping the Kane siblings from yelling at them some more. Hey, the portal is still open, he stated while pointing at the still open portal. When the others looked and quickly clarified this, worried looks crossed onto their faces, especially their 2 non-combat fighters, Carter and Sadie. You think the Sphinx followed us? The former of the 2 questioned worriedly. Sadie looked more closely at the portal as she tries to decipher what it was. It's more like, and out came a cat, one which caused a surge of delight to erupt in Sadie's chest, prompting her to call out the following name in happiness. Muffin. Wait a minute, is that Theseus said as his answer was apparently already heard as the cat transformed into Bast. Bast. Excellent work with the portal, Sadie. Sadie ran to her as she hugged her while the woman chuckled in maternal amusement. You must not have specifically suggested an American city when you made your portal. We got the default portal for the U.S., the biggest obelisk ever constructed, the Washington Monument. It would be wise to rest now, Sadie. Opening more than 1 portal a day can be taxing. Bast explained. But we need her to do it again right. Carter, don't you remember what the Egypt girl said? The portal requires a 12-hour cooldown. Volley remarked dryly. Oh right, forgot about the cooldown period, Carter sheepishly said as he scratched his head. But even so, Theseus still had some remaining questions for the cat goddess, as seeing her prompted him to recall what she had said to him about not being strong enough. Something which he absolutely loathed to think about, but had to keep his cool lest his Zenith Tempest react to his emotional state. It had happened before, and that time had not been intentional either. But how did you survive against the scorpion lady? We saw that you were being overwhelmed by her as we fled, Theseus asked as he looked at Bast. To answer, she turned to him and then proceeded to open her mouth. I held off as long as I could, saving just enough energy to revert to Muffin's form and slip into the duet. She explained, frowning as she recalled that battle. Although she didn't like to admit it, that battle had been a close one, especially since scorpions had better sense of smell thanks to their weak eyesight, meaning that she got real lucky and that they hadn't detected her when she'd fled. But I thought you weren't good at portals. Her thoughts got broken when she heard those words from Sadie. I'm not, but as a creature of the duet, slipping into one of its shallowest layers for a quick escape is relatively easy. By the time I got into the museum, the magicians had already captured you. Bast, it was terrible. They think we're hosting gods, Sadie said to Bast, recalling why they are after them. Yes, you are godlings, dear. It must have happened at the museum. Wearing their symbols, you practically invited their power. Their symbols? Sadie questioned, confused. Over to the side, Carter hummed thoughtfully as his brain worked to process this information, or to be more specific, these symbols, since he remembered how in all religions, not just Egyptian gods, tended to have something to represent them. These symbols must be connected to them in some way if that was true. Unknowingly confirming Carter's hypothesis, Bast nodded head before gesturing to the amulets that the two siblings wore. Yes, your amulets. Carter's is the Eye of Horus and yours, Sadie, is a magic knot referred to as the Knot of Isis. Bast explained. Over on their side of things, the Helsing group also processed this info, albeit a lot easier compared to the siblings. That was probably due to them having more experience with the supernatural world than them, as Volley nudged his fellow male on the arm like before. Well, would you look at that, Theseus, we have gods walking with us, he mused with a wide grin, one which the blonde male mirrored as the two bumped fists. Imagine Alucard's expression when he hears all of this, he mused, getting a toothy grin and a laugh out of the half-devil. And you, Bast then turned to Theseus, you must have a god in you as well. Now that caught everyone's attention, especially the Helsing group and Theseus. What makes you think I have a god inside of me? He questioned while gesturing to himself. Bast nodded her head in response before she proceeded to explain. Your divinity must have practically instantly caught their attention, which could explain why Set is so interested in you. He is hoping to see if you could house him, which is why you are also being targeted. Along with your power, it's unnatural beyond anything that I've ever seen. With its potential, you could possibly house many gods in you. Hearing this made the Helsing group enter into a pondering state. It was true that Theseus carried divinity in him, but it wasn't like the normal demigod kind or even that of a god's. More of a cursed divinity, a twisted perversion of it that came from a source other than the usual for divinity. Instead of bright and wonderful feeling, like bathing in the sun's warmth, Theseus's divinity felt cold, dark, and insanely violent, as if it were matching the primal savage nature behind Theseus's own personality. Meanwhile, the male in question just scoffed uncaringly. Well, Set can kiss my ass. If he wants this, then he'll have to try dying for it. And besides, it's been with me since the day I awakened it, he remarked, remembering how long he had this cursed divinity for. Ever since he had awakened it back. Then, it had been with him and hasn't failed in protecting him when he needed it. Even if it influenced Zenith Tempest in ways he didn't understand or acted like a chaotic storm which only listened to himself, Theseus refused to see it as a bad thing. If anything, he saw it more like an instrument of his vengeance against the world that had wronged him, a personification of his wrath towards the unjust. Maybe so, but try to at least see if you house any god or gods in you. Fine, let's do it. If any of them try and take over my body, you have my permission to beat me up. Gladly. Be safe, Theseus. Don't lose yourself, Leader Naya. Good luck, man. With that said, when the groups had said to him, he turned to Bast. Alright, what do I have to do? It's simple. Since you don't have a symbol of power to any gods, try and meditate. Clear your mind, and when you feel like it's pulling you somewhere, let it flow. Normally, it would take days to enter one's mindscape. Theseus got the instruction and went into a meditation sitting place as he closes his eyes before he clears his mind. It took some breath as he began to clear his mind before he felt something pulling him, and he let it flow, entering a trance-like meditation state. Inside of Theseus' mindscape, Theseus opens his eyes and sees that he is in an ocean with any aquatic creature, with sharks and unnatural creatures he had never seen before. However, they just ignored him as they continued to swim around, doing their business. So, this is my mindscape, Theseus wondered to himself as he floated around before stopping. Now that he thought about it, it somewhat surprised him that he was apparently still breathing fine, like he was intaking normal oxygen, instead of water from his surroundings. Was this to do with this mindscape or something else? He wasn't too sure on that one. I imagined it to be more violent, destructive, or anything those above. Because this suits your style more, if you ask me. He turned around when he heard a voice, before spotting the source, a woman with a red headband who had these kind of weird skeleton wings behind her, but with flesh on them, green eyes, and wore some Egyptian-style clothes. It's good that we finally meet, Kaito Sullivan. How did you know that name? I never told anyone about it. Answer me, Theseus said as his anger reflected on the sharks that were swimming around. When the stone exploded, I unexpectedly went to your body as my host. I looked through your memories and saw what became of you. my memories and body. Wait, that means, yes, I am Nephthys, the goddess of mourning, lamentation, sleep, rivers, the night and protector of the dead. Are there any other gods I have gotten inside me? No, it's just me. The other gods are in deep of the duet before they could sense your unnatural divinity. I see, but that does leave the question, why did you look at my memories, goddess? I don't like it when people go through my mind. Forgive me, but I wanted to know whose host I'm in. To be more specific, I wanted to know if my host was a good one or an evil one. So far I am in between. There is certainly good inside of you, but there is also great evil towards your enemies, though I believe that is the result of circumstance. I don't blame you for what you have gone through when you were a child. Don't even remind me of that day. After that outburst Theseus had, a whirlpool started happening throughout the ocean around them, quickly going wild and out of control while the creatures reflected the male's fury. Each of them made furious war cries and other sounds while thrashing around in a violent manner. Despite this, Nephthys still kept her gaze locked onto Theseus, formerly known as Kaido. Those bastards, those demons took everything from me. I witnessed what they did to not only my mother but everyone else on that island. They destroyed my home, my friends, Jack, Joseph, Mason and others, forcing me to what I've become now. Why do I have to suffer? Why didn't any gods help us? Why? Tell me why? Nephthys watched as the boy yelled this at her, the goddess watching as the furious yet distraught male had what could amount to be a mental breakdown a long time in the making. From what she had seen of his memories, Nephthys found that Theseus hadn't really talked about anything regarding his past to his companions. He'd kept it all bottled up inside. It didn't help that he hadn't met them right after the incident either, an incident which she had designated as the apocalypse, for it was the day where all life on that island got reduced to nothingness. When a life as one knew it came to an unfortunate, tragic end. Not only did he keep it a secret due to his pride, but it was also due to having spent years alone after that event, where he had seen just how uncaring people could be towards someone asking for help post that tragedy. One would think that the child would have found someone who could have helped him much sooner than he had. Alas, the depths of human cruelty had only made things worse for him in the long run. She wasn't lying when she had said how she felt for him regarding that tragedy, those kinds of horrors. She wouldn't wish for any child to see them with their own eyes, not to mention the copious amount of scarring that it must have left him with. I cannot give you an answer to that one, I'm afraid, she began to say after a moment's worth of thinking, making sure to project a barrier around herself when she noticed some of the sea creatures making their advance towards her as if she were a delicious full-course meal to them. At least one which will satisfy you. You already formed your own idea of that event in your heart in any case, young man. Thus, you have your own answer to those questions buried inside of you. Her words caused the boy's teary eyes to widen. Shock and realization dawned on him when he realized that she was right. He did have an answer to those questions, but he hadn't been sure that it was the right one even after all this time. His emotions slowly drained themselves out of him for the time being while the whirlpool around them gradually settled down, the same being said for the inhabitants, the sight of which allowed Nephthys to rest easy, recalling her barrier. She did not want to have to deal with those creatures attacking her from all over. Then, it really is injustice, the male muttered as he lowered his head so his bangs shadowed his eyes. Life is really cruel, after all. So what if one worked hard, like a set of Jenga blocks? The slightest fracture, the slightest injustice can take everything you've earned away, leaving you with nothing behind. The image of his sandcastles being washed away by the waves at the beach came to the forefront of his mind, now with a whole new meaning to them. Tragedy may sometimes be an instrument of growth, but reality doesn't make that so feasible on the best of days. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips, one which went to extreme lengths to show the goddess just how broken the boy was inside. I guess the goddess of mourning would know something about that. I may be a goddess of mourning, but even I can't go into the feelings of the mortals. You were the same as Set when he was younger. What? The same as Set? Before he was a god of evil, before he became the man he is today. He was Ra's loyal lieutenant, as he was the only god that helped Ra through the centuries against Apophis. Ra saw loyalty in Set and his strength. In return, Set showed nothing but unwavering loyalty to Ra. But it didn't go well, did it? Nephthys was silent as she turned her head at the side before she faced him. You would be right. Osiris dethroned Ra as he was forced to withdraw, allowing him to take the throne. As such, he changed and plotted against Osiris. He became a god of evil also. How can he be similar to me? Set was seen as an evil deity by every god, and as such, they scorned him, but only one did not see him as a monster, and that was Ra. He was like a father to him. Imagine seeing him to be forced to depart by another after seeing one who cared for him. I can see that. Oh yes, Theseus could relate to that. He could do so indeed. Set was almost similar to him, but on a different level, like Alucard told him that vampires sire with the humans, making them dampier. He is not always cold-blooded, as he can see the reason why some vampires are despite blood or money. He had stopped Theseus from killing a vampire woman one time, which annoyed him enough to demand to know why he stopped him. Before Alucard could respond, Theseus's eyes widened when he saw a small child behind her, to which he understood why. He and Alucard let them go, but only if she worked at a blood bank where she can provide blood for her and her child. He saw Alucard's expression as if he was reminded of something. Like he had a child before. Theseus may be a bloodthirsty monster like Alucard, but even he won't kill any innocent people. Right now, the male sat on the ocean as if there was a floor beneath him, contemplating a whole load of stuff. Forgive me for bursting out like that. I've heard your history also despite being less known. You were a mother to Anubis, weren't you? He questioned. Nephthys hummed in response. Yes, but I couldn't take care of him as I would fear of what Set would do to corrupt him. I had to give him away so he can be safe. Mothers love her. Theseus closed his eyes as an image of his mother was shown before he opened them. Now that I know what God I have in me, I'll have to go. Thanks for the talk. Be safe, Theseus. And before you leave, there is one thing I need to tell you. What is it? You can't defeat Set despite your abnormal power. You need an advantage over him. His secret name. Secret name. Yes, his secret name is Evil Days. With that said, Theseus was out of the mindscape, leaving her alone again. Theseus opens his eyes as he sees it was night time. So what did I miss? He questioned while sitting up. Noticing him ascending, Volley glanced at him. He would have given him a casual greeting, but a combination of the situation at hand and the look in his friend's eyes resulted in that not happening. Apparently Sadie managed to get us tickets to the airplane. He replied. His reply clued Theseus into the situation, prompting him to narrow his eyes. Bad news. Look outside, Volley said as Theseus looked there and spotted a monster shaped like a black jackal staring at them. What the hell is that? One of Set's animals? It shares his evil cunning and strength, Bast replied, narrowing her eyes at it. Due to it resembling a greyhound and her being a cat, perhaps their animosity towards one another had more of a reasonable trace to it, Theseus mused. Nevertheless, they needed to make sure it couldn't follow them, or better yet, they needed to kill it right now. How can we stop it? Theseus questioned, although sadly Bast shook her head. You can't. It's a perfect hunter as it got our scent. There's no escape from it. That's messed up. What should we do? At this point, Bast prepared to head out herself by placing a foot on the edge of the obelisk window. You guys have to use magic to transform into birds. I'll distract it for a while, she told them, or to be more specific, Sadie and Carter. However, these actions reminded the blonde man of what had happened before. He did not appreciate that, since it brought back memories he would rather have stayed buried in the depths of his consciousness. Screams, grunts, reluctant moans, and sloshing sounds filled his mind as Theseus swore he began to see images, or rather sights that had happened back on his homeland in the skies above them. Children being used as toys by the monsters in the air, toys or food, it didn't matter which, but all these illusions served to snap his last restraint on his bloodlust, resulting in Theseus drawing his trident and jumping down towards the animal. Oh hell no you don't. I'm not going to be on the sidelines this time, he roared while he had pushed past Bast. Boy, what are you? Theseus. Several shouts of his name were heard, but he ignored them in favor of gathering water around his trident's tip, forming a larger version of it made from water. Additionally, he manipulated the hydrogen particles in the air beneath him, which formed what could only be described as a board made from water that he stood on top of. A board which slid down the obelisk side before he leapt off it once he had reached the 3/4 mark. Falling towards his opponent, Theseus saw how it hadn't reacted to him yet and instead had remained in a defensive posture. Thus, the male chose to make the first move by pointing his trident up to the air above his head with the water board he had made shooting up to that space too, becoming a long water strip which he then reformed into a large stream, one which he then filled to the brim with lightning before he flung his trident down to the ground where the beast stood. At the last second, the beast finally responded by jumping backwards to avoid the large electrified stream, letting it crash into the ground where it had once stood and evaporate on contact, though the force behind the blow made a significant crater on the ground. It then proceeded to move towards Theseus at high speeds, running on all fours along the ground while jumping from side to side to avoid the blades of wind which Theseus launched by swinging his trident and coating its tip with wind via his sacred gear. That didn't bother him though, since he didn't intend for them to hit the beast but instead to restrict its movement. Alright, since this thing proved me right about it being an agile little fucker, it's time to end this quickly. The thing with divine beasts is that they likely have something stopping them from dying, and if I spend too long figuring that out I'll be separated from the others, Theseus thought in annoyance, wishing that he was back in Helsing taking simple extermination jobs. He wouldn't have had to worry about this shit back there. Seeing that his foe had gotten close enough for this next step to work brought Theseus out of his trance as he stomped onto the ground. A wall of earth forming in front of him seconds before the beast could pounce on his ass to knock him down and make a meal out of him. The following second, it tried to get around it to eat him again, only for the male to click his tongue and tap into Zenith Tempest power once more, this time forming more slabs of earth and connecting them together, forming a makeshift cube-like prison around the beast. For good measure, Theseus used flames hot enough to sear the parts together like glue being used to fix something broken, then added more slabs for good measure, searing them to the cube too. There, as reckless as that was. Upon hearing Bast's annoyed voice, Theseus glanced to the side and saw her land on all fours akin to the species she governed. However, he ignored her annoyance in favor of looking towards the makeshift cage he had made. It won't hold him for long, even with all these extra layers, though any time bought for the others will be useful. Theseus scowled, knowing this to be true. Any idea how to kill it permanently? He questioned, but Bast didn't have any favorable answer for him right now. Even if we could, it wouldn't be possible here. Anyways, the others have gone ahead, we just have to track them down. Follow me, boy, it won't be long before Set's animal breaks free from its prison. With those words said, Bast proceeded to head off in a seemingly random direction while gesturing for Theseus to follow, which he did. As such they ran to the airport, not before they stopped by a shop to get Bast some clothes for her because who wouldn't be suspicious of her usual leopard clothes. Once Theseus bought her a formal suit to wear similar to Integris, she quickly changed into it and they continued their path. Eventually, they found themselves inside a parking lot, where they saw the group there with a bird on Carter's shoulder. Carter, how do you expect to get through the airport security carrying a sword? Bast said as the group stopped. Oh, my. And what's wrong with Sadie? Wait, that's Sadie, Theseus asked, blinking in surprise while gesturing to the white bird. Carter nodded, a bit bashful and awkward. Yeah, she and I turned into a bird before I turned back to normal. I see, have you not imagined your mother instead? Sadie froze for a bit before imagining her mother being alive as she was walking with her before she turned back to human. Unfortunately, that also had the side effect of her falling on top of her brother as well. Gah, the said boy cried out at the sudden weight on his back. Quickly noticing the situation, Sadie hurriedly scurried off him. Oh sorry Carter, she exclaimed in apology. The dark-skinned boy waved her off though, grunting and grimacing while he struggled to get back to his feet. All the while, he held his back in one hand with a look of pain discomfort on it. It's fine. My back. Not one to be waiting around for too long, Volley proceeded to head on ahead, glancing behind him at the others. Come on you canes, time is wasting, he stated, gesturing for them to hurry the fuck up. Kuro and Theseus had already begun walking up to him at this point with Kuroka and Meredith following suit. They regained their composure and nodded before they went to the airport as Kuroka turned into a cat as she was on Volley's shoulder. Kuro had put his sword away as Carter realized he can't get through the security when he has a sword with him, so Bast told him how he can put it away by the magic of Jewett. Carter did so and they disappeared. The wonders of the magic of the Egypt faction always fascinated the Hellsing members, but mostly Meredith. They got past the security but first by a cage for Kuroka as it was required to have pets in the cage, which Kuro had smiled at Kuroka's misery. They got into the plane and took off to Memphis. They finally arrived at Memphis where Bast can lead them to Thoth, the god of knowledge. If anyone knew how to defeat Set, it would be him. One time, Bast was about to steal another car but got convinced by the Kane children to at least rent one. Luckily Theseus had managed that as he has the card which contains unlimited money from the London faction. As a result, he had bought 2 cars, one for Bast and the Kane children, whereas the other would be for the Hellsing group. In current times, Bast drove her car with the Kane children whereas Theseus drove with his group before they arrived at a small campus where they saw baboons playing basketball. To their surprise, one of them had been Khufu, the baboon that had been with them at the mansion before the attack that had set it ablaze. They entered the campus and found where their objective resided. It wasn't that hard, since the door literally had the word Professor Thoth on it. Not only that, but aside from the fact that it resided in an office building, his door had been the only one which was open, the rest being closed shut. Once they were allowed to enter, the 2 groups did so, allowing them to view the Egyptian god for the first time. On the Kane siblings' side, they had many expectations for what this god might look like considering what they had seen from previous Egyptian deities, but upon seeing him they found themselves stunned how normal he looked. He appeared as a young man in his 20s with wild blonde hair, wire-rimmed glasses, jeans, and a lab coat. He wore his jeans and lab coat. Thoth's eyes are many shifting colors, like a kaleidoscope. Meanwhile, the Hellsing group just focused on the task at hand. Upon hearing their request, he had sarcastically told them off, going on about how they had the nerve to ask him for help. Though with a bit of convincing from the 3 boys, the god complied. Afterward, Thoth then explained about how Horus had battled Set a long time ago, and during that battle, they had almost destroyed the entire Egyptian faction, which had caused a lot of problems for him to fix. He also explained how Set became evil due to Isis's machinations, making him leave his throne to Osiris, and he was the one who convinced Iskander to believe that using the gods would be against the law from then onwards. Once the pep talk had been concluded, Sadie had managed to convince Thoth that Iskander was wrong in the making of that law, since the upcoming carnage would need both the gods and mortals to work together to overcome it. For a moment, silence had prevailed between them and as a result the group feared the worst. That is, until Thoth looked like he had been convinced of their cause, which relieved the hell out of them. Alongside this, the god then told them about how they needed to take a test without Hellsing helping them and without using any godly magic. He opened the portal as they were confused about how they could open the portal with Egypt magic since it's the demon days. He simply answered, mortals can't but god of magic can. As such, the Hellsing began to train themselves in order to prepare for a fight against a god. Of course, Volley was excited in the pleasure of fighting the strongest opponent he had wanted. Thoth simply replied to him that Set was not the strongest in their pantheon, instead it was Ra since he's the main god of Egypt. This motivated only Volley more. Right now, the Hellsing members stood in front of a life-size glass and metal, one almost as big as Giza. Theseus spawned out water, lighting, and fire to see if he can use this experience while fighting against someone with those kinds of elements. He jumped into the air and muttered out a technique divine lightning before attacking his enemies with his trident in the form of rain thrust, similar to a thunderstorm as he uses his wind to use this speed in order to overwhelm them. He then jumps down to see his elementals were defeated. No, that's not a correct stance. Upon hearing a certain voice, Theseus glanced at his left flank to see how Thoth was walking towards him. Stopping beside the younger male, the god inspected his stance while explaining the following. The way you're using the trident shows that your stance is not right. You see, the trident was prized for its long reach and ability to trap other long weapons between prongs to disarm their wielder. Not only that, but the trident's tip could also be used to trap opponents' weapons for counterattacks. He explained. On his side of things, Theseus hummed with an intrigued tone of voice while he looked his trident up and down, his eyes forming a calculating gleam to them before he glanced back at the Egyptian god. You seem to know this kind of stuff despite being a god of knowledge, he remarked thoughtfully. Thoth rolled his eyes at that. How can I be a god of knowledge if I also don't know about weapons in combat? But to correct them, you need a good stance if you want to wield it more effectively. I see. What do you gain out of this, Thoth? Simple. Your power, or more specifically the ability to spawn out elementals. I have never seen them spawned out as simple as it is. They are rare to find them nowadays, but you seem to make them easily like a primordial. And your point is, I want to know more about your power and divinity. It intrigues me that even I don't know about it. It pains that even as a god of knowledge I cannot sit this out. What would you give me in exchange? You would have my favor, God's favor, since it's rare to have those and rarely any mortals are given. Oh, and I'll also give you tips about your newly created martial arts. It's a fair deal, isn't it? Usta, Nephthys. I see. Why should I take his offer? Because you might need it in the future. It's just my opinion, not a demand. You could gain a lot from his favor. Fine, I'll take up your offer. That's great. Now hold on a minute. Thoth rammed through his boxes before pulling out a bottle. Just simply inject as much divinity in this bottle before it gets full. Thoth gave the bottle to Theseus as he inspects it before putting his divinity at the bottle as it was glowing before it was full, as it shows a gray color on it as it swirls around it. Interesting. Alright, let me tell you about your water stream rock smashing fist. You see, from my knowledge it's an excellent type of martial art, but it's imperfect. You can repel, nullifying and redirect the attack from your opponent with twice the power, like water can destroy a rock once it has enough power to overcome it. Interesting. From my experience, those who can create many techniques from their own original martial arts styles are quite fortunate. But there is always a limit, that being their minds. Minds? Theseus said in confusion as he wondered what the heck this god was talking about. An answer which soon came from said deity himself. Yes, the important thing about martial arts is the mind, the way they fight with fierceness or calm. There are two ways to release those limits, Thoth said as he held out his hand. What is it? Thoth took out one finger as he explains. One is abandonment. The user removes all restrictions that he had placed on his mind. When they are removed, the user's mobility, agility, and maneuverability are heightened, and the other is the hardest one, called the mushin. The abandonment sounded quite good as it would benefit him a lot, but the other one intrigued him as he asked. Mushin, HMPH. Well, mushin, translated as no mind or empty mind, is a state where the mind is not preoccupied with any thought or emotion. It is empty in the sense that it is unbiased, free, and adaptable. Mushin is the core principle of Japanese martial arts, but not many have achieved it. I see, Theseus mused, wondering what he should take. To be frank, both of them sounded like they had their good qualities and bad ones. He'd have to ponder on this at great length sometime. That is all I can offer for now. It looks like they are finally here, Thoth said as Theseus looked to the right and saw the Cain siblings coming out from the portal. Carter looked at the glass pyramid and asked the following. You didn't build that, did you? Carter said as he wonders if he really did build that, since Egypt is more into pyramids. I didn't have to. The people of Memphis did for me. This is the Pyramid Arena, the 6th largest pyramid in the world. It used to be a sports arena, but it's been abandoned for years. Well, no longer. I'm moving in, Thoth explained as he was excited to move there. Meredith then walked to them. How did the two of you do? We almost died getting this, Sadie said as she took out a book from her bag as Thoth took out his hand as two orbs floated at his hand. Yes, I know, I got the full report. You see, these are recording devices. You defeated my Shept without giving in to ISIS, and you, Carter, did as well turn into a lizard. Theseus heard that as he asked, Lizard? You were turned into a lizard? Carter had a hand on the back of his head. Yeah, and let me tell you, it sucks being so small and fragile. Oh, that he could so understand. Memories of when he had been a child flashing through his mind. They never got any easier to bear, even after so many years had passed. I see. The dark-skinned boy then proceeded to look up to the older god, a look of confusion on his face as he held the book in his hands. Anyways, so what makes this book so powerful? We can't read it. It's a book about overcoming Set. The words can be only readable in Set's presence. You'll need two ingredients for the spell to work, a verbal ingredient and Set's secret name. And how are we supposed to get that? Sadie asked, frowning. Judging from Thoth's rant about secret names back when they first talked, she figured that kind of intel wasn't easy to obtain. Something which the Egyptian deity soon proved her right with the following words. With difficulty, I'd imagine. The name must come from the owner's own lips, in his own pronunciation, to give you power over him. The person closest to Set's heart is Nephthys, Set's wife. She also knows his secret name. Theseus widened his eyes as he remembered that the goddess in him told him Set's secret name. He thought it was not important, but it seems like they already have one thing. It was then Nephthys spoke. What do you mean? We have something that can beat your husband. I know, but if they have his secret name, then the holder gains power over the owner. The owner would then be forced to do as the holder demanded. Imagine having multiple people know his name and being controlled. Theseus thought about it before he realized it. Oh, I see, but we need one of them to defeat him. Fine, I'll go with it. But I'm only doing this because I hate it when someone is controlled by someone. Theseus got out of his trance before he saw that everyone was preparing to leave, as he was with the group as they went for a walk for a while before seeing a boat, an old-time paddle steamboat with the name Egyptian Queen emblazoned on the side. Apparently, Bast was waiting for them at the shoreline. Welcome aboard, everyone. Nice boat you got. Oh, it's not mine, and no, I didn't borrow it this time. I find it hard to believe that, considering your cat is sly and lazy like her. Thank you, Naya. Wait, what? Aha, maybe, but let's go meet with the captain. You will be surprised who he is. Wonder who could it be? A hero descendant or Lord and Lady Kane? It's an honor to have you aboard. A man with an axe is ahead. Okay, this is getting weirder by the second, Volley said as they met. Well, the best way to describe it would be a being that had the body of a human and wore a white captain's uniform. Rather than a head, it seemed to sport a double-bladed battle axe. The blades were in the shapes of crescents, and the backward-facing blade was splattered with red dots that appeared to be blood. Due to a lack of a conventional head, the being's voice sounded like a quivery hum along his front blade and sounded like music made by a hammer hitting a saw. You said it, Volley. I'm thinking to know why our parents said anything about their secret life. Carter said as he looked in bewildered as the rest of the group. Theseus had his eyes widened. Kuroka was behind Volley. Kuro had his mouth open. And Meredith looked with interest how a living being managed to survive with a double-bladed battle axe as a head. I am Bloodstained Blade. What are your orders? Do you take orders from us? Of course, this vessel and my service are bound to your family. We can be only summoned once a year and only in a time of need. Well, if that's the case, Captain Very Large Blade or whatever it is, I order you to take us to the land of the dead. Sadie ordered the Bloodstained Blade. We will move most quickly. Still, there is just enough time for you both to freshen up and have a fine meal. Oh, thank God. I can finally rest and not worry about something happening to us in seconds. Carter exclaimed as he finally had time to rest and change his clothes. Get used to it, mate. Sometimes it would be hard when sometimes they attack you in sleep. Volley said, which Carter turned his head to him. What do you mean? You've experienced it before. Volley nodded his head. Yup, since we were a kid. Carter's eyes widened in horror at the possibility. Oh my God. You guys never had an easy life before. Some of us did, but I can't say for all of us. Carter looked at Theseus and Kuro, both of them having their eyes hidden by their hair. It didn't take long before the male Kane sibling realized it was a sour subject to them. Oh man, sorry. I didn't know it was something hard for all of you. No worries, just don't bring it up again, Theseus said as they went out of the wheelhouse. After that, the Kane children had changed their clothes as they freshened up, and Sadie turned her hair to blue stripes. They were at the dinner table with Meredith as she was invited to eat with them, while Theseus, Kuro, Volley, and Kuroka had already eaten their meal earlier as he cooked for another group. Carter began to speak. Bast, you said you'd been in this boat before. Your father brought me here after your mother's accident. Your parents had docked this boat on the Thames before freeing me at Cleopatra Needle. About that, you never told us about the monster you were imprisoned with. Carter pulled out what looked like an ancient Egypt drawing as it showed a cat like muffins with a knife that looked to be cutting up a dragon that had gems on his body. Who was this monster? Why does it look like a dragon? It's Apophis. A legendary evil dragon is also known as the Eclipse Dragon and the Primal Eclipse Dragon. Wait, this is Apophis. But I thought he was a snake in the legend. Some were misinformed. There are some which are not even right. Apophis has been a dragon since ancient times. He is a powerful being as he also earned the title of the Nemesis of Ra. Ra charged me with the duty to fight the serpent and keep it down forever. But the dragon wasn't something to be destroyed since they are almost on top of the food chain, aren't they, Bast? Meredith asked, or rather she stated, since she had known of some of the myths belonging to other factions. However, despite those, one belief remained a constant between all mythoses, and that was that dragons were dangerous beings. Bast was silent before nodding. Yes, over eons Apophis became a powerful dragon, to the point where even I couldn't destroy him. Over eons, it became clear that Ra's plan was for the dragon and me to rip each other into nothingness. It was my duty, and yet when your parents came alone. She looked down, trailing off and not finishing her sentence. Sadie finished it for her though. They gave you an escape route and you took it. Once again, Bast nodded in confirmation of this fact, her guilt evident in her eyes as she recounted those events. Your father said it was the first step in restoring the gods. I was relieved to take his offer, but it doesn't change the fact that I was a coward. I failed my duty. I am the queen of cats. I have many strengths, but to be honest, cats are not brave. Carter, Sadie, and Meredith were silent as Sadie thought that Isis caused Ra to retreat to the heavens, which Thoth said it was all Isis's fault just for Osiris or her son Horus to be the ruler of the Egypt faction. Meredith then spoke. What happened in the past has happened in the past. Some people fail their duty, but what do? They learn from it. Mistakes happen, but it's our job to learn from them also. There is no need to dwell in the past, focus on the present instead, she stated firmly, and coming from her these words had more weight to them. After all, she had to do the same thing once she had been captured by Helsing and spent some time as their prisoner. Bast widened her eyes before they turned to normal. You have some wise words despite not being a part of the Egypt faction, she remarked with a slight smirk on her lips, something which made the auburn-haired magician's pride swell alongside her ego, the woman puffing out her chest while placing her hands on her hips. Typical of an Aju-sama, as Japanese folk would call them. I have been trained by Helsing to get the concept of what it means to be a leader, in case I was to be the Queen of England or Helsing's next head. Queen of England. Wait a minute, you mean to tell me? Carter whispered under his breath as he widened his eyes in recognition. Seeing this in those eyes of the boys, Meredith rolled her eyes briefly before she adopted a more formal, regal pose, one befitting of someone of high stature. Oh, I haven't introduced myself more properly. My name is Meredith Orderton, granddaughter of Queen Elizabeth. Oh shit. Carter scrambled before he bowed down to her. I'm sorry not to recognize you sooner, Your Highness, and the mess we made in London. Carter wasn't the only one affected by the revelation of Meredith's true identity, for Sadie grinned so wide that it threatened to split her face in half. Wow, so you're like the Princess of London, Meredith. Indeed I am Sadie, and Carter, you can stop bowing down to me, it's embarrassing to see you that. Meredith remarked with a slight smirk, giggling in amusement. She had grown used to her new role in this world, but it still slightly amused her whenever someone who didn't realize who she was figured it out. Not like it meant anything since she was just another person like anyone else. Carter blushed in embarrassment as Bast and Sadie were giggling at him. I'm sorry for that, Your Highness. And please, you don't need to call me Your Highness, it's alright to call my normal name. I see. Oh man, this journey and everything about the supernatural is really unpredictable. What else I would encounter? Who knows, Carter? Maybe the magic tooth fairy. Does she also exist? Sadie asked Meredith after trying to tease her brother, although she had then realized that since the myths were mostly true, then perhaps the tooth fairy might have also been a thing. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on who asks, Meredith hummed thoughtfully before she looked to the side, seemingly uncertain as to the answer to that question. Can't say I know that one. Unfortunately for sure this time, trouble came knocking on their foot in the form of some rough water and a call from the captain. All hands on deck. All of the groups had to hold on to something like Carter held on a railing with Sadie also. Meredith activated her gravity magic as she made sure it was enough to not make her move, and Kuro also as he stood up and watched the waters with Vali and Theseus. Kuroka was hanging on to Vali. Darkness began to consume them as they got farther and farther down to the ground before the ship was in the air and it crashed down to the ground. The river they landed on was the color of blood as Bast told them it was the River of Blood. Later, they arrived at a temple where Bast smells that Anubis is close. Inside the temple was a large scale and on the bottom of it was Ammit. It had the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the backside of a hippopotamus. She is the size of a poodle and apparently it was sleeping. Is that Ammit the Devourer? Look upon him and tremble. The others squat down to look at him. This little thing is a devourer. I find that hard to believe, Theseus said as he arched his back to get a closer look at the little thing. Maybe the expression more than meets the eye would fit in this scenario, Kuro remarked, cupping his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Kuro, Ammit only has to be big enough to eat the hearts of the wicked. Trust me, he does his job well. Or he did it well at least. Without Osiris, the souls no longer arrive. Then there was a dog jumping at them as Bast quickly turned into a cat as it started a cat-dog fight before Bast ran away scared, and the dog looked back at them as it began to have mist over him before a young man appeared as about 16 and possesses a pale complexion, tousled black hair, and warm, melting brown eyes. He looked to be very good-looking and tall. He wears black jeans, combat boots, a ripped t-shirt, a gold chain, and a black leather biker jacket. His ears stick up a bit, exactly like a jackal's. I'm not a dog and you're not dead. Being there and having multiple death threats over the years, I know we can say death really wants us bad. Theseus added on, shrugging his shoulders without much of a care in the world, although his comrades slightly tensed when they felt slight changes in the atmosphere. Changes that their experience with the blonde man told them that his sacred gear was preparing to attack. The boy looked at him with intrigue. Interesting, you and the 3 adults reek bloods of 1,000 souls. Most of them are mainly vampires, correct? Hearing the familiarity within his voice caused the Helsing members to slightly open their mouths in shock, not having expected this to happen. Meredith then proceeded to regain her wits first and asked the obvious question. Yeah, how do you know we hunt vampires? Just like what Theseus had done earlier, the boy shrugged his shoulders. Simple, I am Anubis, Egyptian god of death and funerals. There are many of them here waiting to be judged. How did they get here? Some souls randomly are sent to other pantheons if they give up their faith. It's to make sure that the human soul has to be judged whether they are good or bad. Interesting, Kuro said as he cupped his chin again. The baboon then walked to him as he began to bark at him, which Anubis heard the whole story with just a few barks. So you're Horus, which means you must be Anubis, points to Sadie as she began to explain. 1 to 9 Vali slapped the back of her head in order to regain her composure in her speech. Thanks Vali, anyway I'm not Isis. Isis is milling about inside but I'm not her, she's just visiting. And the 7 of you intend to challenge Set. Anubis asked all of them. That's the general idea. Will you help? It depends. Let us talk, me and the girl alone. The mist surrounds Anubis and Sadie as they both disappeared, leaving the group alone. Worry for his sibling spreading through his chest, Carter looked to the rest of them with his feelings pretty much written all over him. Think she'll be alright? I mean, Anubis is the god of death. She will be Carter. She's a brave and strong girl, have faith in her, Carter. Meredith replied, nodding to herself. She had seen how spunky and strong-willed the female Kane sibling was, and for someone to even maintain their own will with a freaking god in them wasn't someone who wasn't careful. Thus, the woman had ample amounts of faith in her. Alright, hey guys, can I ask you something? Carter asked the boys as they turned to him. Yeah, what is it? Volley asked Carter. Said boy then proceeded to take a deep breath before making the following request, all the while lowering his head in submission. Can any of you train me for a bit? Huh, you want us to train you? Volley said, slightly stunned. Yeah, I'm tired of always running away and having your guys back. Ever since Dad freed the gods, there is always constant danger for us. I want to be strong and protect my sister so that I won't have to worry about her getting hurt. Carter explained with a voice full conviction. Not only that, but he couldn't ask Meredith, who specialized in magic, to train him since she was all about a different system, considering what Zia had said about how Egyptian magic worked. Plus, he had seen a few times now how powerful the trio of boys were. To him they represented what strength was in its purest form, and he greatly admired that. Almost to the point of being envious of them. Looking at one another, the three boys were silent before saying, Not all of us can train you, Kuro declared, causing Carter to look down in dejection. Oh, sure. However, that soon changed when Theseus interjected. But that doesn't mean we are good with sword skills. Kuro will teach you some skills. Don't slack off. Oh, thank you guys. This really means a lot. Volley waved the younger lad's gratitude off, although he couldn't help the slight smirk on his lips at the sheer brightness in Carter's eyes. The boy had a bit of innocence in this world, something which he knew would eventually be snuffed out by the cruel realities present, but seeing it still, it reminded him of happier times. Save the appreciation for later and start working if you want to learn some techniques. Got it. Carter took out his kopish as he was facing Kuro as he began to train him for a bit to understand more in swordsmanship. He told Carter it's not about the sword to which it strikes, it's about the wielder itself. No matter what the quality the sword has. While maybe some, but there are a few to which can break the swords in pure strength and skills. He began to understand more about as he sweats for a bit, but still did not give up. It was then the mist appeared again as they were surrounded before they were at a graveyard. Carter then walks to Sadie as she has a jacket with her. She has a blue glowing floating feather on her hand. Did you get the feather? Please, no more questions, thank you very much. What happened, Sadie? Because I'm in no mood to tell the truth. Let's get out of here. We've got work to do, Sadie said as she walked to the exit of the graveyard as the group looked at them. Well, someone is being sassy right now. You said it, Theseus. What are you talking about, Naya? Nothing that can twist your whiskers. Later, they left New Orleans as they began to look for a vehicle, an RV which Bast was about to borrow again, but he managed to stop her as Theseus got his money ready and got the RV. A Fema which is big enough to fit many people in his beds. Theseus and Kuro took turns to drive the RV, since they could handle a few nights with no sleep. In current times, it was Theseus' turn to drive as Bast leads them to where they can find a river where they could talk to Nephthys to see if they can get Set's secret name so that they can have the advantage over him, which turned out to be the main topic of his internal deliberation while he drove the RV. It had been since he had first started his driving shift, but right now he wasn't focused on that. Instead, Theseus rummaged his brain. The time was getting close now, but he still had no idea on how he could make it look like he had heard the guy's secret name from the goddess they were looking for. After all, he hadn't told anyone yet about the fact that Set's wife resided within him. All they knew was that apparently a god resided within him, just like Cain and Sadie. TCH, how annoying. The male thought to himself, gritting his teeth while rubbing the back of his head with his hand, making sure to keep the drive steady by keeping the remaining hand on the wheel. He doesn't like hiding things from his group, but if many people know the god of evil's secret name, who knows what Set would do if he was controlled? Despite being a god of evil and someone who Theseus really wanted to kick in the balls. From what he'd learned, these secret names apparently held major sway over them, and so knowing and using one against them basically put them under the control of someone else. No different than slavery, hack of the devil's peerage system. As someone who's had everything he'd cared for taken from him, well, that kind of thing didn't sit well with him. Shit, what should he do? And Naya, how long until we get there? It's boring around here. Volley, come on and comfort me. Theseus's brow twitched when his thoughts got interrupted by a certain Nekashu who currently snuck up behind his silver-haired comrade and draped herself over his shoulders, pushing her breasts into his back. Honestly, he felt surprised that she had been able to keep a lid on her mischievous nature this long, but he guessed that nothing lasts forever. Of course, his indignation got shared by Volley, who glanced behind him in irritation at her. Hell no, I know that you'll do something, he stated bluntly, stepping away from her. Not like this stopped Kuroka from trying though. Come on, Naya, I promise I won't do something to you. A little. I heard that and still no. While watching the duo engage in their usual antics, Carter then looked to the Helsing group, who were sweat dropping, yet they didn't look like what they were seeing was anything new to them. Is she always like this, guys? Since the day she joined us, she's been trying to get into Volley's pants like a horny cat. Who are you calling a horny cat, butler boy? Exactly what I mean. She's useful but annoying at the same time. Huh. Hey, I research about animals and I'm wondering, is it true they go into mating season as well? Kuro then put a hand on his nose, remembering the times Kuroka went into her mating season. Yes, it's true. They are related to animals so they can be affected by mating season. Whoa, does that mean? It was a nightmare every time she's on mating season. She made a mess every time at the Helsing Manor. Twice she almost got Volley's virginity twice. Oh god, how did you manage to stop her? One word, Alucard. Carter shuddered at the name, imagining some scary vampire dude with massive fangs. Oh, I see. Well, how does he stop Kuroka despite all those scary things I hear about him? Simple Alucard was very amused by her a few times before he got tired of it and taught her how to control her natural instinct so that she can control her mating season. Wow, it must have been scary for her, huh? Try imagining him teaching you something. Theseus stated blankly. Carter and Sadie did imagine something before they shuddered. No thanks. I rather would love to keep my limbs intact. Me too. Smart decision, children. Bass said as she and Khufu shuddered at the thought of Alucard. 14 hours later, just before the sunset, they arrived at the Rio Grande where they saw a river, to which Bast asked Theseus to park somewhere before going to the river. Before Theseus could follow the group, Sadie called him. Theseus. What is it, girl? It's Sadie first of all, and second I want you to take this. Sadie pulled out the feather she got from Anubis as she extended her arms to him. Narrowing his eyes, the male eyed the feather with suspicion. Why are you giving me this? Shouldn't you take it? Yes, but since the gods are awakening and chasing us, I'm afraid if they manage to get a hold of me, so I'm entrusting you with this feather since you're strong. She replied. I see. Fine. Theseus took the feather from her as it went to his storage magic before they went to the river where the group is. The baboon smelled something before it snarled. What's gotten into the baboon? Khufu smells danger. Don't worry, it's just an ancestral memory. The river was a dangerous place in Egypt. Snakes, hippos, crocodiles. All manner of deadly creatures. Bast explained once she heard Carter's question. Crocodiles. Does the Rio Grande have crocodiles? I very much doubt it. Now Sadie, if you'd do the honors. Bast grabbed Sadie's hand as she pulled it down near the river before she was about to touch it. But before her skin could touch the river's surface, Theseus suddenly stepped forwards. Let me do it instead. Huh, what do you mean? Bast asked. I have a natural thing for water, so I can easily communicate with her since she is a god of rivers. Theseus said as she hoped to believe his lie to her as she put a hand on her chin before nodding. True, alright, go ahead, Theseus. Just ask Nephthys to appear and she'll listen to you. Alright. Looking at the river as his companions parted from it, the male slowly walked up to its ledge before kneeling before it on one leg, taking a slightly exaggerated breath to calm his nerves. This would be it, the moment of truth. Or rather, the hardest part of all. If he failed this, then the mission would be much harder and the truth about where the water goddess currently resided would come out. With that in mind, Theseus calmed the last of his nerves before he put a hand on the river. Once he did so, Theseus closed his eyes as he began to fakely communicate with Nephthys. Hello, Nephthys, you there? Can you hear her? Yeah, I can. Hold on. Can you help us? Who is Seth's secret name? Is it really wise to say it out loud? We want to know his secret name, alright? It's either that or we're wasting time. Wait a minute, I'm sensing something else on the river, Theseus said as he narrowed his eyes as the group looked closely at the river before Sadie widened her eyes. Look out. Acting quickly, Sadie dashed forth and pushed Theseus out of the way before she was punched. Sadie, Meredith, Baboon, Kuroka, tend her, Theseus ordered as the three quickly got to her side before they saw a towering monstrosity that had the size of a two-story building. One which had light green skin, black shoulder-length hair done in plaits, bull horns, and the head of a crocodile. He carried a flagpole-sized staff and wore a green-armored, reptile skin kilt. His eyes looked to be covered in a film of green mucus, though the fact that the thing kept spewing buckets of sweat all the damn time grossed the bunch out. Growling as he and the others got into battle stances, Theseus glanced over to Bast, who stood beside him with her claws bared, ready to rip into their prey. You know this ugly son of a bitch? He questioned. Bast nodded, not taking her eyes off the massive being. Sobek, your duty is to the king, she yelled angrily, although that just caused the beast to scoff. King, Ra is gone, and Osiris is dead, that weakling. Horus cannot even hope to restore the empire with that frail host. The creature bellowed, pointing the tip of his staff at Carter, or to be more specific, his body. It just screamed how little physical training he had gotten in his lifetime, something which the beast saw as a sign of weakness. Well, he's not wrong there, Volley stated bluntly, earning glares from Bast and Meredith. Even Carter shuffled in indignation, though he didn't say anything since he knew that compared to him, Theseus and Kuro, he may as well be considered a shrimp. The beast known as Sobek, probably some Egyptian deity, though Theseus didn't give a damn, then proceeded to aim his staff at them and fired a beam of water from its tip. What business do you have in my realm, cat goddess? I thought you didn't like the water, he bellowed, each of them scattering into different directions. TCH, looks like this god has more water control than me, Theseus thought to himself as he pointed his trident down on his foe, having jumped into the air above him, and thus promptly tried to take control of the water the beast stood in. Unfortunately, he felt a powerful will wrestle control over the water from him the second he tried, meaning that Sebek had more power over water than his current self at the moment. In that case, let's do a bit of science mumbo-jumbo, the male thought after rearing high trident back while watching Volley slam his right leg into the side of the monster's head, utilizing divine dividing to half Sebek's power to make it his own, as well as stab into him. All the while, Bast with that cat avatar of her slammed into the creature and jumped onto Sebek's back, biting down on it and making it roar in anger. Traitor, why do you side with chaos? Set offers power, Set offers meat. Wind gathered around his trident's tip, swirling around it in ever-increasingly fast rotations. In the end, sparks began to form within those winds, creating the sound of static that Theseus simply funneled more wind and lightning into. This happened while Carter, who had managed to form an avatar of his own, helped Bast distract Sebek and dodge his aerial water waves. Additionally, Volley kept cutting down on their foe's power by having it with divine dividing, whilst Kuro kept striking at the legs with precise katana swings, and also Meredith kept peppering it with magic spells from multiple different angles. Finally, his attack got finished up, and with a loud outcry of scatter from him, Theseus saw his companions do just that, some more clumsily than others, but he didn't give a crap, and instead threw his trident down towards the beast, right into his armpits, which were spewing out that foul sweat. Note to self, apologize to my trident and wash him really well when this is all over, Theseus thought while landing before the screaming monster, lightning and static coursing over its body like thousands of hungry vipers ripping away at its flesh. All the while, Theseus narrowed his eyes as he saw various ranged attacks come down on the enemy hard, all of them from Meredith, yet none of them were doing too much to damage this god. TCH, gods just weren't any pushovers, were they? How much would they have to train? How much until? Think about that later, we need a way of beating this guy back, Theseus thought while he summoned many blades of wind, having them stab into Sebek's form when he tried to make a massive wave to splash them all. All the while he summoned a strong gust to blow his trident free, the weapon sailing through the air and right back into his waiting hand. Some good weaknesses may be helpful right about now. There's one thing, Bast yelled back as she landed in front of the group, which had reformed after Theseus's strike had ended. The strike looked to have done substantial damage to Seb though, what with all the burn marks and the smoke trails rising from its back, although the god looked to not even be at half strength. Glancing behind her at the rest of them, Bast made the following call. Guys, I'll handle Sebek, you lot get Sadie and Theseus out of here. Now that did not sit well with the rest of them, especially the blonde male himself. This would be the second time that he would be forced to flee from a fight against a superior opponent, and he did not feel super keen on that. This uselessness he felt in his chest. He never wanted to feel this useless ever again, especially with memories of the apocalypse in his mind. Before he could say anything though, Carter stepped forwards, having been knocked back at some point with his avatar form having vanished. Probably had no clue how to use it completely yet, but still. We can't just leave you here, he protested. His protest fell onto deaf ears though as Bast jumped onto Sebek's face, clawing away at it viciously. As the two gods duked it out, the two fell into the river, creating a huge geyser that knocked those on the ground out onto the surrounding sands, all the while those in the air had to cover their eyes from the water. Nobody wanted literal god sweat on their faces, after all. Once the geyser settled back down, the water bubbled for a moment, in which the group stared on in anxiety, before all of a sudden a golden yellowish form suddenly burst out, falling down towards them. Quickly, Theseus put his trident onto his back while jumping up and catching the form, landing just before the water. He looked down once he stood up and the others were grouped around him, and found that it was the Kane siblings' cat, Muffin, Bast's host. Looks like she managed to win. Somehow, the male mused. All the while a whistle escaped Kuroka's lips as she stared at the unconscious cat. I'll say this, that kitty sure has claws, she remarked in an odd tone. They could see why, since Kuroka was a Nekashu. She probably would want to learn more about how to fight like a feline from Bast in the future, since she was the cat goddess. But what happened to Bast? Carter asked in worry. My guess is she must have exhausted herself and, as a result, needs time to heal. Which we don't have, Meredith replied, cupping her chin. The others didn't disagree with her either, since they didn't have long left before Set's birthday was upon them and he would complete his objectives. They needed to get a move on before that could happen. Still, okay, but what about Sadie? We need to find a safe quickly so that Meredith and Kuroka will heal her. Then it's a good thing I arrived. They suddenly heard a voice which they turned and found that Amos was with them, the albino crocodile and a boat behind him. Naturally, Carter's eyes became the size of dinner plates. Amos, you're back. Why do you sound surprised, Carter? But we'll talk later. Right now come aboard my boat and I'll get us to a safe place, Amos said as the Kuro princess carried Sadie and got into the boat before the others followed him. They landed on some kind of desert as Theseus held Sadie like a princess carry. They got off the floating boat and landed on the desert, to which Theseus put her down as Meredith and Kuroka went to her and used their magic, Senjutsu, to heal her. Is she going to make it? Carter questioned with worry as he looked down at his sister. I don't know, Carter, these wounds seem very grave and fatal. It would take time to heal, but Sorbet hit her head hard, giving her a concussion. Meredith answered while trying to heal her, eventually winding up placing her head on a pillow and covering her with a blanket. Our only hope is that she would get out of it as quickly as possible, or else Set will unleash a powerful storm," Meredith stated, frowning at the possible danger still present in this situation. Worse still was that she had a point. Carter gripped his hand in anger before looking at Sadie. "Sadie, you can do it. Come back to us," he muttered to her, as he hoped she would awake from her coma state before it's too late. Off to the side, Theseus arched a brow when something reached his senses. It didn't take him long to figure out that he had sensed divinity somewhere, so he proceeded to look around for the source. He looked everywhere before finally zeroing in on Sadie's unconscious form, where he finally found the divinity's source. "The hell?" he whispered in confusion as to not alarm the others. He wasn't sure of the facts just yet, hence why he hadn't said anything to the rest of the group. It would just cause needless worry, which was the exact opposite to what they needed right now. Fortunately, he didn't seem to need to say anything, considering that Sadie soon started fluttering her eyes as she tried to open them before she finally woke up. "Ooh," she groaned as she put a hand on her head to try to get rid of the headache. "Sadie's waking up. It's a miraculous recovery," Amos said in surprise. "Would you look at that, Kuro? It seems luck is on our side," Volley commented smugly, which made the aforementioned katana-wielding man turn his head to Volley with twitching eyes. "Luck, huh? Then why would you not explain the time you made us work on a coal mine which almost destroyed the entire structure?" he questioned irritably. His question did serve to irk the White Dragon Emperor though, as evident by how Volley scooted up so the two directly faced one another. "Oh, you're bringing that up, a butler boy. At least I managed to find a clue to where that fucking vampire was," he hissed back like a serpent. Though considering how dragons were sometimes serpentine, it wasn't too much of a stretch. "It took us 3 weeks to even find a single clue, one which you destroyed and almost got us killed." At this point, the boys' argument had attracted the rest of the group's attention with their escalating intensity, Volley and Kuro now butting their foreheads together with bared teeth and exposed fangs. Not only that, but Carter had once grasped Theseus's sleeve to ask him if he could put a stop to this, only for the male to respond negatively. They were on a roll now, and thus they couldn't be stopped anymore. "At least I had the results." "Results? Bah, more like you just only found him having sex with a man." This made Theseus, Volley, Carter, and Amos turn green at the thought, while the girls imagined that, which wound up having their faces turn red. Their minds running wild with all sorts of erotic AIBL stuff which men wouldn't go near even with a 12-foot pole. "Shut up, will ya? I just had that nightmare wiped out, and you just had to bring it back," Volley roared, his revulsion temporary and now replaced with searing anger. Heck, inside his mind he could hear Albion roaring while trying to claw his eyes out to get rid of that horrific image. Let's just say that the two of them could have potentially become a pair of homophobes that day, and leave it at that. Kuro, on the other hand, was on a roll and he would not be stopping now. "Good. At least I can remind you of something whenever Sir Integra makes us clean the floors. All of them, with a toothbrush. You want to go, human sprout? I'll take you on anytime now." Theseus had his hand on his eyes in annoyance as they kept arguing, only growing louder and louder with each passing insult. He dragged the limb down his face before pulling out his bolter, which caused a flower of curiosity to sprout within Carter as he saw a unique gun in his hand. "Boom. All right, that's enough," Theseus said as he fired the gun, Carter falling back onto his backside at the imaginary explosion the bolter did. "We have more important things to do than argue like a pair of hyenas," he said to them. "Who are you calling a hyena? Volley made about to argue with him had Theseus not covered his mouth with sand. While seeing Volley eventually stop struggling and calm down, Kuroka gave a disappointed whine at the fact that the eye-catching scene had ended. "Olwa, why did you do that, Naya?" "I wanted to see him dominate the wannabe butler boy, Naya," she questioned with want. To respond to that without utterly blasting the Sekishu, Theseus wiggled his fingers as he cracked them with imitation in Kuroka's direction. "I'll lock you up in my shark tanks and have them taste cat meat since they love to try new stuff." His face shadowed as his eyes glowed in the dark towards Kuroka. The intended threat did its job well, probably too well if the way Kuroka lost all her skin color was any indication. "NYA, no thanks." In an instant, her form became a blur as she jumped behind the boat, doing her best in the task of hiding from Theseus, the black-haired girl shivering at the thought of being tossed in the shark tank. Especially Theseus's, since he usually kept the more brutal of sharks in there. They would take their time devouring her flesh. That done, Theseus turned towards Amos with a serious expression. "And how was the trip on Phoenix, Amos? Did you see the Red God?" he questioned him as Amos nodded his head. "Yes, I did, but I was a fool in looking for him. Set has become more powerful than I could have imagined, with his spirit being tied to the Red Pyramid," the dark-skinned man replied. Theseus narrowed his eyes at his explanation as the group became worried that Set was growing stronger. "That's not good. The more we waste time, the more he grows stronger. Have you found anything at the Red Pyramid, Amos? And does that mean he won't have to use a human host?" Meredith asked him, which he paused for a minute before answering her. For a moment, Amos paused, seeming to be deep in thought with an aura around him which betrayed his concerns to the rest of the group, though they didn't say anything. "He doesn't need one, as long as he has the pyramid," Amos eventually answered, which confirmed her worries. However, there was something else he did not mention, Meredith suspected, and she also suspected it had to do with her next question. "How did you find this information out, Amos? Were you captured by them or did you have to hide away for a few days?" she asked him as she wanted to know how he got this information. You are right in the first question. I walked right into a trap. Set froze me like a statue, then displayed me outside of his pyramid as an object of ridicule for passing demons. The magic froze me weakened with time. I was able to wriggle around and sneak out at midday when the demons were sleeping. It was much too easy, he explained, putting his hand on his mouth in thought. I shouldn't be alive. Set allowed me to escape. I can only suspect it's a trick or some sort. At that, Theseus grew suspicious at Amos' explanation, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly while he restrained the urge to pick at him for more information. At least for now. He could tell that there was something missing, something he is not explaining, that he's not telling the full truth. There must be a reason why he was keeping that hidden though. From what he had seen of the man, despite it being so little, he seemed to act rather rationally, which meant that whatever he was hiding it for a reason. Whatever that was, must not be good. Sadie then questioned her uncle about a topic that left a deep hole in her gut. Did you see Dad while you were trapped? She asked in the hope that her father might be alive. Amos should have been seen, or rather, hopeful for anything to do with her father. She just wanted to hear something about his current condition, since even if it was a bad state he was still alive, so this journey would have been worth it. Unfortunately, it was not to be when Amos shook his head. No, but I overheard the demons talking. The coffin is inside the pyramid. Set intends to use Osiris's power to augment his storm. The increased power will obliterate your father, Osiris, and quite possibly all life in the United States. His power will soon grow to be among the top 10. Oh dear, this is not good, Kuro muttered as he had a weary and fearful look on his face which Meredith and Kuroka shared. We must make haste now before it's too late. We might have to even call Alucard, Kuro added, to which the rest of those who knew his reputation either groaned or became pale with fright. Theseus and Volley merely grinned in excitement at seeing the red hat-wearing vampire rip and tear the enemy. Carter was confused about what the top 10 is as he questioned him and why it doesn't sound good. What is the top 10? Is it some kind of rank? He asked them. Volley took this chance to explain. The top 10 are the most powerful beings in the world. Their power is immeasurable that cannot be calculated. Taking a moment to pause, Volley raised both hands and put out 10 fingers in front of the other boy. The lowest one is Fenrir, son of Loki, has enough power to kill almost any god with his fangs. One finger curled up, signaling that one of the 10 had been elaborated on, a cycle which would soon be followed up 9 more times. Risnum Lucifer, Surzech Lucifer and Adjika Beelzebub, 3 super devils with the same level of power, so they share the same spot. 3 more fingers fell, one for each named being. Hades, the god of the realm of the dead, part of the Greek god Olympus Trinity. 1 finger fell this time. Kron Kruech, an evil dragon who trained hard enough and supposedly has heavenly dragon-class power. Again another finger fell. E-Drag and Albion both have enough power to be number 5 themselves. Not only them but Alucard as well, Helsing's trump card against all those who become an enemy to the London faction. 2 more fingers fell. God of the Bible, the most famous god, the one who sealed D-Drag and Albion. Another finger fell. Indra, king of heaven and gods. He shares the 3rd spot with the Hindu Trimurti. Taking a moment to regain his breath, Volley paused briefly before finally resuming his explanation, crossing his arms under his chest. 2nd place belongs to Aphes, the dragon god of infinity. And finally, the one who sits upon the first of the top 10, the Great Red, the dragon of apocalypse, the dragons of dragons, the dragon of dreams and the true red dragon emperor. Carter and Sadie paled at Volley's explanation. They could feel the overwhelming power over his explanation. Holy moly, are they that powerful too? End the world? Carter fearfully asked Volley, and to his horror, he nodded his head. While he didn't say anything else to further cement his statement, Theseus turned to look at the 3 from his standing position and verbally confirmed it for them with a firm, grim nod. Yes, some do, some don't, he stated, and although he hadn't done the explaining earlier, his tone delivered it with the same level of impact. Silence dominated the surroundings after these words were said, a silence that had enough thickness to rival liquefied sludge. Regaining her ability to speak, Sadie took her turn to ask a question no matter how much she didn't want to. Then how would you rate Set on the top 10? I would say, number 7 under Hades. He answered them. Oh my god, this is becoming more complicated than I thought. Carter panicked with his right hand on his forehead. He almost fell onto his ass again, had his sister not caught him this time. No wonder why Dad never introduced us to the supernatural world. It's filled with dangers and powerful beings. Even the Hindu gods are real. Oh, this is just the tip of the iceberg, you two. Thanks to their lineage, this will be the path people have walked on. No matter where they go, no matter where they hide. It will always follow them, no matter what. Volley made a hand before crushing it. Forget about having a peaceful life. For people like us, that's no longer an option. Before their conversation could continue, Amos quickly intervened by bringing their attention back to him with the following words. It's true what the young man said, but for now we must make haste. He took out what looked like a silver crocodile figure and handed it to the baboon. Fufu, you must return to the manor quickly. The baboon made some grunts as if disagreeing, but Amos put a hand on his shoulder as if reassuring him. I know, my friend, but the situation has gotten dicier than I expected it to be. It's for the best. Khufu had a complicated face before nodding as he put a leash on Muffin. What happened to Best? Sadie asked before they could leave. Carter explained to her. We lost Best. She sacrificed herself to save us from Sobek, the crocodile god. At this, Sadie blinked owlishly in confusion and disbelief. Lost her, but she's immortal. She questioned again, not understanding what Carter was talking about. Fortunately Amos did, and he explained it just as grimly as his nephew did. Yes, but it's likely that she is scattered deep in the diet. We won't know when she will come back. It could be days or even hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. No, I can't wait for Hunter. Before she could go on a panic-filled rant about their companion no longer being with them without any hope of her seeing her again, Sadie stopped when Meredith put a hand on her shoulder. Sadie, we must honor her sacrifice she gave us in order to stop the river god. She's not gone, yes, but we cannot grieve now. Sadie let out a few tears before wiping them as she nodded to Meredith. Khufu took this chance to walk through the sands of the desert with Muffin before disappearing. Or more like teleported somewhere through the diet. Once their innocent feline companion had been escorted safely out of danger's way, it was time for them to get on with the task at hand. To do this, the gang started to board Amos's boat, intent on taking it along the rest of the journey, with the first people boarding it being the Kane siblings and Meredith. They had been the ones to board first since out of the bunch, they were the weakest, so by suggestion by Kuro they would be put on board first in case of an enemy ambush, and head straight to Phoenix. Just when the rest went to board the boat too. Kane's, Hellsing. The desert lit up with noise when a loud, booming masculine voice roared into existence, easily grabbing the group's attention and making them pause their boarding process. Internally, the Hellsing group just collectively groaned in unison, sharing looks as if to say this again, before they all turned their gazes towards the source of the shout. That source turned out to be a bunch of House of Life members, situated on top of a dune with their leader up front on top of a camel. Aside from the same arrogant-sounding man from their first visit, Zia Rashid, the group saw their female guide from earlier as well as a bunch of magicians in hooded robes. Some even had spears in hands, identifying them as more warrior-like than magicians. Nevertheless, the eldest member of the group clicked his tongue in annoyance as he stepped forwards to be in front of the group. The reason why these people here remained unasked, since both sides could figure out the answer themselves. It appears we've been tracked, Amos remarked with thinly veiled contempt, before his gaze landed on the leader up front. This Jardins, Zia Rashid, it's been several years. I see Iskander sent his best. Iskander is dead, this Jardins said as he announced it. That old man died, huh? Should have expected Tharuoff, Volley began to say, before being hit by Meredith with her elbow. Not caring about those two at the moment, a suddenly very anxious-looking Sadie looked at the assembled House of Life members with no small amount of worry, and whispered the following thoughts with dread while looking across their likely soon-to-be enemies. Oh no, if he's dead then that means before she could finish her thoughts Desjardins confirmed her fears. I am the new chief, Lecter, he declared with almost maniacal zeal, announcing his new title like he had been waiting for it for an extensive time frame. This wasn't good, Amos realized. If this man had become the new chief, then possibly reasoning with him and potentially gaining allies for the final strike against him would be quite difficult. Still, he had to try, at least for his niece and nephew. Step off, Mitchell. Fighting us will get you nowhere. We must stop, said if you're wise, Amos began to say in an attempt to convince the new chief Lecter for his aid. Unfortunately, just as the man had feared, the chief did not listen. His face intensified from an ugly scowl into a really ugly scowl, one on the verge of looking like madness. I would what? Join you? Collaborate? He questioned with sarcastic venom dripping from his words, like what he had just said physically repulsed him. Given the way he reacted to Amos's words, that may actually have been the case. The gods bring nothing but destruction. We had a reason to seal them all. And you Hellsing, we've told you many times to not interfere with our faction. He bellowed, pointing his staff at the Hellsing group. He should not have done that. Theseus slowly closed his eyes before his face shadows with his green glowing eyes at them. Is that a threat, magicians? Because if so, he put his hand up before he made his trident appear. He had magic ready to be unleashed. Beside him, Kuro stepped up while he took out his sword with one eye glowing, Meredith having her hands on her hips but ready to use any spells and had the left eye glowing. Volley unleashes his sacred gear as both of his silver eyes glowed. You will know why we are called the bloodiest of the different factions. The Hellsing were ready to give out any sign of a slaughter they're infamous for. Master, Amos is right. We can't fight each other, that's not what Iskander wanted. Zia attempted to reason with Desjardins but apparently he looked at her with betrayal. You side with them. He put up his staff before unleashing a spell. Then be destroyed by them. He used some telekinetic spell that forced Zia off her camel towards the Canes and Hellsing. Amos took out his staff, one that looked like a cane. Sadie helped Zia into the boat, Kuro manned the tiller. If the battle is too long, you must flee. What about you, Amos? Carter frantically asked as some of them got into the boat while Theseus, Meredith, and Volley stayed behind. I'll take care of Desjardins. Fly. He commanded the boat to fly as Amos blocked the attack with his cloud spell. Theseus was covering both him and Meredith with his wind. Theseus, we must make this quick. The longer we waste time, the more lives will be lost because we were distracted. Meredith said to him, though it sounded more like instructions like what Sir Integra does with Alucard. Similar but different. I have just the trick. He put up his hand before making a snap finger. I'll take one of the references of one of Moses' tricks. Snap. Boom. What the? In an instant, a massive fire tornado roared to life before them, rising up to the heavens above and looking more like a pillar of nuclear fire than anything. As our Wyatt had appeared, thank Theseus who had made it appear with his sacred gear. Deal with the strongest. He commanded the flame tornado as it obeyed before heading to Desjardins. He made the camel to run away from the fire tornado. Damn you, Helsing! Desjardins screamed as he ran away from the fire tornado. Amos turned to Theseus with gratitude. Excellent work, young man. Go to the boat, I'll take care of the remaining magicians, he said to them. Both of them nodded before Theseus used the wind to propel him high enough to land on the boat, and Meredith used a spell that made her float to the boat before landing. Once they landed on the boat, Kuro promptly moved to the tiller at the boat's stern, ready to move them the heck out of here. However, before he could do so, he looked towards the Kane siblings when he felt their pleading gazes on him. The three of them having a silent conversation before he nodded, and, while relieved, Carter and Sadie shifted their worried gazes back to their fighting uncle. Each of them thus anxiously waited for their uncle to come with them, and during this time Amos unleashed some kind of storm magic in the form of a large black cloud from his stance, one which he formed as an arch in front of him that defended against all of the remaining magicians. Storm magic? Since when was Amos Kane a master of chaos? Desjardins exclaimed in surprise at this feat. Though upon hearing the word storm magic being mentioned, Theseus's interest got piqued and his attention got brought to the cloud that he stared intensely at. Storm magic? Maybe I should study more about their magic, Theseus muttered, cupping his chin as he looked on in interest of the storm magic. In a bid to help her uncle, and also her sole remaining family at the moment, Sadie threw a life ring to Amos. Amos, take the life ring, she said to him, which he caught. Kuro then used this chance to move the boat away from the House of Life. Desjardins looked at the fleeing gang and pointed his staff at them. You choose to place your faith in the gods, then die by the hands of a god. Seeing what his foe had been about to do, a panicked look formed on his face while Amos tried to stop him. No, you wouldn't. Chief Lecter would never. But it was too late as a symbol of Horus appeared on Desjardins' staff. Not only that, but a surge of energy could be felt from the staff, energy that felt divine in nature. I summoned Sekhmet. Once he sensed the energy, utter fear placed itself onto Amos's face while he looked at the gang with worry. Children, Helsing, get out of here. I'll try to distract her, he cried in the futile hopes that they would escape safely, despite knowing it to be futile. Up on the boat, Sadie looked confused at what he meant by Sekhmet. Which one is Sekhmet again? She questioned dumbly, before her answer appeared. She takes the form of a lioness with a sun floating above her head, her skin glowed like liquid gold. Her chest plate and skirt looked as if they were made from molten lava, and her hair was like a lion mane and has red armor as she floats to them. Die, enemies of Ra. Perish in agony, the goddess screamed as she cut off the rope connecting to the life ring. Right, never mind, Sadie screamed as Kuro tried to command the boat to go faster, but it is a bit tricky. It's not easy to command a magic boat. While they flew through the air, some defense would be needed for them to survive this encounter. Defense that came in the form of Theseus, who used his sacred gear to hit the goddess with lightning bolts that he called from his hands like a certain conduit, and Meredith, who used her magic circles to pepper the goddess with magic-based energy attacks, but apparently she dodged them faster than a race car. How can magicians summon a god? Wally questioned as he used demonic power to try and hit the blood frenzy goddess, though much to his frustration Sekhmet kept dodging them by swerving from side to side while still keeping up. The Chief Lecter has the power to summon her once during his lifetime. It was a gift from the days when Ra blessed mortals with magic, Zia explained. And I thought magicians hated the gods. Volley screamed as the boat tried to go faster, but it proved to be in vain thanks to Sekhmet progressively getting closer. Worse still, despite the combined efforts of Theseus, Volley, and Meredith, she got close enough to attack them. Attack them she did when she pulled her claws back before swiping her right one at the boat, hitting it in the stern. Boom. Fuck. A loud curse escaped the samurai butler's lips when he saw their stern being lit up in flames thanks to the attack that had been landed. We're hit, Kuro yelled as he attempted to gain control of the boat, and along the way they kept progressively falling down to the ground with Sekhmet following at the back of their heels. We need to get out of the boat quickly before it crashes, Kuroka yelled. Are you crazy, Kuroka? Even if we try to get out of the boat, that crazy cat goddess will chase us down and skin us alive, Carter yelled to her, looking back at the approaching violent deity with a look of sheer terror on his face. Just as their descent steepened, Kuro quickly got an idea when he had wound up seeing a Mexico factory beneath them. Hold on guys, I have a plan, he said to them while he steered the boat down towards the factory. Of course, since Kuro hadn't explained anything to them, the group remained confused about his intentions, before each of them looked down below to see that they were going to hit the silos. Naturally, seeing them sent off many alarm bells within their minds, with the White Dragon Emperor being the most vocal of the bunch about them. Hey asshole, we're going to hit one of those silos, Volley screamed at him. Is this your plan? Crashing at that? This is the worst idea ever. I knew I shouldn't have messed with your suitcase and blamed it on Volley. Hiroka screamed out while crouching into the fetal position and placing her hands over her exposed cat ears. Not only that, but her words made the said White Dragon Emperor look at Hiroka with wide eyes. Wait, what did you say? Knowing that a fight might break out if she didn't do something, mostly through personal experience, Meredith made the following proclamation. Now is not the time. If this is your plan, then I hope it can also get rid of that goddess. She yelled back, pointing at Sekhmet, who looked rather bloodthirsty. Don't worry, Meredith. It will work, just trust me, he said to her as they got close to the silos. The group prepared to be impacted by the silos. Kuro yanked the tiller up high like a plane, tricking the enemy plane into a trap. Blood. Lovely bloo. Boom. Sekhmet crashed through the silos, the force of the impact releasing a shockwave through the air that rattled the boat. This seemed to be close to the amount of punishment it could take though, thanks to how the boat looked to be rather unstable as Kuro let go of the tiller. Prepare to jump, he screamed at them, stepping onto the portside edge before jumping down and slowing his fall with his gravity magic. With little else to do, the others quickly followed suit. Volley used his sacred gear to fly down the ground with Meredith in his arms from behind. Hiroka jumped down to the ground before landing like a cat. Theseus grabbed both Carter and Sadie as he used the wind to slow down the velocity to the ground, and Zia used her power to land safely on the ground. Though despite them still being among the living, some of them still looked like they escaped from a horror park. They looked at the silos which Sekhmet had hit previously, expecting the goddess to come out still chasing them. Before the punctured silo spilled out an unusual liquid, a constant stream of it. Curious and confused, Theseus walked over to some of it, kneeled beside it and reached out. He put the tip of his index finger on the liquid before raising it to his lips, putting his finger inside to taste the liquid. His confusion only heightened as he glanced behind him at the rest of the group who approached. This is salsa, he said to them, to which Volley, Hiroka and Meredith raised their eyebrows at him before looking at what it's supposed to be salsa instead of blood. Sensing the confusion over Kuro's actions, Zia answered their non-existing questions. In the old days, when Sekhmet's search for blood needed to be stopped, the ancients got huge vats of beer and colored them bright red with pomegranate juice. Upon hearing this explanation, Carter snapped his fingers as he remembered something from one of his many lessons from his father. Of course, I remember now. In one of the legends they told Sekhmet that it was blood. Not knowing the truth, she drank and drank until she passed out, which would then transform her into something gentler, a cow goddess or something. He explained, each of the group humming thoughtfully before taking a look at where Sekhmet had landed. And there, lying on the salsa, was definitely a cow, a sleeping giant cow with the symbol of Ra, but the eyes seemed to be closed. Hathor is Sekhmet's other form, the flip side of her personality. Zia explained what the other form of Sekhmet was as they looked at the sleeping cow. And Salsa's red too, so we tricked her. I don't know if it makes any sense, but I'll take it, Sadie questioned, scratching her head in confusion. Technically it was Kuro's idea in the first place. Did you even think it would stop the goddess? Theseus replied casually, not really giving a fuck about all this divine shit, before looking at Kuro. Said Samurai shook his head. No, it wouldn't. My plan was to distract the goddess before we would escape from her. Never knew that salsa would be something that could stop her. Kuro answered before looking at Hathor. Carter went to him and put a hand on his shoulder with gratitude. Well, your plan worked after all, Kuro. If you hadn't come up with that plan, I would have been turned into minced meat. Carter shuddered at the thought. You're welcome, Carter. Now Lahey, where's Volley? Just when he was about to tell the gang to move, Carter stopped himself upon seeing a lacking presence of a certain White Dragon Emperor. Heh, man, free salsa is always great, especially from Mexico. It didn't take them long to locate the mail, however, and when they did, they found a most unusual sight laid before them. The Helsing gang's faces went blank at the sight of Volley gathering together a bunch of salsa jars with a massive grin on his face. Let's get one thing clear about dragons. They can breathe fire through their mouth, which was a common trait about them. But not only that, they also had a taste in spicy sauces. Sauces with levels of spice which would make anyone scream for water within seconds of ingesting them. Dragons, however, liked these spices because of their unique taste. The more spicy the sauce or food was, the more delicious it could be for them. Volley, of course, was no exception to this trait, as evidenced by how sparkly-eyed he looked, which resembled a child getting their favorite toy for Christmas. Hiro slapped his head before dragging it down, which stretched like rubber before it bounced a bit. For once, just once, can your antics not get in the way of our mission? He questioned the dragon, knowing it to be a futile one. It was also a question that garnered an indignant response from Volley, who felt like one of his favorite hobbies was insulted. People have died for less when it came to him. Hey, shut up for a minute, fetish maid. I'm trying to gather free salsa as much as I can, Volley said while not facing Kuro as he was too focused on gathering salsa. Several tick marks formed over the samurai's forehead when he saw this, the male doing his best not to pop a blood vessel. This is one of the reasons why Sir Integra forbade you from gathering salsa. You've charged millions of dollars just to get a life-sized salsa. Do you know how much spice you put in our food? Even Alucard was affected by your spicy sauce. The samurai male yelled, finally storming over to the silver-haired hybrid and yanking him back from the salsa pile. A pile which had grown enough to reach their knees in height. This didn't last long before the said male pulled away from Kuro's grasp. Oi, it's not my fault you wimps can't take the heat, Volley yelled back, finally taking a pause from his little salsa-gathering trip and getting up in Kuro's face, the two of them now butting heads. And besides, you don't know the beauty of salsa. Beauty? Sir Integra had never gotten so mad before. She ordered Alucard to triple our training. Do you know how painful and scary it was? Kuro yelled with so much anger while he remembered how brutal that training had been. Back then, under orders of his master, a rather sadistic and gleeful Alucard had not held back his power, and thus, the boys had experienced the most traumatic moments they had ever experienced. Why don't you try this? Splash! The shrill cry escaped Kuro's mouth, his hands quickly covering his face after Volley, in a moment of savage vengeance, had quickly plucked one of the spicy salsa jaws and grabbed Kuro by his neck. Before the samurai could respond, he quickly poured the entire jar's contents over his face, much to the shock of the onlookers. My eyes. You put salsa on my eyes. Taking a couple steps back, Volley nodded while Kuro struggled to wipe the salsa from his sockets, a smug-ass smirk forming on his face at his fellow male's plight. Yeah, that'll teach you for messing with salsa, bastard. Sadie looked at the troubled duo before her eyes were slowly turning blank. I think I'm slowly getting used to this. A dry look got aimed at her by Meredith, who just had that look of I'm so done with this on her face. Try being with them for many years. Meredith replied to Sadie before looking at Theseus, who had already got the message and walked on over to the two lads. Said lads not realizing his approach until Theseus had tapped Volley on the shoulder a couple times with his index finger. Feel the burn, baby. Feel the Theseus. What the hell are you? Oi, what are you doing? No, Boink, crash, thung, meow. Kuroka, off to the side. The onlookers watched on as Theseus beat the living shit out of Volley, before throwing a startled Kuroka away in her cat form as she ran quite far before hiding. Why she had done that would be anyone's guess at this point, but it wasn't on their list of priorities. Meredith put her hand on her forehead before shaking it a few times. Anyway, it's best for us to leave now instead of wasting time like those boys. She pointed to Theseus, who had Volley's head in a headlock while he slammed his hand on the floor repeatedly as if trying to get out of his grip. Off to the side, a red-faced Kuro was looking smug at Volley. If we have any chance of stopping Set, we must get to Phoenix soon, Zia said to them, but Sadie did not look convinced of her however. I didn't recall inviting you, she stated firmly, holding an accusing gaze towards the Egyptian woman. Said woman didn't budge against the distrustful stare being directed at her. Surely you don't think I helped track you down, do you? Besides, you need all the help you can get in stopping Set, she stated just as firmly. I don't know, there's very few other ways they could have. Lay off Sadie. Before his sister could fly off the handle, Carter stopped her as he put a hand on his shoulder. And she's right. Set is getting more powerful than we can expect and we can't do it alone. We need all the help we could get. Sadie looked back at Carter with a gaze of frustration, before sighing in resignation. Despite her hostility towards Zia, she knew for a fact that she wasn't wrong in her response, nor was there any concrete proof that she had done anything bad in the first place. Plus, after briefly remembering her first encounter with the Red Lord back at the museum, she knew just how dangerous he could be, and after hearing how much strength he could gain over time, she just didn't know if they could even beat Set. Well, the boat's burned, so how do we get to Phoenix? Walk, Sadie questioned Carter, who looked around for anything they could use. That is, before Theseus came to them, currently dragging an unconscious Volley by the back of his collar across the ground, his face looking like he had just come out from a defeat in a wrestling match. We can take the trucks over there, Theseus declared, raising his free hand before he pointed to a couple of delivery trucks nearby. Kuro will go with the Kane siblings and Zia, while the rest of us get into the second truck and follow me. The group nodded at his idea before going to the truck and entering it. The truck had a cab which was bigger than a regular one, which had a full-size bed, which Sadie claimed before she was joined with Carter. Kuro got into the driver's side and used an electricity spell to hijack the truck. Do you know how to drive a lorry? Sadie asked Kuro. I believe I do. Once Sir Integra had us educated on various types of cars and trucks to blend better with modern society, he explained, inserting a key he had found into a section beneath the wheel. That seemed to have been the trick, for seconds later the truck turned on and was ready to move. Seeing this, Kuro turned to Sadie and Carter, who sat in the back. Get some rest, you two. Tomorrow we will be in Phoenix and you will need all the energy you can use, he declared seriously. Sadie and Carter nodded before pulling the blinds shut. That done, Kuro looked ahead to see that on Theseus' side he had already pulled ahead, and thus promptly followed him. Later, going along an off-country road, Kuro remained at the wheel as he followed the truck Theseus was driving. In the distance, he could see the vast, dark clouds that were covering the skies above, which obviously meant that Set's power was already growing quite vast, to the point that it would affect the weather. This worried Kuro immensely, since if this wasn't what Set's full power was like, he feared the worst if the god's full power was realized. Thus he pulled out his phone and contacted Integra. Clink. Yes, Integra answered the call. Sir Integra, I'm afraid the situation has gotten worse than I thought it would be. Explain. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.